what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny.
You let it out, let it in. I used to just go like, I'm a fucking 34. What is going on?
what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't give the radio back. Open your heart and show your understand. You're the sea, and for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your understand. do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can take your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart
know what time it is. It's time for that sweet, hot. I don't know why I call it sweet. I don't take it with sugar or milk or anything. I just like, I've gotten into the coffee flavored coffees. Isn't that like a joke from some boomer like right-wing show? What is the coffee? No, it's some, is it Steven Crowder? No, it's the quartering. The quartering. The quartering's the one with coffee flavored coffee. I'm drinking quartering style coffee, I guess. The joke is that liberals like to put stuff in their coffee. You know, when you're an SJW, when you're woke, you put all kinds of fruity things in your coffee. Because it's liberalism, I guess. I don't know. And that if you're a real true salt of the earth conservative, like the quartering, that you just want coffee flavored. Can I just get coffee flavored coffee? Excuse me, can I get some coffee flavored coffee? Well, that's what we got today. We got some coffee flavored coffee. We got some content flavored content. There's a new update coming to. Oh, this is Sound Alerts is talking to me. I was reading this like it was like an actual chatter. I was like, oh, hi, Sound Alerts. Thank you for letting me know there's a new update coming to Sound Alerts. No, it's just like Twitch Sound Alerts. I'm supposed to fix it somehow. You know, we have Sound Alerts. Like I enabled that like way back in the day. I tried to make my Twitch fun, but there's so much about Twitch that is just broken, including the Sound Alerts thing. Like ideally, you would be able to purchase for like a minimal price, like Sound Alerts. Like if you want it to make Sound Alerts like randomly during my stream, like that should be an option. But it's broken. It's never worked. Nobody's ever done it. I've never heard of a sound alert and been like, oh, hey, thank you for the sound alert there. You know, it's never worked. It's never happened. It's never been a thing. And it's kind of sad because it's got so much potential. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to shit talk Twitch too much because it's responsible for a 20th of my income, some portion of my a non-insignificant portion of my income, right? So I don't want to shit talk it, and half of it is just like I don't spend enough time looking into how to set up my Twitch to be more fun, but it should be fun. It's got so much potential, like I said. Streaking 7 streams straight, that's pretty impressive. I'm streaking as far as being like late to streams. This time though, I've got sort of an excuse. It's my phone. Do you ever set your phone down somewhere and you just don't feel right until you get a hold of it again? Like you've got to find your phone. You can't like, right. I didn't want to go on stream without like knowing where my phone is, because otherwise it's going to die. It's going to die. And then I'm really never going to be able to find it. If the phone is dead, then you can't have somebody call it and you're really screwed. And like, it's a phone. It's important. Phones are important. Did that really not work? Okay, well, let's try this again. Oh my God, no wonder. No wonder I can't see chat. Something went wrong? No, thank you. That is not what I need to see today. I need to see something go right. There we go. And pulling up chat, which I will now be able to see. Phones are fundamental. Did you request one of those? That's what I'm talking about as far as the Twitch sound alerts. Like, it's a really cool thing, like, right? Like, to be able to, it's kind of like operating off the same idea as the super chats and the super stickers, and the way that anytime you donate to the stream, or you become a member, or you become a sub, it makes a sound. Sometimes something happens on screen. Like, it's supposed to be like that, except for like, like sound cues, like movie sound bits. Like when I say something and you think that it sounds like kind of like, is that a double entendre? Is there like a sexual thing that she's kind of implying, then you could like back that up. I am a song creator, says Lukov. I create a song. Would you like to listen to it? I bet it's Never Gonna Give You Up, right? Is that the song you created? But yeah, this is what my stream would sound like if we had sound alerts. People would be able to make all kinds of sounds. No, there's better sounds than that. There's better sounds than that for sure. Like
Dingus Gambit.
But yeah, we got a Dingus Gambit today, right? We got Mr. I don't even know what to call him now. See, that's a sound alert. That's some kind of alert. Smooth Rickroll Deflection. Farinval, thank you for becoming a member. And welcome to Weird Champs. Lexical gifted it's actually telling me now. It's actually telling me right in OBS, so that's good. I don't know, chat. I've had some technical like difficulties lately, and I haven't been able to fix them. Normally, I don't have the chat on screen because it's kind of messy. I have the chat like right down here. Like I pick out a chat to respond to, and it works like that. But the software just stopped working. I don't even know. So yeah, if you're not familiar with the guy that we're gonna watch today, right? We're gonna watch a Destiny debate. This is a Destiny debate against a former member of twice member of the Trump administration. He was a counterterrorism expert based on his massive amount of expertise, based on his doctorate that he got in counterterrorism, which we'll be getting into a little bit. And I wanted to give you a little bit more background about this guy. Let's see what CNN has to say. Nope, it has nothing. Media JSON provider request failed. Fuck you. Fuck you so hard. Everything is blowing up in my face today, chat. So I appreciate that you're willing to support me. Nonetheless, I'm appreciative of the fact that you're willing to believe in me, even when I don't believe in myself. Even when I don't believe that I could one day be sitting across the table from one Seb Gorka on the show Triggernometry, almost at 1 million subs here. What about this debate? This debate is doing like, it's not really doing numbers, is it? This is Triggernometry. Should we take a look at this? This channel is funny, right? I feel like they missed the boat. Like there was a while where like, are you triggered? Are you triggered? You SJW snowflake? Yeah, you like, right? This was really compelling content at one point, right? But now it's just another right-wing channel amongst many. Triggernometry, the study of triggering the libs. What do we trigger the libs with? Transphobia, racism, homophobia. That really gets their goat. That really does. We say we like Roseanne Barr. We think she's really funny. Adam Carolla's new show on the Daily Wire. Hilarious. Hilarious. Triggers the libs. Yeah. We're winning by triggering the libs. One snowflake at a time. Trans scandal explained. Oh my god. Go call Chud Logic. Yo, I don't think they've been doing as well. They do have some videos that, like, this one's almost at 1 million here, asking Palestinian protesters what river to the sea means. And in their mind, they literally think that it means, like, forcing Jewish people in Israel to, like, get into the Mediterranean Ocean. Like, pushing them out off of the land. That is literally what they think. They think it's an exclusion zone, when really the statement is Palestine will be free, right? So instead of being locked in an open air prison, maybe Palestinians could just like go where they want and not be second class citizens. That is what from the river to the sea means, but don't tell it to Triggernometry, right? Because they're getting 1 million views off of literally lying about a slogan. Oh my god, so the Scottish hate speech law, these guys are cringe though. This is the thing, for somebody that's gonna call out the soy leftists, like these are the dudes. These two guys right here, do you see them? Do I need to make them bigger? Do I need to make everything bigger, chat? Let's take a look. Do you see they're slightly bigger? Like these two guys, They're the ones that are gonna call people soy. And like, excuse me? Excuse me? I'm drinking coffee flavored coffee here, sirs. I feel like the soy is on your side of the window, your side of the glass. Cue the coping and seething song. Okay, 1 in chat if you like the coping and seething song. 2 in chat if you think I've been using it too much. And 3 in chat if you know where it's originally from. If you know what content creator is famous for playing it. So some people appreciate the coping and seething song. We got some fans. We got some coping and seething appreciators. I mean, it does serve a function, right? Like I put it up there as parody, all right? Because here's the deal: there's a guy named Tipster. He's hilarious, but not on purpose. He's Keffel's best friend, Keffel's BFF, and he was the guy that was there to defend Vosh's folders. He's been there to defend other friends of his that are into loli. He's just like, it's just drawings, dude. It's just draw. How can a drawing be perverted? Like it will. I mean, like when it's a sexualized drawing of a underage person, I would say that would be one example, Tipster. But no, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see the problem in it, right? So yeah, he does his stream, and like he constantly is like, he says something just like kind of lukewarm, and he's like, like it's like this mic drop. That's his mic drop sound. Like Tipster's like, you know, says some, you know, just like banal thing, and he's like, oh shit, we really started something there, and then like he,
cheers, my dude, love ya,
Trigster.
Cheers, my dude, love ya, no homo.
That's what a LGBT ally this guy is. He wants to say love ya, but no homo. Just in case you were thinking that Tipster himself might be into same-sex love. No, there's no homo. Pause. No homo. That's right. He's not. He's just really important that you know that he's not a reading rainbow himself. But anyway, yeah. So like, in addition to that, one of his soundboard things is the coping and seething song, and I swear to God, he plays it, and it's just like, wait, what is that relevant to? Because like I play it when I was playing it when we were going over Destiny, and he was literally coping and seething. He's literally like just in denial, and I'm just like, okay, like I mean, I guess this fits, like unironically. But that's why I started playing it so much, right? And it's kind of like I caught myself, right? Because it's the kind of thing that if somebody were to see me doing that out of context, they might actually think that I myself am cringe. That I'm like, yeah, coping and seething. That's right. But I'm not, Chad. I'm not cringe. I think it's a Richard Cheese song. Oh, is it Richard Cheese or is it there's somebody else? I can't remember their name. Now we got to do a deep dive into the coping and seething song. But yeah, this is Triggernometry. They are incredibly cringe in a way that it's weird because their whole brand is calling out cringe. Their whole brand is calling out what they call soy, and I don't know if they really know what this word means. Like you keep saying this word soy, I'm not sure if you understand what it means, right? Even by, you know, the right-wing definition of soy, this guy right here would be in the dictionary, right? As an example of soy, right? Both of these guys, just incredibly soy in a way that's just kind of like, I don't know, I feel bad criticizing, and I'm not really criticizing it. It doesn't fucking matter. But if you're gonna make a whole brand off of calling out cringe soy, you know, kind of shit, don't be cringe and soy yourself, right? It's just, you make yourself too easy of a target. And these guys are easy to, what the fuck? Oh my God, you can't show that on a thumbnail. What the I thought there was rules about thumbnails. Chat, I'm so glad that was like a little thumbnail instead of like a big blown up thing. That's, oh no. Oh no. We gave Claudine Gay the red laser eyes. Like, oh shit. They talked to Sebastian Gorka before. Look at this.
DeSantis.
So
He's done a great job in Florida.
He has, but why?
He's done a great, because he's homophobic, because he's transphobic, because he's a fucking... Why has he done a great job in Florida? Because it's Florida. And Florida's a fucking train wreck, and so is he. Florida and DeSantis are perfect for each other.
Why? Everybody loves Austin Powers, right?
What? You are the fucking character from Austin Powers. No, you're actually not the character from Austin Powers, even though you are on the thumbnail, right? That's a little curve that Vamps threw your way just to see if you were awake, right? Just to see if you're awake. Who does he actually look like, chat? What James Bond character, what James Bond villain does this guy actually look like? Could anybody tell me? Could anybody tell me the James Bond character that this guy just like embodies? While I look it up on Wikipedia. Miss Wikipedia, why are you looking stuff up on Wikipedia when you criticize Destiny for doing the same thing? All right. Anybody? I'm gonna see if anybody has guessed it before revealing. Anybody know this character? Dr. Evil would give him a wedgie? Maybe. Yeah, you got it, Drax. It's Hugo Drax. There he is. That's Drax. This is Seb Gorka in his younger days. Like even to the extent that it doesn't look exactly like Gorka, they're the same energy. They are absolutely the same energy. So it's really funny. And I think he knows it too. Like he knows that he looks like Hugo Drax from Moonraker, which is the only James Bond movie I've actually seen. I'm aware of James Bond as a pop culture phenomenon. I've never been particularly interested in the movies, but I happened to see this one mainly because it's so weird. Like he's got a henchman named Jaws, and the dude like has braces, but they're like the most extensive braces you've maybe. Are they not even just braces? Does he have like metal teeth or something? I feel like it's more than just braces. It's like braces on steroids, right? And that's his power, is he can chomp you. His name is Jaws, and he can bite down on you. I don't know if he ever bites anybody in the show, but yeah, they go to the moon, and it's wild, right? I think a lot of the Austin Powers stuff. Yeah, because doesn't Austin Powers go to the moon too?
Because Ron DeSantis is the mini-me of President Trump.
I mean, you're not wrong. Chat, that's kind of insightful. These two guys are like, what? No, we're not allowed to say anything bad about people like Ron DeSantis. Like that's we can't be critical of Ron DeSantis. I mean, like we can like Trump better, and we can say that we're glad that Trump won. I'm not sure if they are. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are like DeSantoids. If they're like, no, can we get DeSantoid? Can we get DeSantis? Trump's got too much baggage. Can we just do DeSantis? He owns the libs better. He's like 100% anti-wokeness all the time.
What he's doing in Florida is like a scaled-down version of America First.
What do you think about this? I'll buy that DeSantis is trying to be Trump's mini-me. I will buy that if DeSantis could live up Trump's butt, he would. But I don't know that it's a scaled-down version. I feel like he's been able, but probably because he's, you know, the governor. And as far as I know, I think the Republicans, you know, pretty much run the government in Florida, right? Florida's traditionally a purple state, but it's been a pretty red state as of late, right? Yeah, he's gotten everything that he wants passed. He is a scaled down version of America First. There's a difference, right? I would say that there's like a qualitative difference between Trump and DeSantis, right? Trump is mainly about Trump. Trump is mainly about his own personal brand, his own personal narcissism, whereas DeSantis has no charisma, has no brand, has no reason, has no justification to be narcissistic, and therefore has to kind of tag on and be like, well, we love our daddy Trump. Let's find this commercial. Let's find this fucking commercial. Chat, we're going already. Ron DeSantis campaign commercial, campaign ad, sure. So we don't want this is the one, I think. Wait, can we just get the ad? Like, I don't want like a story about the ad. I want the ad itself. Results, dear governor. This is who Ron DeSantis is. We're looking for something fairly old. Oh my God, I hate how search works. People also watched. I don't care what people also watched. I don't care what people, I literally do not care what people also watched. I want to know, I typed in Ron DeSantis campaign ad. Could you please serve me the results that come up for Ron DeSantis campaign ad, preferably with a Ron DeSantis campaign ad at the beginning as the first ad that we see. This is so annoying. I mean, we can watch it on The Guardian, but like, I would rather just look at the ad.
Everyone knows my husband,
So that's Casey DeSantis, who will probably run for governor next.
Ron DeSantis, is endorsed by President Trump, but he's also
This is how he started out, right? That he wasn't actually, I think that when he introduced this ad, he was behind in the race and this got him ahead. He literally on Trump's coattails. That's all he's about.
an amazing dad. Ron loves playing with the kids.
Build the wall.
Here we go. Keep those immigrants out. Good job.
He reads
Call them rapists. Say that they're not sending their best people.
stories.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
He's teaching Madison to talk.
Make America great again.
People say Ron's all Trump, but he is so much more.
I feel like, what was that about? He's so much more.
Big league. So good.
I just thought you should know.
It's not big league. It's bigly. It's bigly. God, you don't even do the fucking Trump's. You don't even kiss Trump's ass correctly. This guy's so frustrating. But anyway, yeah, I think DeSantis is different, right? I think that DeSantis is trying to distill what it is to be Trump, and he's like missing the point. Like, right, he goes so far into the anti-wokeness. Didn't even Trump make fun of him about this? That like all he can do is be like, it's woke, that's woke. We gotta be, Florida's where woke goes to die. Wokeism is bad. And Trump's like, give it a rest, dude. Like, right, Trump just hates people. Trump just finds, who is the person of the year, the person of the month, the marginalized identity to hate, and let's slam them. Are we talking shit about immigrants now? Are we talking shit about trans people? Right? Whereas Ron just gets kind of focused on trans people, or Ron gets like focused on the anti-wokeness thing to the point where he even makes Trump cringe. Anyway.
But apply it to one state. So, as Bill Maher said recently, why would you go to the tribute band's concert if...
Okay, he's right about this. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I do buy the fact that he's trying to be a barnacle on Trump's butt. Right? I just don't think that he's successfully doing it. I don't think that he quite understands the personal brand of Trump. And I think that a lot of his failure is because of that.
The OG band is still playing. Good point. Why would you vote for the mini-me version who can kind of do stuff at that level?
I can't remember. I kind of think these guys were pro DeSantis at one point.
On the state, where there's no background in foreign policy, no
background in foreign policy. Keep that in mind. Put a pin in that, right? Put a pin in somebody not understanding foreign policy, or let's say maybe counterterrorism, because we're going to get back to that theme when it comes to Gorka.
Shops on national.
There are some things that Destiny missed, right? From what he said about the, oh my God, I gotta remember, there's also like a Destiny commentary on this debate, and I want to watch some of that too, because I do feel like there's something in that for us. The way that Destiny perceives his own debate is actually quite funny. The way that his community perceives his debate is actually quite funny, right? They see this as a massive W. Do you remember they thought the Norm Finkelstein thing was a massive W? The rest of the world was laughing at Mr. Bonicelli, Mr. Bonarelli, Mr. Divorcelli, right? And they were like, oh no, Norm has no substance. He can't even engage in the argument. Right? Then you've got the Omar, the Destiny versus Omar on Breaking Points with Ryan Grimm. And they were like, oh yeah, he totally cooked in this one. Meanwhile, he's like, yeah, the Palestinians take the cookies and then they boil them down into sugar. They put the sugar into the rockets with the fertilizer, and that's how they strike terror into the heart of Israel. That's he thought he was cooking. They thought he was cooking. They thought he won. They are very much a siloed sort of very online group that doesn't understand that outside of their little group, like fucking white dudes saying the N-word, calling, people and then, N-word with the soft A, right, is actually the opposite of cool. It's like cringe. It's cringe to the fucking extreme, and also fucked up and racist too. But whatever.
Security.
See, they don't care about that part. They don't care about that part. They should care about how cringe he looks, though.
Why would you? It's a pig in a poke. It's, you know, you don't know. So let me.
What is the pig in the poke? Can somebody explain the pig in the poke to me? Mellowfire, what's up? Make Trump French again? I thought he was having the... He was a lot older than having young kids. I mean, this was from his original election. When was he originally elected? Why do people say W? It's longer than when? Ooh, you're right. W, 3 syllables versus 1 syllable. It seems like they would say take the dub. Sometimes they say take the dub. Sometimes they shorten it to dub. A pig in a poke is like a finger food? No, that's a pig in a blanket, but that's close. That's really close. A poke is a bag, a pig in a bag. So like that, what's the idea? Like, is it like a bird in the hand? I mean, what's the point of it as far as like, as far as like a metaphor? Pretty sure a poke is British slang for fucking. A pig and a poke. So a pig in a sex scene? Is that what we're dealing with here? Probably not. Google says it's a deceptive trick. What is the trick? I feel like there's some is there a David Cameron joke behind here? Y'all know David Cameron? Has anybody seen Black Mirror? David Cameron went to some kind of elite fraternity, and supposedly part of the initiation for this fraternity was that you make sexual congress with a pig. Possibly a dead pig, if I remember right. The phrase about something in which is offered for sale in a manner which hides its true value. The idiom means purchase, which turns out to... Oh, I see what you're saying. So, in other words, he's saying that DeSantis is Trump at home. This makes sense. This makes sense. So, yeah, like, just like, okay, so if it's a pig and a poke and you're like, here, I'll sell you this pig for, 30 pieces of copper. And you're just like, that's a pretty good deal. Usually a pig costs 50 pieces of copper, but you haven't looked at the pig yet. And maybe it is not a good pig. It's a deficient. It's like it's a bad pig. It's been, I don't know, half of it's been turned into bacon already. I don't know.
Firstly, I want him on the platform. I want him on the primary. But here are the problems with Ron.
Pudding. First of all, first and foremost, pudding. The guy eats pudding with his fingers, right? Which is okay if you're a little kid. It's a cute story if your mom tells you, embarrasses you. Like, oh yeah, little Ron used to eat the pudding with his fingers. He would scoop into it. He couldn't wait for a spoon, and he would go and just like glop, 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 eat it like that, right? That's really cute for a little kid to do that. It's not so cute for a father of, I don't know how many, for a, 40-something-year-old man doing the same thing. Not quite as endearing. But yeah, it's pudding.
My buddy who has the morning show here on radio, who is my show prep, keeps millions of people sane.
Oh, I forgot about his podcast.
He was talking about Ron DeSantis.
Lest we forget his podcast.
Running for governor way back when, whatever it was, 3 years ago. And he said, this 3-term congressman from Florida, and we help each other out. And I was just about to text him live on air and say, Chris.
That's how you text. Is he, did he? I think he had, so my first phone, full disclosure, right? It wasn't a flip phone, but it was like the era of a flip phone. But my phone was special. I really liked this about my phone. Instead of like flipping open, like that, right? It wasn't like, my phone was like, you'd take it, you'd turn it on its side and you go like, you'd push up on it and it would like separate the two. There was like 2 layers. One of the layers had a keyboard, right? What, is there a name for this? Because like I low-key miss it. Like I could type really fast with this thing, right? It had a full keyboard, like right underneath the you know, the top of the phone. If you just like slide it down, and you could type really fast. But I mean, like that's what he's doing. He's doing this. Like he's not doing, you know, like this, which is like, you know, a smartphone. It's called a slider phone. Thank you, Cornbread. Slider phone. A Sidekick? You had one too? Yeah, I kind of miss it. I mean, not really miss it. It's like years ago, like over 10 years ago when I had this phone. But yeah, this was my very first phone. And I loved it. I used to stay up late texting people, like, right? It was under the covers and stuff, right? I was supposed to be asleep.
What are you talking about? 3-term congressman. You gotta have your fact checkers do their work. And then
Wait. What's the deal? Is he not a 3-term congressman?
I thought, okay, hang on, before I press send.
Yo, because like people call you a PhD in counterterrorism. And if somebody were to do that, if one of my friends was to be like Sebastian Gorka, an expert in counterterrorism, I would get out. I probably still have that phone. Chat, I might have this phone. I might have kept this. I think I kept it. I think I know right where it is. But I would get that phone out and I would text them, you know, I would get my slider phone out and I would text them, and then I'd realize there's no SIM card in it, and I'd switch to my actual phone, and I would text them that Sebastian Gorka's education is actually from a diploma mill in Budapest, that his fucking dissertation is an absolute joke, and that this guy is not a fucking intellectual heavyweight at all. He just has a British accent. Can we stop attributing like massive amounts of Americans? Can we have a talk, Americans? Come here, all right? We read too much into a posh British accent, a certain type of British accent. If it's not a Cockney accent, we tend to think that the speaker of this accent is like incredibly intelligent, probably very rich, maybe a little bit snobby, and like none of these things are necessarily true, right? Especially the intelligent part when it comes to Gorka, right? He just like, I don't know, people just buy into this idea of like, this guy's a fucking brainiac.
I'm gonna Google his CV.
He does have my whole house on his watch though.
Oh yeah, Chris was right.
I mean, his whole house on his my whole house on his wrist.
He'd served
or my landlord's whole house.
5.5
anyway.
years in Congress. And me, a
5.5 years in Congress. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Congress, 2-year terms, 5.5 years makes it sound like he did get elected once, twice, 3 times a DeSantis.
Junkie had no idea. If you've been in
Oh, I see what he's saying. Okay, so he's not disputing Ron DeSantis's 3-term Congress credentials. He's saying that if you've been in Congress for 3 whole terms and I haven't heard shit about you, you kind of suck. You don't understand the attention economy. Chud Logic would stick his finger in your face and say, you don't understand the attention economy. You've got to be a little bit controversial. You've got to say some things about trans people to get the attention of Jesse Singal so that he can shout you out in his Keffels video. That's what you do. You're Chud Logic. Does anybody think that Chud Logic is intelligent? Right? It's weird how this works. Maybe it's not all British people. Maybe it's like the posh accent in particular. And Chud Logic doesn't quite have the posh accent. Like, right, you can tell with Chud Logic that, you know, he's like he's, I don't know. Do they have used car dealerships in the UK? That's where I would expect to find Chud Logic. Anyway, chat. I hate sophisticated Brit stereotype in media. Pretend to be an expert on facial hair and Hungarians. Yo. He does have a massive head on his shoulders, doesn't he? Although, I don't know. I mean, he's a big guy. Like, wait, didn't we see him with Sean Hannity? We've done, like, chat, if you've been watching my late streams, if you've been watching, like, all my streams, you've gotten a little taste of who this guy is. I'm trying to give a little bit of a, like a background, you know, because I get that for a lot of people, this might be your first time experiencing Gorka. And just like your friend who knows wines or beers or ales or whatever, right? If you're like me, you need that friend. You're not going to drink alcohol without that friend because you're not going to know what's good to drink. Like, I am that friend that understands the fine vintage that is this man. This man is not only bubbly, sparkly alcohol, but he comes from the Champagne region of France too. He's like, or the fascist region of Hungary, right? He's like he's a true vintage, but you got to appreciate him, right? I don't want to just pour him out for you and have you slug him back and be like, yeah, that was what you got next, right? I want you to enjoy him. I want you to savor him. I want you to to swish him around in the glass and just like, smell and get a sense of the nose, get a sense of the flavors, all of the hints, right? He's a complex flavor. That's what I'm saying. And I just don't want you to, I don't want to be like, throwing pearls before swine, not to call you swine. I just like, if I educate you, then you become more than swine, and you can appreciate these pearls and you will eat them and love them. It smells like poop. I had no idea this cartoon specimen existed before the glitches in New Vegas. Oh, that's right. That's right. That was one of the times that we went to Gorka, right? When my game glitched. Not only glitched, it like died. My whole computer was like dying and I barely got control of it again. I barely saved the stream. And we ended up like, I was just so frustrated because I knew that every time I was starting it again, the game was like crashing. And so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to watch Gorka. And I still owe you that episode, don't I? I still owe you that episode over on More Comment Chick. If you want to follow my escapades in New Vegas, that is where the entire story is collected. Glad he's not living in Hungary anymore. You guys can have him. Yeah, I guess we can. Well, see, yeah, like the story is that his dad was I think maybe even during the Nazi occupation of Hungary, his dad was part of this group called the Vitez Rend, which is the Hungarian like fascist like fraternity. It's like a fraternal brotherhood of fascism. These guys are wild. They put LV, so his name is Sebastian Gorka, right? So it's Sebastian L lowercase v Gorka, and that denotes that he's part of this grand tradition of Hungarian fascism called the Vitez Rend. Which he's tried to later deny, but it's like, no, we got you, dude. We got you. So yeah, his dad actually was, his dad was a victim of the original tankies, right? When the reason that tanky came up was because the Soviet Union rolled their tanks into, no, oh my God, Jules, you warned me and I fucked it up still. I was like trying to look for a debate. And I lost them. Like, these are big hands. These are strong hands. How did I let them slip through my fingers? Oh my God, chat. I feel so bad. Didn't one of them kill Han Solo? Wait, one of the Vitez Rend? My father was not a communist. No, yeah, that's a great admission there, right? You're saying your father was a fascist, but yeah. So like like the Vitez Rend was in there during World War II, during the German occupation. Then the Soviet Union took over. There was an attempt to revolt against the Soviet Union, and the Vitez Rend was a big part of that. And so his dad was like in jail, right, for many. I think it's until like 1956. Then somehow he got out, and they moved to England. And that's where the English accent comes from. But he did do his doctorate in I think Budapest, right? And a degree mill in Budapest. Anyway, more on that later. I'm just like, I'm all over the place today, chat.
And I haven't heard your name. Odds are you're probably an oxygen thief.
Wow. Speaking of which, what is this show called again? Triggernometry? I don't believe I've heard of you. I don't believe I've heard of you two soy jacks. Like, come on.
Couple of issues.
He's gonna eat them. He's gonna fucking eat these two guys. Like, after the fucking interview, he's gonna show his like Moonraker teeth, and he's gonna just chow down on these two soy dogs.
That really disturbed me. One of his biggest backers now is Ken Griffin. Ken Griffin is a billionaire hedge fund tech guy or what have you, who is a never-Trumper, who was Obama's biggest bundler. Excuse me?
Obama's biggest bundler?
Why is Obama's
biggest bundler bundling up for DeSantis as well?
If you're concerned...
Excuse me?
Biggest campaign funding bundler one of the biggest people funding somebody who's supposed to be the new Donald Trump. My fear is that they are whispering sweet nothings in his ear.
Yo!
Saying, you're the guy, you're the guy. And he's being exploited by the establishment rhino class, the
That's hilarious.
Republicans in name only.
Yo, I wish DeSantis was a fake, Republican, was a fake MAGA. I wish that was true. People in Florida wish that was true.
On my show.
Or maybe even some people in Florida.
Run for president. Good on you. Don't let yourself become a tool of the establishment that hates populist, MAGA, America First, whatever you want to call it. And the last thing is this is where he tanked in the last few weeks.
Are you going to talk about the pudding? Like, come on, seriously, Gorka. In the words of Bo Blacks, why don't you
talk about the allegations
already? Come on.
This is the guy who has to prove most that he's good on foreign policy as a former Navy officer. His flip-flop on Ukraine within 72 hours was a disaster, and it showed in the polls. And then most telling of all...
Wait, his flip-flop on what?
The officer. His flip-flop on Ukraine within 72 hours was a disaster, and it showed in the polls. And then most telling of all is his response to the leak of the indictment against...
So he's not pro-Putin enough. Okay.
President Trump. His first press conference on the Monday after it was leaked on Saturday was catastrophic. A, he decided not to talk about it, despite the fact that President Trump lives in the state he is the governor of, in Florida. Then in the Q&A on some thing about tech, a journalist naturally said, could you react to the leaked indictment of President Trump? And twice, not once, twice, like a churlish little punk in the schoolyard, he mentions, well, I'm not going to comment on...
oh my God, I love this guy's American accent.
Hush money for porn stars. Grow up, Ron. If you're a conservative, you believe...
So he perceives that correctly as the backhanded, slight at Trump that it actually was. Good on you, Gorka. And also great accent. Damn, this guy's got a... Unlike Peterson, right? We watched... my most recent coverage of Jordan Peterson included Jordan Peterson making fun of some other people. You know how I make fun of Jordan Peterson? Like, with the Kermit voice, you got to do the Kermit the Frog voice. You got to increase your frequency of your voice in order to properly sound like Mr. Peterson. It sounds a little bit like Kermit the Frog if he smoked all of his life. Something like this, right? So Peterson is doing like that, but on other people, right? To make fun of other people. And like, because his voice is already at Kermit the Frog pitch, when he increases the pitch of his voice, he gets to Mickey Mouse zone. And I'm just like, am I playing Kingdom Hearts? Like, what's going on here? Why is there Mickey Mouse?
In Law and Order, and that Lady Justice is blindfolded. So you're going to make fun. I know, it's kind of fun to dig and say, hush money for porn stars. But not only are you the governor of the state in which this citizen resides, who should have equality before the law, whether he's a former president or not. Secondly, and you have to know his background, he was a JAG. He was a member of the Judge Advocate General Corps for the Navy.
What is he going to say about this?
He was a prosecutor. He was a lawyer. If anyone should have something to say about politically aggressive prosecutors doing things that are shady,
they are not aggressive. A politically aggressive prosecutor would have started the process of the prosecution of Trump over January 6th on January 7th. Merrick Garland is not politically aggressive. Merrick Garland is like what is even his background? Is he like a Republican? I'm trying to remember, because the whole deal with Merrick Garland, if you remember back to the Obama administration, Scalia dies unexpectedly, right? And, this is what happens with the Supreme Court. It's like one of them dies, you nominate another. Whoever's the president gets to pick the next one. And the Republicans were just gnashing their teeth about like, oh my God, they're going to replace Scalia with some liberal. And so Obama's kind of like, well, I don't want to be an asshole. I don't want to be a dick about it. Like, I want to celebrate the glorious the legacy of Scalia, right? By picking somebody who is maybe like in the spirit of the state, like, in other words, he didn't want to switch. He wasn't trying to flip the court. right? He had this idea of like, yeah, you know, this court should stay pretty much balanced. We have a conservative justice that dies. Let's pick somebody that a Democrat normally would not nominate. And Merrick Garland was that guy. I don't know if he was a Republican or if he was a centrist or what the deal was, but he was a concession. Obama started off with a concession, right? And the Republicans just didn't care. They were like, you know what? Here's the deal. We got an election coming up. We might win. Let's let the next president pick the next justice, right? We are in charge of the Senate, and normally, unless you nominate Count Dracula himself, that comes to the hearings with like a bloody spear with a head on top of it, you're supposed to just kind of be like, I mean, you can shit on the guy, but you gotta like confirm him. You gotta at least give him a vote. Republicans would not give Merrick Garland a vote, right? That's who we're talking about with Merrick Garland. So then as a fucking own on the Republicans, Biden decides to nominate Merrick Garland as the attorney general. And so, like, Frank, you really owned them. Yeah, the guy that you wouldn't take for Supreme Court, he's now attorney general. And Merrick Garland is just like, if he rode the fence any harder, chat, he would get splinters in the place where the sun doesn't shine. Okay, that's all I have to say about Merrick Garland.
Should probably be a former military prosecutor, and he paid.
Oh shit! Count Dracula was a Hungarian. Wait, is Transylvania in Hungary? It could be. I'm not up on my Dracula history that well. Count Dracula was a Hungarian counterterrorism expert, so they couldn't.
And in the polls, he's between 20 to 40 points behind President Trump. But good luck to him. But, not impressive so far in these issues. President Trump and Ukraine.
Do you think he stands a chance?
No.
This is 4 months ago. That makes it April, March, February, January. This is January. Okay. So yeah, I guess DeSantis hadn't dropped out yet at this point. Oh, wait, why do I think that he dropped out in December? I guess it could be in December too.
Kissinger, not a big fan of Trump, although he used to hang out in the White House almost every weekend. He loved to be back in the halls of power when we were there.
Oh my God.
And he's been around. I mean,
he's been around for a while.
He's been around.
He hasn't seen anybody mobilize Americans like President Trump does since FDR. When Kissinger says the power of this man to mobilize Americans, it hasn't been seen since Roosevelt, you probably should pay attention. And let's just be empirical. One of the funniest things about the campaign in 2015, because I'd be advising President Trump on national security, is I'd go to Trump Tower.
Well, there's the ability to mobilize Americans, right? Which I think that you could argue that Obama had, and that Lord Fatus, thank you for remember that Kissinger is still dead. I mean, if you need a pick me up, just remember that Kissinger is burning in hell somewhere. It's complicated, but no, it's currently part. Oh, Romania, thank you. But there's a big Hungarian population in Transylvania. I always forget. His nipples are erect. You are correct, Schmegly. That's a very you're paying attention
with some regularity, and I'd be in there.
Yo, they really are. He's got some nips.
Constantly over here.
Is this allowed on Twitch? Do I need to cover the nips up?
Conversations of, we've booked Mr. Trump for this high school stadium, but it's already overflowing. We've got to go.
But anyway, yeah, like I was saying, like the ability to mobilize people and the willingness to do that, right, are two different things. Like Obama obviously had the ability to inspire people, had a lot of people convinced that he was some kind of a revolutionary, I mean, not like capital R revolutionary, but you know what I mean, politically revolutionary candidate that was going to change things up, that was maybe going to take a stand on the banks. And no, that's not him. That's not what he was very much like just dragging his heels. Like, right, he's one of these candidates that, I mean, this is a classic Democratic thing, to signal that you are, some kind of populist, to signal that it's a new era has dawned in America, and then to just get in and let all the the corporate superstructure of the Democratic Party know that you're not going to rock the boat. And he very much did that. Like, there was meetings between Obama's people and Hillary's people to get Hillary on board with supporting Obama, which she did take longer to do than Bernie did to support Hillary. Like Bernie was very quickly on to, being a surrogate for Hillary Clinton in a way that Hillary Clinton kind of held out a little bit longer with Obama. But yeah, like, I mean, you do have people that have the ability to mobilize people in a populist way, but they're not, populist. They don't believe in hope and change. They just want to use it as a campaign ad.
To the next one, get the local state football. The popular, they were constantly having to cancel engagements and go to bigger venues.
Kissinger actually remembered Roosevelt. He's that old.
Because this is the only man in America who can announce tomorrow, I'm going to Miami or Poughkeepsie or anywhere and fill a stadium with 60,000 people. Biden could get 6. Ron, maybe 10. This man, anywhere, even in Democrat states, so can get the people. I flew with him on Air Force One to Youngstown, Ohio. Youngstown is the Rust Belt, okay? It's the part of America that's been destroyed. We were riding in the convoy to the stadium, and on the left, all you saw was disused, empty, shattered steel mills. On the right, families dressed very modestly, standing on the pavement, waving their stars and stripes. We got to the stadium. Boss was in the back, glad-handing with the VIPs. I decided to go into the pit of the stadium and meet with the people of Youngstown, and the selfies and all that jazz.
All that jazz.
When President Trump and Melania came out on stage, it was electric. He couldn't start his speech because for minutes...
This guy's like in love with Trump.
Chanting, USA, USA, USA. This, in a town that is 90% Democrat. The people in that stadium were Democrats, their dads were Democrats, their granddads were Democrats. That's a force of nature, whether you like his tweets or not. The fact that working class Americans...
It's hilarious that he wants to mention this. Like Trump's appeal, Trump's promise to bring back industry to the United States, right, to the Rust Belt, was very much unfulfilled. And it wasn't because the Democrats blocked him. It was because he had no fucking interest in it. It's a strange thing. Wasn't there like a... Oh my God, chat, I'm trying to remember this. Something happened really early in the Trump administration. There was like a particular plant, I'm thinking in like Ohio, that he promised to bring back online. He promised to reopen, and he didn't do it. He left them hanging. It was just a campaign. Like this is what sucks. And it's true with Obama, and it's true with Trump, and it's true with almost every president, right? You let the media, like covers their promises, covers their campaign, right? But they don't cover it when they're just like lying about something. When they make a big promise, when they talk a big game and they don't deliver, it's like the media is just like consigned to like, oh no, this is like part of the thing, right? You say one thing in the campaign, and then what you do as president is different, because in the campaign, you're trying to get people to vote for you. And when you're president, you're trying to satisfy your donors. And that is perfectly okay. And that is perfectly fine. And we are never going to complain about that at all. This guy is gay for Trump a little bit. He's in love with the lifestyle of sucking up to capitalists provide him. The alpha males are back. This is the guy. So if you know the Majority Report, I'll try to bring that up. One of the Majority Reports, what is it? Like the thing that they play in between the fun half and the interview half of the show is the alpha males are back, and the Africans are black, and those are both, I think, in the voice of this guy, Sebastian Gorka, right? Anybody who was like into like Chapo or that kind of, I mean, I guess a lot of it is like the Bernie coalition and stuff like that. Back in the day, they knew about Chapo, or they knew about Gorka. I feel like, what if Alt Hiss idolizes Gorka? Does he talk about him?
Who have been betrayed by the Uniparty for 60 years. Look at this bit.
The fucking Uniparty. Oh my God.
As a guy who cares, It's an unstoppable force of nature.
So the difficulty is, and I'm not even playing devil's advocate here, which is kind of my job, but actually this is what I genuinely a question in my mind is, there are two elements to winning an election. One is what you're talking about, which is mobilizing the base, right? The other one is persuading the undecided.
Correct.
And that is undoubtedly,
so like I said,
the problem with
Trump,
President Trump's approach.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think these guys were DeSantoids.
Right. Now,
which is weird, right? Because Sebastian Gorka is acting like DeSantis is a stalking horse for the Uniparty or Hillary Clinton or the Never Trumpers, right? And I don't think he is. I think in some ways DeSantis is probably more radical than Trump. Like I said, Trump is mostly about Trump. Trump is about winning. Trump is about getting power. Trump is about like taking revenge on all of his enemies, real or perceived, right? That's what Trump is about. But DeSantis is like, he's also got this whole like line of anti-wokeness and MAGA and stuff like that. But Trump doesn't really believe in it. Trump doesn't really care about that. Trump can throw that to the side when he's able to. DeSantis is like a true believer in all that shit. So in some ways, I feel like, I don't know. I don't want to think about like, it's asking like, would you rather be chased by like a lion or a tiger? And it's like, well, neither. Could I be chased by neither? Right? I don't want to get eaten by a lion. I don't want to get eaten by a tiger. But like maybe one's worse and one's better. But I don't want to think about that. I just don't like, if I get chased by a lion or a tiger, I'm probably getting eaten. Let's be real. Right? I don't want to mess with any of that. But like, I mean, the idea that somehow DeSantis is to the left of Trump is kind of hilarious. The only issue he could pick out was Ukraine.
Now, you made the point yourself, and you articulated it very well. At the last election, he mobilized more of his base than any incumbent president in history. But at the same time, he still lost. And his
what does Sebastian Gorka think about he lost? Are we gonna get some pushback? Are we gonna get some stop the steal from this guy?
Is extremely limited now, I think, because of his rhetoric, but also January the 6th and also the indictment, right? The people who are the undecideds, they're going to be harder to win over for him. And the reason people are talking about DeSantis is that they see him as very competent in terms of the things he did, particularly COVID. I think that was a big deal for a lot of people, the things that he's done there, and many other things that he's doing in Florida. And on top of that, because he does not have, you're right, he doesn't animate people in the same way, but animation can go in both directions. So he doesn't put off as many people as President Trump does. And that's why I think a lot of people
like COVID's a great example, right? When COVID came up, you had Ron DeSantis, like I think at first did legitimately shut a lot of stuff down, right? As you know, is the standard answer if you're governing in the interest of your people during a public health crisis with a novel disease that could have massive effects on the economy, the population, et cetera, then yeah, you know, shutting things down is a good idea. Now, really quickly, DeSantis picked up on the trend of people like, you know, not wanting to wear masks, not wanting to get vaccines, and he really kind of catered to that constituency. Trump, on the other hand, greenlit, all right, did not come up with, but greenlit, said okay to, accepted Project Warp Speed, and got the vaccine that all these assholes complain about was, you know, greenlit by Trump. And so that's what I mean when I say that Trump is about himself. Trump is about his ego, whereas DeSantis has like just kind of taken the stuff that Trump uses to get elected seriously. Like Trump is not serious about any of his campaign promises. Trump is serious about attaining power, about punishing his enemies, about looking strong, and about, you know, like being able to being loved by the hogs, right? Whereas DeSantis just doesn't quite get that is the actual goal, rather than DeSantis believes in anti-wokeness.
On your side are saying, well, maybe if we just get this guy, who I agree with you, he is in some ways taken on a lot of the gestures of President Trump and the finger and all,
making fun of the press and everything. Right.
But he isn't going to have the toxicity. And as a result, he is a better candidate to actually try to heal.
Wait, chat, the finger? The finger? Is that where Chud Logic got the finger? Is that Trump's finger on Chud Logic's hand? I don't know.
Some of the divides in this country. That's the argument.
Yeah. So, you know, to be the bastard or to sound like Trump's pit bull, I'm not interested in healing divides. I want to save the nation. Healing divides...
But isn't that the same thing?
No. It's a difference between, in military terms, there's a tank 5 clicks away over the horizon that can blow me to smithereens, but there's a guy in front of me with a gun with a bayonet and he's about to put it in my guts. The situation in America right now is there's a guy with a bayonet coming for me 2 feet away. When the FBI is doing what they're doing, when parents are being targeted.
It's funny that he didn't go for the bait as far as January 6th, right? He didn't go for the bait as far as like Trump's claim to have won the election that he obviously lost, that these guys seem to realize. But understand what's going on here. Understand the argument that's being had here. It's between people who want a candidate who is actually possibly more radical than Trump, policy-wise, a true believer in anti-wokeness, like DeSantis, right? And Trump, right? And these people are kind of like, I like what Trump was getting at. I wish he'd be more serious about it. I wish he was less about his own legacy, less about his own brand, less about his own popularity, and he really believed hardcore in the anti-wokeness. But I want a guy that doesn't have that baggage, right? Ron DeSantis is every bit as toxic as Trump, if not more toxic, but he doesn't have the stink around him that Trump has, right? Trump has, as Gorka says, activated his base in a big way, but he has, actually alienated more than half of the country. And in fact, any victory by Trump this year is going to be won on the backs of people that are disgusted with Trump, but they're a little bit more disgusted with Biden. People that think that Trump is, people that look at Trump and Biden as shit sandwiches. Can I explain? Wait, what am I trying to explain using MS Paint? Oh my God. Does it need MS Paint? Is there like a visual aspect that I'm missing here? Wait, the DJ Danarchy. That's right, Seth Evans. The DJ Danarchy alpha males are back. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. We got some MR fans in here.
But
wait, the only thing is missing is MS Paint? Wait, what am I supposed to use MS Paint for?
Department of Justice, because they dare to say we don't want pedophilic pornography in the school library. We don't want racist concepts like critical race theory to be taught to 10-year-olds, and we want our kids back in school without masks. And the FBI has actually created a threat tag.
So it's interesting, right? You got ghouls on both sides of this argument, right? In terms of believing in the policy, God, why is the word escaping my head here? You got somebody that like believes in these policies of anti-wokeness on one hand, right? And on the other hand, you got a cult of personality that will invoke those same things, but ultimately is focused on one man, right? Sebastian Gorka is like, you're losing the plot here. The plot is about Trump. He's like this once in a lifetime figure that can unite a base that he actually kind of detests. But yeah, thank you for the $2 super chat, Jorge. Oh my God, let's close that. I'm like, am I like not seeing something? Shakespeare super chats $2. What if alt hist manifesto for later? Hey, I'm gonna put that up in just a second. Let's get through this, and then I'll tell you what we're doing as far as like, because we're covering Destiny versus Gorka today, right? I want to give you some options for what else we could possibly cover. Now, I'm not saying that we will get to something else, because this is actually a pretty big in-depth thing. We've got the debate itself, which is pretty long. Obviously, I yap a lot. I will try to like yap less so that we can actually get through it. We've also got some Destiny content of what he and his audience think about his performance in the debate, which I think is actually kind of interesting. But then after that, we've got the ability to cover like one or two other things. And I want to give you the choice on that. I want to give you the choice both in terms of give you the ability to vote on that and give you the ability to buy the vote on that if that's what you want to do. In other words, you can put your thumb on the scale with super chats. You can put your thumb on the scale with memberships, and we'll try to do some kind of non-linear math to figure out like which side has the most juice. You sent a super chat too. Wait, did I miss your super chat, Thomas Jerome? I apologize if I did. Usually it makes a noise. But yeah, I'm gonna try to like just elucidate like the possible content that we could. There we go again. Anything but Destiny, yo, unknown. I feel that. Yeah, I feel like we've gotten a little too much Destiny lately, haven't we? That's based.
Getting technical, but they created a whole terminology to use Patriot Act.
And also, since you put something about like what kind of content you want, well, I mean, I don't think there'll be. I don't think I'll put up Destiny as an option, right? So you already won with your $2, right? We're knocking Destiny off the realm of possibilities, unless somebody really wants me to cover something by Destiny. I feel like we should be through. Trans/gay acceptance in schools is cool. Not pushed about the critical race theory always tickled me as racist or revenge. Not sure, entirely sure I understand what you're saying.
Counterterrorism tools to target parents, and now we know Catholics. A recent memo was leaked from Richmond FBI headquarters, FBI field office, saying,
wait, do I understand what you're saying? It's like pro LGBT curriculum in schools, but are you saying like anti-CRT? Because the whole CRT thing is a canard just as much as like the whole, the teachers are indoctrinating our kids thing is a canard, right? There's nobody's teaching CRT in schools. CRT is a class in law school, okay?
watch out and make sure you surveil Catholics who go to traditional mass.
But again, I'm not sure I'm entirely understanding your what you said there, unknown.
Especially Latin masses as potential threats to America.
What? Wait, roll that back. Shakespeare, did you hear what he just said?
Tools to target parents, and now we know Catholics. A recent memo was leaked from Richmond FBI headquarters, FBI field office, saying, watch out and make sure you surveil Catholics who go to traditional masses, especially.
This is a counterterrorism expert here who ostensibly had no problem with the surveillance of mosque done under the name of the War on Terror. And look, if that sounds weird, surveil traditional Catholic masses, right? We're talking about the Latin mass, right? There is actually something there, and it's not what you think, right? It's not about the Latin mass or anything like that. It is about it's a phenomenon that's going on in the modern day alt-right, right? Which we will call the dissident right. I'm going to try to get on, like, people keep saying alt-right. I feel like the alt-right is kind of done and over, but like whatever it was has reconstituted itself as the dissident right. Yo, we got like all kinds of super chats even before I introduce the topics. I am overwhelmed by your support, chat, and trying to keep up with it. So that Thomas Jerome Newton says bloody Gibsonian Sedevacantes. Oh wait, is that what it's called? So anyway, yeah, there's like Nick Fuentes, right, has become synonymous with the phrase Christ is King. He's been talking about Catholicism, but when he talks about Catholicism, he's not talking about the Roman Catholic Church headed by the Pope. He is talking about one of many offshoots of the Roman Catholic Church that doesn't buy into the Roman Catholic Church's attempt to step away from something that was doctrine back in the day, that being sort of the concept of blood guilt, the concept that Jewish people bear a special guilt for having it being involved in the crucifixion of Jesus, right? That was in the Roman Catholic Church of all things, right? Which, you know, if you remember correctly, your scriptures, it was the Romans that actually executed Jesus, right? But you know, the Catholic Church had been kind of like canonically blaming Jewish people for that, right? So at some point they realized that's a bad look, sweaty. We don't want to do that anymore. They stepped away from that, and there were versions of the church that splintered away and said, no, actually, we really do want to do that. Like that felt like it was intrinsic. It was to them to be anti-Semitic for their religion, and because of this dynamic, you've got like a convergence of right wingers going into, like, not people who are raised Catholic. Like, these are very often people that are raised Protestant, right? That then later become traditional Catholics, right? You've heard the phrase trad-cath before. That's what we're talking about, right? So if the FBI had a memo about Latin masses, it wasn't about the reading the mass in Latin. It was about the people that are moving into it, which are the same people that did you know, January 6th, the same people that were in Charlottesville, right? This same alt-right, like it used to be called, that's reconstituted itself as the dissident right, is attracted to a few different churches, right? A few different churches that are perceived as traditional, right? And you know, we're talking about like traditional Catholic churches, and we're also talking about Orthodox churches, which has got to be a weird thing if you're like part of that religion. You know, if you're Orthodox or you're Catholic, and then all of a sudden all these groypers are like coming in, you're like, wow, church never used to be this busy. Like, we got all the pews filled up, you know, but it's groypers. It's little dudes with MAGA hats and red ties that are like, that love Nick Fuentes, and all of a sudden they're taking over your church.
The Latin masses as potential threats to America.
Did Irene cover the H3 video from 2 months ago where Ethan embarrasses Fresh and Fetus? Oh, no, Crotchy. No, do you want me to put that on? Hey, if you've got ideas, we're almost done with this, right? And I'm going to set up next. Okay, so we're going to take a pause. I'm going to talk to chat, and I'm going to set up a vote, right? A vote of what you want after that. We're going to watch the Destiny versus Gorka thing. That's the main event for this show. But I'm open to doing some more content if we can get some, if we can, you know, hit like a certain like sub goal. And I also want the people that are donating to either, you know, giving memberships or subs when you're doing that, or you're super chatting, say what of the content that I've got up there that you want me to cover. So if you've ever watched President Sunday's stream, he's got like he's usually got like a theory squid. It's a theory squid and a drama jellyfish, and people donate and they say, I want the jellyfish, I want the squid, right? They want drama or they want theory. And President Sunday, like, according to like which one fills up fastest, he's got a system somehow, chat. And I don't have a system, but I feel like we need a system. And I feel like I want to have, you know, open it up for a little bit more, you know, what people want to see, like, especially for like the second topic. Like, that's a perfect time to like let you choose the second topic. And let you even put your thumb on the scale if you want to with super chats and membership and stuff like that. So anyway, chat, I'm yapping too much, aren't I?
Not BLM, not Antifa, Catholics. There has been no attack that I know of since I've lived in America that was because of...
I love the idea that the FBI and the three-letter organizations don't have... What are you talking about? There was literally like a section of... Like, they called them black radicals. They did go after BLM. They absolutely went after BLM.
People who went to Latin...
And you think that the fucking three-letter organizations aren't interested in Antifa? Whatever the fuck that means?
Mass as Catholics.
Which is like literally anybody that does direct action. Your congratulations, you're Antifa.
The bayonet.
Anybody who protests, anybody who
inching towards,
who works outside of electoral politics, you are considered Antifa, and you're an enemy of the state.
The sternum of this nation. We can heal after we stop the corruption in this city. The political weaponization of the most powerful government in the world must be stopped. And I'm sorry, Ron DeSantis doesn't have the balls or the maturity to do it.
It's about balls. It's about balls.
The arena for 4 years, 6 years now, who has more potential than anyone to fix it. And to your point about winning, there is we're all political junkies. There's a very disturbing fact in American politics. Between 20 and 32% of the electorate decide who they're going to vote on in a presidential election in the last 8 days, which blows my mind. I mean, you're in a tribe. Yes, you are in a tribe. You're in a tribe as well as I am. We love the West.
What? Wait, what's he saying with this tribe thing? Chat, I don't know anything about these guys' background, but like, wait. Okay, is he just saying of like the pro-Western civilization? So in other words, white supremacy, right? I think that's what he's talking about. Sometimes when guys like Gorka talk about a tribe, especially in a negative sense, they're being anti-Semitic. That can be a dog whistle.
You could go from Jimmy Carter to Reagan in the last week before an election, like kind of flip a coin, like what? My contention, my hope, I can't prove it, is that things will be so bad in 20 months' time that the undecideds, the middle of the road, will vote for President Trump, not because he's MAGA or because he's going to drain the deep state, but because...
Drain the swamp, come on, get it right.
Followed this in England. Recently, we didn't have baby formula in America. We had a baby formula drought. You went to the local, Safeway, and the shelf was empty.
I feel like he's going to tell us that he drinks baby formula as like a dietary...
This is the only nation on God's green earth that...
He's on a baby formula diet, isn't he?
Put 12 men on the moon.
He sucks it out. He gets a bottle and he drinks it out of the bottle. The moon! The moon, chat! He said the moon! Motherfucker said... Moonraker said the moon! He said the moon. Okay, anyway.
We went there 6 times. But we don't have baby formula?
He wants to get back to the moon. He wants to make a base there.
We had a disastrous train accident. Chemical waste. Inferno. It took the government...
Okay, so like this should worry you, right? As far as the continuance of opposition to, the MAGA agenda, Project 2025, etc., by Joe Biden and the Democrats, right? Like the fact that they're willing to give lip service to issues that the Democrats largely ignore should give you pause, should give you concern, right? Because this is how fascism takes over. And Joe Biden being like this ultra moderate centrist that's willing to just like in a snap of a finger throw like asylum seekers under the bus for political points, right? People think that that is a strategy to disempower like far right, political forces by essentially triangulating, and it's anything but, right? They will shamelessly go around you and flank you on the left, or pretend to flank you. I mean, like obviously there's nothing left about these people, but like the fact that like this is one of Trump's operatives. This is one of his dudes. This is one of the brains behind Trump, and I guess he caught some disfavor at one point, but then he came back into the administration under education. And
14 days to go to the site of the disaster, as if the people in this Trump working class district didn't really matter. If you look at inflation, if you look at the incapacity of kids to buy property and start on the ladder.
Look at that. Yeah, he cares about the look, he's pretending that he doesn't hate like college kids, right? He's pretending that he cares about like the buying power of millennials and Gen Z, right? You know that this guy has bitched about avocado toast at some point in his life, but
it's going to get worse. So my hope is it's not cool campaign ads or polite tweets that are going to save us. It's going to be that so many people are going to say, I'm sorry. The pendulum has to swing back.
We'll find out if that happens.
We will.
One last question
Yeah.
before.
Wait, they've got another video. DeSantis will lose to Trump. Dr. Gorka. Anyway. Oh, okay. So they had a longer conversation. This is a 13-minute. Says DeSantis is just Trump's mini-me. Anyway, so that's the whole video. We're not gonna watch that right now because we got to get through this. But I also want to take a look at Destiny's video about this. All right, so this is the debate itself. Like I said, the pendulum must swing. So what do we have so far? Like, people have made suggestions. I am open to those suggestions, right? We're going to watch this debate. At least a good portion of it. It's kind of long. But I want to get a sense of both like how Destiny performs in this debate, where he is willing to cede territory immediately. And that might be a little bit of a whiplash, right? He's debating this Trump guy. You'd think that this would be where Destiny shines. You'd think that this is where you almost forget that Destiny is a bit of a reactionary himself, right? But you'll see, who he's willing to sell out and how quickly in this video. We're going to take a little bit of a look at how he and his audience like views his performance in this video, because that's a little bit shocking too. But first, let's get this. Okay, so somebody said, so I'm making a poll right now. Create a poll. What next is the question. What next? What content next? All right, so Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. That is something that went on a while ago. I watched the debate. I didn't end up covering this, right? But it's pretty interesting. And yeah, Fresh and Fit, they're just being blatantly anti-Semitic, really, really anti-Semitic, right? And there's been a lot of attribution of anti-Semitic sentiment towards people who just don't want the continued genocide to go on in Gaza, right? There's been a false sort of panic about genocide in terms of pro-Palestinian protesters, right? Meanwhile, the real anti-Semites are out there, and they're fucking brazen. They're not holding back anymore. They're not using dog whistles anymore. They are just straight up saying the thing that you're not supposed to say. Thomas Jerome Newton super chats. It's like looking into a funhouse mirror, Mr. Bonnell. Where's the poll? I'm making it. I'm making the poll right now. So I gotta get the things to put into it, right? So that was one thing. Now Shakespeare has been suggesting, what if alt-hist what if alt-hist did a manifesto? I watched it, but it was after the Riley Grace Rochong debate. And that shit just, wait, where are we at? Okay. We are still ahead of hour 2. This is taking me way too long. Oh, congratulations, Catalina Gearbox. At least he doesn't drink actual breast milk. I mean, so you say. So we got what if alt-hist manifesto. That's a possibility too. What are we adding to this? If you mentioned something earlier and I haven't mentioned it, so far I've mentioned Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. This is Fresh and Fit's mask coming off as far as being anti-Semitic. It's pretty hard to deny. At this point, we got the what if alt-hist manifesto, which is a cringe incel writing a manifesto. A cringe incel that thinks he's really smart, writing a manifesto. I don't know how to explain this guy, right? But it's interesting. It's really interesting. Like, it reads like 1,000 Plateaus by Deleuze and Guattari if it was written by someone who was, I don't know, failed out of college in freshman year and is an incel. Like, right? It's like, it's weird. It's disconnected. It's almost like psychedelic in nature. It's non-linear. It's bizarre. He compares America to Billy Joel, right? It's actually kind of interesting. I think Shakespeare is onto something with this What If Alt Hist manifesto. Put me on the poll. I'll come on stream and do a dance to entertain you guys. Ethan realizing people he has to deal with without Hassan. Esoteric, Hitlerian, mystical. There you go. Thomas Jerome Newton's doing a good job of describing What If Alt Hist. Esoteric, mystical, alt-right boy. The United States is Billy Joel. The United States is Billy Joe. Not the guy from Green Day, but the other Billy Joel. The Piano Man. Esoteric, Hitlerian, mystical, woo, bitch boy. That's a good description of What If Alt Hist. So wait, what else do we have? Did anybody else have like suggestions? Because I'm trying to go with chat suggestions, even though I've got some stuff that I'd like to cover. I want to give you a chance to make your suggestions, since we don't do that nearly enough. But we got to make sure the audience is behind it, or if the audience is not behind it, that somebody's willing to bankroll it. So yeah, we're taking a turn towards Professor Sunday. Why am I calling him Professor Sunday? He's definitely not a professor. Let me look in stream suggestions again and see if there's anything that I've been missing. There's the oh god, the Stardust. Should we put this up? The Stardust is anybody interested in watching? Probably, I don't know if you'll be interested in this, but Stardust did make a video essay about Frogan, going after Frogan, and I actually think that despite the fact that it's a pretty obvious attempt by Stardust to turn Frogan into a lolcow, there's no better lolcow than Stardust. I mean, there's very few better. Like Stardust herself ends up being, you know, the cringe. Wait, Natalie just sent me this. From Vorlo. Let's see what this is really quick.
The community noted your ass again. Fuck!
Really? He's actually mad? Wait, I don't even... Oh, run the ad break. Wait, what? That's... Oh, yo! Do you see what Hassan's reacting to? Do you see what Hassan's reacting to here, chat? This man is reacting to the fact that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, right? This is on Twitch, and if you get yourself a sub, you will no longer see that ad break. If you get yourself a sub, you can do it for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do it for $5 by spending $5, or you could possibly be gifted. Oh, Jules says, I want to watch Mooncat's new video, but it's long. Oh, it's 3 hours. Yeah, I saw that too. It looks really interesting. It's definitely a subject that Professor Sunday, right? Yeah, top of the hour ad break. Yeah, you can get out of it for $5 or for free, or possibly through the generous gift of other people in chat. That does happen. That can happen. But it's more likely to happen for you if you're active in the chat. Otherwise, how are they going to know that you don't have a sub? How are they going to even know? YouTube better with no ads. No ads? I mean, like, it depends on, yeah. You can get it so that it's no ads. I can't tell you how to do that, but it is possible. It is possible to skip those ads on YouTube. It doesn't happen, though. I got to mention, right, because this became a controversy the other day, right? It doesn't happen through getting a membership on YouTube. Your membership on YouTube gets you access to exclusive content. Your membership on YouTube gets you the special emotes, and it gets you my undying gratitude as well, right? But one thing it doesn't get you is out of the ad breaks. Luckily on YouTube, the ad breaks are like, usually you can just wait for 5 seconds and press the button and you can get out of the ad break. On Twitch, it's brutal. There's no skip on Twitch, right? You on YouTube do not know what you are, you have YouTube Premium. Yeah, that's one way to take care of it, is through YouTube Premium will get you out of that. And you know what? They actually, funny enough, I get money from people who watch me with Premium. So don't think that you're cutting me out of ad money or anything by getting Premium, right? I'm still getting. I mean, I don't get a lot of money for. I don't get a lot for ad money because I'm a small streamer chick. And there are other ways too that I can't mention on on stream, but some people in chat are mentioning those. Yeah, Mooncat is great. Am I pronouncing Mooncat's name correctly? I only get ads if I play it on my TV. Yeah. With me, it's on my phone. Okay, wait. Somebody suggested something else. I think it was Jules. Some More News has a new video, says Catalina Gearbox. Oh, it's the Mooncat video. Yeah, I don't know if we could put that up there because, like I said, it is 3 hours long. It's a 3-hour tour. She put up the music video from it on her secondary channel. All the context for it is on the main video. Yeah, I think she's talking about like evolutionary psychology and how it's kind of bullshit most of the time. It's a good video. Mooncat. Is it Mooncat? I only suggested. I say Mooncat. Okay, I always want to say Municat, or I always want to make it German somehow, or Dutch. I don't know. But yeah, that's right. You got to remember to run the. That's the community noted his ass. Look at this. The ultimate debate. The ultimate debate.
I talk too much shit. I talk big shit. I talk big shit.
Wow.
And look where it got me. God damn, dude. Fuck. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, which I will be running now. You no longer want to see those ads.
Does chat want me to put at least, okay, does chat want me to put at least part of the Mooncat video? I'm getting like a lot of, it sounds like people really want this, right? Let me see what YouTube chat is saying, regular YouTube chat. Manifesto is 37 minutes long. The Mooncat video is 3 hours long, but I guess we could do a chunk of it, maybe. We're going to do a chunk of this debate. Between all the pausing and everything else it would take. Yo, you say it's a 9-hour endeavor, Sasarai? I don't think you know me as well as you think you do. I feel like if I were to just let myself go on a 3-hour video about evolutionary, is it evolutionary biology or evolutionary psychology? I think it's evolutionary psychology, right? I feel like we might be here for like 24 hours. It might get really ridiculous. Like I might actually stream for as long as YouTube will let until YouTube cuts me off. They're like, you can't have a stream over 24 hours. Do you need a special permission to give community notes? How does that work? Yeah, you have to suggest a community note. You have to be an $8 Andy or Andrea, and you have to pay Elon to be able to suggest it. But you can, even without the Twitter, what is it called? Twitter Premium. Even without the Twitter Premium, you can vote on those, right? So if you see a community note that you think is superfluous, you think that it's wrong, you can click it. See where it says rate it? You can rate it, and if you rate it as like this doesn't need to be here, it'll go away. If you rate it as helpful, it'll stay even if other people are clicking on it and saying that it needs to go away, right? It's that kind of thing. It's Evo Psych, evolutionary psych. More like Evo Psych. Psych. Okay, so we'll put enough people are interested in this Mooncat video that we'll watch maybe a little bit of it if it wins. All right, so Mooncat. I'll just say Mooncat because it's so much easier. So we have one more option that we need to put up. Is there anything? Yeah, GORKA'd's debating. We're gonna watch that in a second. I'm just trying to put up. I want to put up a poll for what to watch next, right? And allow you to maybe even put your thumb on the scale if you want. You can do that by super chatting, by gifting memberships, by gifting subs. But make sure that after you gift the sub, after you give the membership, whatever you do, you say this is for Mooncat, this is for What If Alt Hiss Manifesto, this is for Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. So that's how we're trying to do this the President Sunday thing. We're trying to do the president. I don't want to give Elon money. I wouldn't suggest that you do, Timothy. That's why I don't have the power to suggest community notes. I just think it's really funny that Hassan's community did that to him. They debated him on Twitter, of all places. Yo. That wasn't sound. Renoa the river boat? No, the river boa. What? That is the coolest name. Also, Renoa, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Is that a reference to Final Fantasy VIII by chance? Or am I just completely... Mooncat. Okay, well, there's one for Mooncat already. I haven't even put it up. I haven't... Oh, I gotta write this down, don't I? Let me get this out. Okay, so... We need a text. We need a notepad. Oh yeah, I should put it up on screen, shouldn't I? So like, let's say, 5. Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. What default hist? Ethan versus, wait, no, I already put one down. Mooncat, there we go. Mooncat. And then we need one more. And I'll write down that Mooncat has got $5 in it already. So far, Mooncat is, we haven't even started the poll, and Renoa the River Boa has already put that in the lead. Renoa is my first name. It just happens to also be a character. That must have been so, if you played the game, that's kind of an old game. They did do a remake of it that I meant to play through. But yeah, that's one of the first Final Fantasies that I ever played. That was one of the first Final Fantasies that I ever played, right? That and Final Fantasy X, right? That was like... I like the ones where there's like a relationship, right? Anybody else? Wait, is there always a relationship? Is there always a relationship in Final Fantasy, or do I just think that? Option 4, Loner Box is actually evil by President Sunday? Are there more votes behind that? Shakespeare has just suggested that that I do a reaction to President Sunday's reaction of a loner, or did you want me to just cover the Loner Box video that's in there? Because I do need one more topic to put in the poll. Once we put the poll up, we're gonna move into the debate. The Gorka versus Destiny debate. The reason that you're here in the first place, possibly, never played a Final Fantasy? The video itself, the professor son, oh, the video itself. So you mean the debate? You mean and there's the ad break now. There is the ad break now. Loner Box actually is evil. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Final Fantasy, but it's a dating sim of all the Knights of the Round Table. Summoned from the original Final Fantasy VII? At least it's not the Knights of the Holy Lance from Persona 2. I had enough of that already. Fucking. I am currently learning that Mooncat and Tara Mooney are different people. Yeah, they both have Moon in the name, but they are different. They are different people. And the interesting thing about Tara Mooney is all of her content is written by a cow. Did you know that? Yeah. And the cow might actually appear on stream if people donate to the Patreon. I've heard that's a possibility. The produced by, is the cow her producer, or is the cow her like writer? Maybe both. So we got one. So Loner Box. Who is it? Loner Box versus. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Shakespeare, help me out here. The debate is Loner Box versus, I can't remember their name. Some history channel on YouTube, right? You get those two YouTube essayists confused as well? Nothing is better than bread, butter, and tomato sauce, or gravy, as my Italian family calls tomato sauce. I like Tara's pet of the video segment. Oh, I didn't know Taro did a pet of the video. They either have an English accent or Australian accent or something. Yeah, some kind of accent, right? It's too bad I don't have an accent. Unless I talk like a southern gal. But I don't know. I don't think my southern accent is real. I'm pretty sure. Only my sister's southern accent is real. Even though I feel like I spent more time in the South than she did. Somehow she came out with a. It's because she went to high school in the South, and I went to high school in the Midwest. Is it learning history? I don't remember. I don't think it's learning history. It's something history. I do need one more topic, though. I do need one more topic, chat. Anybody got suggestions? Anybody want to second Shakespeare's suggestion of the Loner Box debate video? So far, we don't have any. I don't think anybody's interested in the Stardust video essay, and I don't blame you. I don't think that Stardust really shines when it comes to as a video essayist. I think that is not in Stardust wheelhouse. Should stay a streamer. I live in the South and I don't have a Southern accent. In fact, I've been told my pretend Southern accent is terrible. That's what I get if I ever go to the South. Because like you know that I can do a Southern accent when it needs it, when I need it, right? I can bust one out. But if I were to do that in front of Southerners, they would say that I'm not good at it. Not like 3 hours interested. We're not going to watch anything for 3 hours, right? We have a limited amount of time here. We have a limited amount of time, and it's limited by, it can be expanded with more donos and more subs, but it's gonna have to like stay like under 6 hours altogether. We are 2 hours into the stream, so yeah, we got to get going. Yeah, there's no way that we're watching like a whole 3 hour. It would be like part of something, right? Or if it's short enough, we can watch all of something. Lonerbox versus History, thank you. So, do we have a second for Lonerbox versus History Speaks? Shakespeare has nominated Lonerbox versus History Speaks. Is anybody else interested in this? Or does anybody else have other possible content to nominate? Today is World Goth Day. We could do something about that. I mean, see, that makes me want to do the like watch videos of goths dancing. I feel like the only times that anything approaching a Southern accent comes out of me is if I say orange, which is how it's supposed to be pronounced. Sometimes I say orange, which is the Southern pronunciation of that word, right? And the other one, right, is if you say lawyer, anything but New Vegas, since I'm going to work. You don't want New Vegas to happen while you're at work. That's understandable. Okay, so far I'm not seeing any seconds of the I'm not seeing any seconds of we can sack Rome for Goth Day, World Goth Day. We need like a second of the Lonerbox versus oh my god, what the fuck, I forgot it already. Ooh, John Duncan's intent video, the conspiracy. Oh wait, we got a request though. Somebody already donated a super chat and said no Destiny. So Destiny's off the menu, and that John Duncan video is about Destiny. So conspiracy theories by Owen Morgan. What do people think about that? Can we get a second for that? Shakespeare's got all the suggestions today. Anybody want a second Shakespeare's nomination of conspiracy theories by Owen Morgan? Owen Morgan, if you don't know, is Telltale. What is their channel called? Telltale something? They were raised as it's like a Jehovah's Witness, maybe? And so they do a lot of stuff about cults. Yeah, Owen Morgan's really good. I would love to do some I would love to talk to Owen Morgan sometime. We need one more video, and then we can get going on the Destiny, we can get going on... Wait, is there a particular Owen Morgan's conspiracy theory video that you have in mind, Shaxby? Because I feel like, doesn't Owen cover a lot of, like, do a lot of videos on conspiracy theories? We haven't decided yet, Omega Star. We need one more thing to nominate. I haven't even put the poll out yet. I just need one more suggestion, and then I promise the stream will get way funner. Because I'll put the poll out, we'll cover Destiny versus GORKA, and then we will potentially cover a second topic of your choice. That's right, I'm giving you the choice today, right? And you can even skew the poll if you want to with your super chats, memberships, subs. If you donate at all, you can donate and then say this goes towards X. And so far we've got $5 towards Mooncat so far. So this is the one. Conspiracy theorists have gone too far. Oh no, there's conspiracies about COVID in here. I just need a second. Does anybody second Shaxby's nomination of conspiracy theorists have gone too far? I just need to know that, like, more people are interested in this. What if alt hist, a video, and Owens are both short? Omega Star says, I'm ready to skew. I'm ready to skew. John Duncan's video is good, but it's not fun. It's kind of theory heavy. His discuss with D is funny. Yeah, so we're gonna get all the D. Okay, so Omega Star has seconded. All right, Owen Morgan conspiracy theory. I always love some Owen Morgan. Telltale. Whatever his name is, he's cool. He's good peep. He's good peep. I'm saying that weird. He's good peep. I really shortened the fuck out of that, didn't I? Yes, he is good peep. Okay, Owen Morgan. Morgan conspiracy. Yes. All right, there we go. So chat, we got Ethan. That's Ethan Klein, not Ethan Ralph or any other Ethan. Ethan Klein versus Fresh and Fit. Talking all kinds of shit. Like, that one's a really good one. One's a really strong one. Fresh and Fit are anti-Semitic, but they're still trying to hide their power level while at the same time, suggesting like a video that basically is Holocaust revisionist and it's like a pro-Hitler video, but they're like, no, we're not racist. We're not racist. No, we're not anti-Semitic. What are you talking about, Ethan? Right? So that's a pretty good video. We got What If Alt Hist Manifesto. That is a very cringe video, but also a very good video. We got Mooncats. Evo Psych. Okay, and we'll only be able to watch a little bit of that because that's a long video. But then we got Owen Morgan's conspiracy. Let's go. We got 4 nominations. I put them up on the short stream. Let me now. Mooncat and Owen Morgan's conspiracy. And again, if you donate, you have a chance to put your thumb on the scale and skew the poll. All right, that can happen, but it can only happen if you say the you make the donation or give the gift sub or gift subs, and then you say like, this goes to Mooncat, this goes to Owen Morgan conspiracy. So that's how we're doing it. We're trying to steal President Sunday's. What? President Sunday's like, we're trying to steal his Oh my god, what would Austin Powers say? We're trying to steal his mojo. Yeah, we're gonna steal Sunday's mojo. How about that? How about that? We steal Sunday's mojo. What next is the question? Boom. And then we've got Ethan versus Ethan H3, just so people know what we're talking about, versus Fresh and Fit. We've got what if alt hist. What if alt right? Hist manifest incel manifesto. We've got Mooncat on EvoPsych. EvoPsych spelled like that. And we've got Owen Morgan conspiracy video. All right, we are off. Thank you, chat, for helping me out with that. All right, like, look, we're gonna get a system. It's gonna be more seamless. I don't want to have to spend like an hour, putting together our choices every day, but I do want to give you some kind of choice. I do want to give you the chance to nominate content and even put your thumb on the scale if you think you can skew the poll with money. You definitely can. You definitely can skew the poll with money. So here we go. We got 2 polls. I want to put this on Twitch too, but the polls work differently on Twitch, don't they? I don't even know how to make a poll on Twitch, do I? I think it's /poll. Okay, question. What next? Responses, Ethan H3 versus Fresh and Fit. What if alt hist manifesto? Mooncat, EvoPsych, Owen Morgan conspiracy. Duration. Oh my god, the longest. Oh no. Oh no. You can only go 10 minutes with a Twitch poll. That sucks. I wish you could just like leave it open. Anyway, we'll do a 10-minute poll on Twitch too if people on Twitch want to vote. There we go. Start poll. All right, there's your poll. There's your poll. So, like I said, today's stream is about Gorka. It is about. But now there are freaking communists invading radicals. Thank you for invading into my chat. Also, Omega Star, thank you for the gift membership. To Daymal, who I'm sure will appreciate that. Do you want to put your thumb on the scale, Omega Star? You have the chance. When you donate, if you donate like memberships or subs or super chat or anything, just say what you want it to go to, and I will put like that amount of money to. Daymal just went to sleep, unfortunately, but I'm sure Daymal. This will be a nice thing to wake up to. Owen, okay, so we got to vote for Owen. Put I think $2.99 to Owen. Is that right? Is that how much Weird Champ tier is? I think that's right. So yeah, so far Mooncat is ahead with Owen Morgan in second place. What if alt hiss and Ethan versus Fresh and Fit have not had any thumbs on the scale just yet. But we got a whole long segment of Destiny, Gorka, and more to get through. So here we go. Actually, I kind of want to watch the Destiny version of this for a second. Destiny, Gorka. Locals? What the fuck? Why did it say locals? Deputy assistant accuses Destiny of blood libel in heated debate. I just want to watch this for a second because this is going to give us. This is going to give us. This is going to give us a sense of what Destiny and his community thought of the debate. So we'll watch the first part of the debate with Destiny, and because I just want to point out some stuff that he's like definitely missing. Like he comes up so short on this, almost got swept into the shorts chat.
Focus on the issue. Come on.
No, this is.
We had 2 super chats for What If Alt Hist. Let me check.
Give us the facts.
Because this is
an area where you can win. But give us the facts.
Garbage. There were no military operations in Crimea, in Ukraine, or on the border.
Crimea was captured. The whole thing is a military operation.
True. Correct. That is right. Notice how he doesn't counter what I'm saying. Wait, why do these guys touch each other so much? There's too much touching here. I'm uncomfortable with this. Even as a bisexual man, the amount of touching that's going on at this side of the table is driving me crazy, and it's making me uncomfortable. I should have wore a gayer shirt for this. Every single time this guy opens his mouth to respond to anything, there is no factual analysis. There is no substantive disagreement. It's just narrativizing and storytelling.
How do you not look at these three things?
I support spreading the knowledge of my acolyte what I full fist.
Okay, so wait, we got so I'm counting $2 plus oh my god. It told me it was it told me how much that was. We'll put $9. I think that's correct me if I'm counting wrong. We'll put $9 for What If Alt Hist. What If Alt Hist takes the lead, right? $5 behind Mooncat and $2.99 behind, or we'll just make that $3 to make it simple. We're going to round people up tonight because I'm feeling generous. So $3 behind Owen Morgan Conspiracy. Ethan and Fresh and Fit have still not got any thumbs on the scale for that. So if you wanna put your thumb on there, it's your chance to boost that content. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome. Did I miss any? Here, let's change back to live chat so I can see if somebody says that I missed anything.
Like, wow, where is the response to this? We should be talking about whether or not we think Donald Trump is a bigger than Hunter Biden. That should be the thing. We've seen Hunter Biden's. Why can't we see Trump's?
Will you just shut up for 2 minutes?
So hold on a second. First of all,
it's almost like a bloodline.
Does he really want? Be careful what you ask for, Destiny. Be careful what you ask for. That could get leaked, right? Can you imagine if you go to Twitter one day and all of a sudden Twitter's just spammed up with Trump's dick? I don't think that's a good thing.
Well,
oh my God!
Given that Biden is the incumbent, Stephen, do you want to start us off?
Yeah.
Why is he good?
I think that Biden is a good president because I think that he's shown that he's willing to defend and strengthen our institutions. I think that the United States is only as strong as the institutions that...
Oh, that was supposed to be read in the Gorkula? Let me try. I support spreading the knowledge of my acolyte. What if Alt Hist? Oh, I see. That was the Gorka voice.
That we have. You can have parchment guarantees from constitutions that say you're afforded XYZ rights, or you're guaranteed in the United States to be able to do some particular things. But at the end of the day, if we don't have a government telling you that the food is safe, or this medicine is safe, or your car is not going to explode at the end of the day, I think that none of those things actually matter. The parchment guarantees. So I think that Biden has done a really good job at kind of reaffirming our institutions, whereas I feel like Trump was a bit more negative towards them. The second thing is I think Biden has done a really good job.
And remember, if the video that you like is not winning, you can always stop the steal by voting in chat, right? The chat also counts. I'll try to like somehow weigh that together.
At being able to actually
remember when Jinka and Destiny debated?
Bring different people in Congress together.
When was it? Wait, when did was that on Pierce Morgan, Omega?
To pass legislation. I think that bipartisanship is really important right now, considering how divided we are. You've got things that Trump said about infrastructure for 4 years that never got done. The closest we got to infrastructure building in the United States under Trump are tariffs, which are basically just taxes on our own citizens, whereas Biden was able to pass the the IRA and the CHIPS Act, which both have like fostered a ton of new manufacturing that's been happening in the United States, which I think is really cool because we're finally building stuff again. And then I think that the foreign policy under Biden, I think that our aims right now are a lot more noble than they were under Trump. I think that regardless of your feelings, our participation with supporting Ukraine against Russia or supporting Israel against the situation in the Middle East is a lot more defensible than endless drone wars that we're trying to hide in Yemen, fighting in Syria, whatever other, the photo opportunities with North Korea, the back and forth with Iran, whatever kind of.
Yeah, he just said that our foreign policy initiatives under Biden are so much more noble. Now, look, I don't like either Trump's or Biden's foreign policy. And you know that under Trump, Israel's getting everything they want. So that's almost like something that Biden and Trump are like dapping on, right? I don't know that there's a meaningful difference between Trump and Biden as far as Israel-Palestine goes.
Like mixed bag of undermining the United.
Am I sick? Your voice sounds a bit scrappy. It's probably just because we're using lapel mics and they're just whatever. It's the mic tuning.
Really? Are lapel mics that bad? Like these are lavalier mics, right? I didn't know that they were dog shit.
Maybe the compression. Maybe August compressed this video.
Yeah, American foreign policy is generally dog shit.
States Trump was involved in when it came to U.S. foreign policy under him. So those would be my three big ones. I think defensive institutions, ability to bipartisanly pass legislation, and then more noble foreign policy aims.
Perfect. I will come back to you to probe at some of those things. Seb, what's your case for Trump?
He loves America. He doesn't hate America. It's really that.
Something that's funny is that if you watch me prepare for this debate by watching literally one video of his, which was his conversations that he had, or was it a debate or the resolution stuff that he did?
You watched one video of GORKA'd, and that was your preparation? Cue coping and seething. Do I need to get coping and seething up there? Bipartisanly, yeah. He watched one video, chat. We've already watched, I swear to God, like 7 videos of GORKA, right? And that's not even counting the Chapo stuff, which I think is also strangely on point. Oh, look at this. Owen Morgan's conspiracy only has $3 behind it as far as the money board, but on the poll board, it is pulling out in front of Ethan versus Fresh and Fit in terms of votes. We got 20 votes in Shorts chat so far. Make sure to vote for what you want to, because even though the influence of money in politics is there, right? Even though people can put their thumbs on the scale by super chatting, by donating, by gifting subs or whatever, you can still swing it back with your votes, right? You can be a populist. Please don't do that. Did he just?
But I find it strange.
He basically uses the exact same.
So this is what he watched. Oh wait, what was that? Come on. Did he get an ad? What's going on here? Oh my God. Okay. I gotta scroll this back. He's gonna pop his mouth again. Sorry, I hate that.
But I find
Sebastian Gorka explains why America and the world needs President Trump back in. Oh, this is at Oxford. This is his So this is what he watched. He watched Seb Gorka's Oxford speech. And he thought that's all he needed to do.
He basically uses the exact same talking points. I don't know if, I guess I use a lot of the same talking points, but it's funny because he repeats them almost verbatim.
See, here's the thing, right? You got the talking points, you got the issues that you're covering, but you also have the man himself. And as a debate lord, you should know that look, I mean, like everybody says that they don't like to do ad homs, but come on. If you're not doing ad homs in a cloak and dagger kind of way, you're not really trying.
Simple.
You got to kind of jab him under the table with ad homs. Some deep iceberg type research, you kind of need it for this guy. This guy's deep. This guy's unfortunately playing like 12-dimensional chess. Again, remember, chat, remember who we're dealing with here. Remember who this guy really is, right? We're talking about a James Bond villain against a Wikipedia clown. An absolute Wikipedia clown. Omega Star, am I to understand that this Weird Champ gift is to go to is this for Owen Morgan, I'm guessing, since your last one was? Weasel. Sticking with Owen. Okay, if you change your mind, let me know. I'll just assume that you're sticking with Owen unless otherwise stated. So yeah, Owen's in second place now on the Money Talks poll. Oh wait, I should put this up on.
He loves America. He doesn't hate America. It's really that simple. And he understands the institutions are either broken or corrupt. And he's not a member of the political.
So Destiny's all like, what's good about Biden? He maintains our institutions. And Gorka's like, what's good about Trump? He wants to break our institutions. Which, I mean, this is a read the room kind of issue, right? And I don't think Destiny's reading the room, right? Hillary, in the same way that the Democrats that picked Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders failed to read the room in 2016. Almost said 2016. Anyway, 2016. I feel like Destiny is likewise not reading the room and not reading the fact that our institutions don't work. Our institutions let Trump in for one. In fact, specifically, the Electoral College is the institution that allowed Trump to be president once. I don't know. I feel like that. God, he's really like. There's something kind of just asynchronous about his rhetoric here.
He wasn't in politics for 47 years like the current incumbent in the White House. He is not part of the quote-unquote political elite that clearly detests our nation and Judeo-Christian civilization. There's a reason that working-class Americans from across the nation voted for him in 2016. There's a reason that recently in Harlem, we saw what? We saw a black 10-year-old child chant out, "We love you, Trump," which was then picked up by all the adults around that young boy.
Like, it's hard for me when I think of like things I need to counter, because I'm like, this is so obviously sounds fucking stupid. Are we really going by like the one interaction? Like, is this convincing to anybody? Like, is this a serious argument, right?
Look, listen, like, here's what I'll tell you. If you want to live by the anecdote, which sometimes Destiny does, you're going to die by the anecdote as well, right? That's an anecdote that he's trying to use, like, this, the singular incident, right? The singular piece of video to symbolize how black people feel about Trump and how America feels about Trump, right? He's getting a lot in there, right? This also drives home the message that Joe Biden's support amongst, constituencies.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $6.18. The old world is dying, and the new world struggles to be born.
This is the time of monsters. Yes, yes. Wait, your last one was for What If Alt Hist. Is this one for What If Alt Hist as well, Thomas Jerome? Because if so, What If Alt Hist is just gotten into a commanding lead. I'll go ahead and put that in the column for What If Alt Hist.
Now, PhD political science, really?
You Trump, which was then picked up by all the adults around that young boy because they see in that man authenticity. He's not a machine career politician. He's not somebody with 21 shell companies funneling money from communist China, Russia, the Ukraine into his sons.
Wait, he is okay. I think I'm pretty sure Destiny will mention this, but yeah, Trump has his conflict of interest as well. Through his kids, there's a huge emoluments issue. There's a huge issue with the family businesses like the hotels in terms of foreign officials that are patronizing those, right? And there's also the mystery box of like, how much is this guy in hawk and to who? Is it Saudi Arabia? Is it Russia? We kind of don't know, but we do know that Trump is a flailing, his businesses are failing, his assets are flailing, and that somebody's propping him up. Trump is a very compromised individual. Whatever you want to say about Burisma and Hunter Biden, right? It pales in comparison to the conflicts of interest that Trump and his family represent. I think Destiny will get this one, though.
Dodgy dealings and then into the Biden family. He has authenticity and he loves America. The first time I met him, I've told this story.
You're running out of weasels over here?
I grew up in the UK. It was a very different culture for me to meet this reality TV star in his, golden tower in New York. But within 30 seconds of sitting down with this man, I realized two things. He loves America and he hates political correctness. That is the antithesis of the political class, whether it's rhino fake Republicans or the institutionalized Democrats. And that's why he's trouncing.
Look, this political correctness shit has been going since the 1990s. Like, if the, center-left, Democratic Party coalition wants to justify their dominance over our electoral politics on, the left side of electoral politics, right? They need to come up with something, because this is fucking cringe that in 2024, this guy is able to say political correctness, right? He's going to say wokeness, right? You gotta make fun of this shit. You gotta you gotta start, debating is not just about getting your points in order, well, actually I think that the institutions are very important in our country and blah 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 blah. You gotta be able to fucking make this guy the lol cow that he is, because it's not hard. We're talking about Sebastian Gorka. Remember this guy. Remember who this guy is, right? Understand that, right? He gives you a great opportunity to use him as a symbol of all that is unserious, all that is monstrous about Trump. He's giving it to you through his presence, through himself representing the Trumpian point of view. You gotta exploit that, Destiny. You gotta exploit that.
Biden in every significant poll in America. People see a man who understands America has lost its way.
Omega Star says, I'm running out of weasels here. Anybody want to help Omega Star out in pushing the Owen Morgan conspiracy video? I'm trying to keep tabs on everything, right? We got Shorts is 46% voting for Owen Morgan. So there's definitely some popular support behind the Owen Morgan conspiracy video, even if
the elite.
I'll try to weigh those things together.
Trade American, especially American workers, and we need to fix it. That's why.
And is it really true that the Biden and the people around him hate America? I mean, isn't that an extraordinary claim to make, Seb?
It is. It's kind of perverse, but if you look at everything they've done for the last 3.5 years, answer the question thusly. What else would you do for...
Do you always notice the cameras and lighting when you do these things to get ideas for podcasts? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Pretty much always checking out cameras and lighting now, yeah. But I see how most people set things up. It's pretty standard, yeah.
3.5 years, if your ostensible goal was actually to destroy America, what would you do differently? Nothing.
I'm checking out the other poll, the main YouTube channel poll. Ethan and H3 are ahead with Owen Morgan and What If Alt Hiss tied for second. It's very close match in the YouTube in the main YouTube video.
Borders.
How's Twitch doing?
I like these synthetic shots.
The greatest state-sponsored terrorism in the world.
I mean, do you see what he's doing? He's kind of concentrating on the way that this podcast is run, because he does a podcast himself and he's trying to, I don't know. It's like you should be concentrating more on not getting owned by Seb Gorka.
Oh, that's really cute. Oh, wait, look.
Oh, look at this. This is a beautifully composed synthetic shot right here.
This.
Look at that. Look at that. It looks like his hand's touching me. It's so cute.
So this shot is
what the fuck?
Of two other shots that they have cut together, but they've faded one into the other. I wonder how they make this look as it does, because his hand, it almost looks like he's in my frame. That's cute. I think the synthetic shots are better than the wides.
It's a dither. It's a dither, you ditherstony.
Although in this case, the wide...
Does he not understand the dither?
Kind of works because they've got the lighting set up on both. They've got the blue and the red, and then they've got a guy in the middle. So the white here is okay, although the white is a significantly worse shot than...
Oh my God, he's so boring.
Normal 2, and then even the synthetic, I think, yeah.
Goal was actually to destroy America. What would you do differently? Nothing. You'd open the borders. You'd give billions of dollars to the greatest state-sponsored terrorism in the world, Iran, that every Friday chants death to America. You'd undermine our relationship with our closest ally in the Middle East.
Joshua says, Jesus cherishes you. Thank you, Joshua. Gorka cherishes you.
Israel, stop sending them the weapons they need.
The wide is really low. True, but it's probably because they don't. If it goes any higher, it'll hit the lights or whatever on top. Yeah.
To save themselves from the bloodthirsty jihadists that killed more Jews than we've ever seen since the end of the show, at the end of the Holocaust. You'd make it harder for Americans to live their lives. When on the first day of the Biden administration, you ban the XL Keystone Pipeline extension. You say no more fracking, no more energy exploration on federal lands. And what do we have? We go from $1.80 a gallon of petrol to now we have in California.
What are you writing down when he's talking? Just key points. It's usually stuff he's writing down that I want to address. So if he says something, I'll write it down. I could probably upload my note. That'd be kind of a meme. That'd be kind of funny. Because I'm just on an iPad, I could scroll down. I usually wipe and redo it. But I'm usually just writing down like a thing he'll bring up and then 1 or 2 words to respond to it. So if somebody says like Trump, he says like Trump loves America. I might write down like loves America and then underscore like hates immigrants or something. I might like write, this is an example. I might like write something like that down. So then when I'm reading it and giving an answer back, I'm incorporating.
Okay, so in reality, the price of oil has a lot more to do with decisions made by OPEC than it does with the United States president. There are things that the United States president does that affects oil prices, but I don't think that we should be making decisions about like Ukraine, for instance, based on oil prices or like, you know, sanctions against Russia, like etc. I mean, this is a little bit of a canard.
Everything.
And also, like, here's the other thing, right? We're living in an era where countries like China are making huge advances in renewable energy. Are we really going to be stuck talking about oil prices here? Like, if you want to talk about inflation and you want to talk about like real wages and stuff like that, like that's more productive. But instead, we're going to talk about gas prices, and I'm guessing that all Destiny's going to say is the president doesn't control the gas prices, which is true.
Said in my answer.
You could say the same thing about the economy. You could say the same thing about a lot of, you know, inflation. I mean,
California, $6. When you're a man who lives on how much it costs to put a full tank of gas in your car, if you're a worker, if you're a plumber, if you're a carpenter, you've crushed tens of millions of people. That is only possible.
No, you crush tens of millions of people when you allow the automobile and petrol lobbies to own policy to such a degree that you can't get any meaningful public transportation. That people have to rely on, you know, giant fucking cars to get them from place to place, right?
If you hate the nation in which you live, think of this thing. It's set up by one person.
And when we're talking about the when we're talking about the tariffs, when we're talking about like Trump's, you know, policy, right? Trump's policy, and unfortunately, God, I can't even use this for Biden. I can't even use this for Biden because Biden's kind of like giving up the game on this one too, right? Biden is also trying to make it harder for, you know, for instance, Chinese electric vehicles to be imported. But we need to, you know, by hook or by crook, get to a more renewable centric energy policy, right? But Biden has largely given up on that, though, like even compared to somebody like Obama.
Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Sebastian. Listen to Biden's former boss. 5 days before he became president, he said, "We are going to fundamentally change this nation." I know you're a married man, Konstantin. Mm-hmm. Don't tell your wife you want to fundamentally change her because she won't believe you love her. You'll be on the couch or in the doghouse, okay? You don't love that.
So America's like a wife and the president is like a husband. And in order to let the wife know that he loves her, the president must not say that he wants to fundamentally change the country, even if we're in a situation that's absolutely unsustainable. You got to pretend like we're not. You got to be like this, the dog in that This Is Fine cartoon.
Which you wish to fundamentally change, and that's what the left has become.
Well, there you go. I'm getting marital advice as well. Stephen, there's quite a lot there. I'm going to come back to some of the points you made in your opening and let Seb probe them as well. But there was a lot there. Do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with almost every part. I think that I don't think Trump loves America. I think it's pretty obvious that Trump loves himself. I think
Yeah, Teslas blow up.
even Trump.
That's what America's counting on for EVs is like luxury vehicles that don't even work from Elon Musk.
Fans will admit that Trump is more in love with himself than any other individual entity that exists on this planet. I always think it's really funny. I think one of the most interesting things that happened with conservatives.
We need EVs, but Chinese EVs are not very reliable. They blow up all the time. I don't know if that's you know, something. Yeah, like Thomas is saying, you don't get out of that with Teslas. You just limit who can afford an EV.
Is this idea that they found a common man who's not a part of the elite to champion their causes, and it happened.
You got the contrapositive wrong, by the way. If you ever want,
Yeah,
contrapositive is when
this is another example of a big word that Destiny likes to use to I guess you could say virtue signal intelligence that he doesn't actually fully understand the meaning of. And this is not just a Destiny thing. All right, I'll let him off a little bit because Vosh does this way worse. Vosh is like famous for, like, Vosh will do straight up malapropisms, which is when he kind of knows like a big word and he wants to use it to impress his audience, but he doesn't know the word well enough to disambiguate it fully from another word. So he's using like kind of like a combination of two different words. And to his audience, it just sounds like he's hella smart, right? Because they don't know any different. They don't call him on it. But, you know, it's just like to anybody who does reading, it's a bit of a tell.
when you're reversing.
But yeah, this is a debate bro thing. Not just a Destiny thing.
Parts of the same, right? Like if I say all, like if I were to say like all men.
Marital advice? Was that a secret dig? Yo! Yeah, that was the person that said marital advice was Constantine from Triggernometry. Yeah, okay, so, chat, this is bad. Okay, in my headcanon, Triggernometry was a couple, but I'm guessing that's not right. Like GORKA'd talking about he's married and he's got a wife. I thought they were like together. Did I just completely miss that? Anyway.
Love war. The contrapositive of that would be...
That was just my headcanon, apparently.
All women hate war, right? That's a contrapositive? Or am I using that incorrectly?
Happens to be a billionaire real estate.
Yeah, I just mean that Trump's... Look, if you're going to use like anything like tariffs or you know, trade policy, it should be in service of demanding a certain standard of labor rights and a certain standard of environmental responsibility in you know, in countries that we trade with, right? The United States could use its massive economy as a incentive to, you know, for better working conditions, for you know, better pay for workers. Unfortunately, though, like the U.S. sucks as far as our working conditions. The U.S. sucks as far as our environmental regulation. So, you know, we're not going to really do that. But yeah, this is
mogul from New York City that was essentially born with a silver spoon. I think that's incredibly interesting. When you talk about like,
wait, no, it doesn't work like that. Contrapositive. You reverse the consequent. Would it be all men hate war, no men love war? Would that be a contrapositive? Contraposition. Hold on. Contraposition refers to the inference of going from a conditional statement into its logically equivalent contrapositive. Oh. Oh, never mind. I've been using this. Ignore every single time I've ever said contrapositive ever then.
Or maybe don't use words that you don't understand the meaning of. I don't know.
Okay. So if I say like, all women love Destiny, the contrapositive of that would be no women hate Destiny, right?
Silver spoon. I think that's incredibly interesting. When you talk about like, I mean, we could go into family stuff. I think it's interesting that people are so critical about Hunter Biden when Kushner is signing multi-billion-dollar.
Okay, so he did get the
Kushner was working in.
Hold on, but that's whataboutism, right? That's not like Hunter Biden could be a bad guy and Jared Kushner could be doing whatever you say he's doing. Those are not
Sure, I'm not. It's not a whataboutism because it's not a defense of Hunter. I think it's more remarking that it's interesting what conservatives that are fans of Trump are selectively skeptical of. That if Biden had created a position in the White House for his son Hunter to work.
I shouldn't use the word interesting. I should say that it points to faulty reasoning. That's what I should say more specifically.
Under, and then he had sent his son to go and negotiate on behalf of the United States, and then afterwards his son was signing multi-billion-dollar deals for companies that he worked with. This is like Burisma, but 100 million times worse because it's in the official capacity as a government worker while being related to a president who didn't divest.
I guess all I'm saying, sorry to interject, I really want you to get the time, but I just, that argument could be played the other way. If Donald Trump had had a son like Hunter Biden who was doing what Hunter Biden did, everyone on the left would be outraged too, right?
So now this is really weird, right? Because Destiny is correctly undermining a talking point of Republicans. The fact is that there's not the kind of interest, there's not the kind of attempt to, make the, this is part of the lowered standard for Trump. Trump has been able to successfully lower the standard for himself to such a degree that he gets away with stuff that if it was done by the other party, if it was done by Biden, it would absolutely get noticed, right? His, they've sort of trained their, look at somebody oh my God, I'm trying to think of an example, right? You can find Republicans who had sex scandals back in the day and they got taken out of office. And maybe even there was a Democratic governor and the replacement ended up being a Democrat. So the Republicans lost something by that. But, they had their, family values thing. They were, at least consistent on that. And so when somebody violated that norm, then they would put enough pressure on this person to, force them to leave office, right? The Democrats, with Al Franken, you could see something similar there. But the modern day Republican Party does not do that. The modern day Republican Party would rather have a George Santos who everything about him is a lie than risk, replacing that guy with a Democrat, right? So and you'll say the same is true about the Hunter Biden and Jared thing, right? The Hunter Biden stuff is it reflects poorly on Hunter. It doesn't actually reflect poorly on Biden. There's not actually conflict of interest there. There's not corruption there. There's not anything like that. All right. It's just a dude that loves to suck toes and smoke crack and whatever else Hunter Biden does. Right. But Hunter Biden is not running for president. Right. Meanwhile, Jared Kushner and Donald Trump's family actually do have conflicts of interest in a myriad of ways. But because that's been normalized to such a point, and because the Republicans would never give a fuck about it because it makes them lose if they grant that this is problematic, if they grant that this is conflict of interest, then their, the stock of their president goes down. So therefore they just shove their fingers in their ears and they go nah, and refuse to listen, right? Whereas the Democrats are kind of wait a minute, is there something going on with Hunter Biden? Is there something that we should worry about? So some Democrats are they praise Hunter Biden at this point to own the conservatives, but the fact is that the scandals related to Hunter Biden are very much questions of Hunter's character, not of Joe's character. And if anything, in looking into this, we see a father that just cares about his son, not a father that's using his son to funnel illegitimate money or anything like that, right? It's basically so it's just really weird that what this guy does is he doesn't have any problem with what GORKA says about Hunter Biden, right? But then when Destiny tries to bring up that there's a hypocrisy in this, isn't that just both sidesism? And look, if you don't bring up the fact that there's actually not a scandal, there's not a Joe Biden scandal behind any of the Hunter Biden scandals, right, then there you go. You're out of that trap. But Destiny is not quite as quick, and he's not thinking on his feet as well as he would like to claim. So here we go.
So you could play many people on the left talking about Kushner that much, considering how crazy those deals are.
I mean, people have talked about it less. It's true.
Sure.
Anyway,
I shouldn't.
Gee, I wonder why. Come on, please, Destiny. Just point out why. Point out the inconsistency. It's so easy.
Significantly less. To pretend that talks about Kushner were anywhere near the level as the obsession with Hunter. Actually, has Kushner ever been brought up in any congressional things with Democrats? Maybe he has and I've just missed it, but the talk is nowhere near equivalent.
there's a huge emolument. There's been a huge emoluments issue with Trump since the very beginning, right? Trump is just straight up corrupt, and the Republicans have accepted it. And so the Democrats don't push on it. Whereas they you know, if they can show you Hunter Biden and suggest some kind of corruption there, they get mileage off of this. And you know, this is the media's fault too. When I'm talking about the lowered standard between like Trump and Biden or whoever the Democrats end up running, I mainly blame the media. The media loves to be able to call the horse race, like, and to have it be a horse race, right? The media hates it when the facts are like, yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's some problems with this candidate here. You know, there's some things that aren't great about this candidate, but holy shit, this candidate is just a mess of fucking scandals. But when they say that, they sound biased. And they take the criticism from the Fox Newses of the world as like, oh my God, they're calling us biased. What are we going to do? Oh, I know. For every one thing bad we say about Biden, we're going to say one thing bad about Trump. And if there's like 11 things that we completely miss, well, then I guess we're just going to not mention those, right? We're just going to let that slide. Yeah, it's very much the fault of the media and the way that they've absolutely gotten played. I mean, Fox News is not only the highest rated like cable news, right? It is driving the media narrative of the media sphere. When Obama tried to kick Fox News out of the press briefings, and they were immediately defended by the legacy media, right? I mean, right there, like they sort of did themselves in, and now they're in a position where they are playing second fiddle to this massively corrupt propaganda channel that is, you know, and granted, like the corporate news channels have their own kind of propaganda, but it's more like establishment propaganda. It's bipartisan propaganda. It's Morning Joe propaganda as opposed to the Fox News style of propaganda.
Hunter Biden, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has pictures of him in Congress. I don't know if you saw that. In terms of like,
dude, if you want to talk about Hunter's dick and Marjorie Taylor Greene's obsession with it, say it with your chest. It feels like Destiny's a little bit intimidated here.
what would you do if you wanted to make the country worse? I mean, I can think of several things. I would encourage my supporters to lead an insurrection on the Capitol. I would try to say that the election results weren't real. I would claim that the election was fake before even coming into office, which he did before his first term. I'd probably start to gain notoriety or popularity in the political world by suggesting that the current president was born in Kenya, not the United States. A lot of people forget, but that's how Trump initially picked up his popularity. It was with the birth.
Now that shit is memory hold. And well, I mean, I agree with Destiny that yeah, he's right. This is how Trump got the eye of the right wing, and particularly like the know nothing. I shouldn't use the word know nothing. That was actually actual party in the U.S. Let's say the reality averse element of the Republican Party, right? Trump very much came to their attention through backing the batshit Orly Tate's, theories about Obama being secretly Kenyan.
Certificate stuff with Barack Obama. I think that when you talk about like wanting to fundamentally change this country, I don't think Biden wants to do that. I think Biden genuinely loves the United States. I look at somebody like.
So do you see how he's ceded ground here? He's basically given in to Gorka's proposition that to love the country is to not have any design to fundamentally change it. To love the country is to sit in a house on fire and say this is fine, and Destiny just eats it up.
Donald Trump, who undermines basically every single part of this country, whether it's the legal and judicial system, whether it's trust in the voting process, whether it's NATO, whether it's U.S. Impressions or the U.S. reputation abroad. I think that Trump fundamentally has no respect for any part of this country. That's why he suggested suspending the Constitution so that he could look for voter fraud. It's why before getting elected, he said that people that burn the flag are one of our most important First Amendment protected rights, should have their citizenship stripped from them, which is insane. And I would also probably try to undermine the current sitting president and the current sitting Congress by telling them that they're not allowed to get things done on the border, because if we keep that as a real problem, it'll help me in the next election cycle, which is why we weren't able to pass any bipartisan border legislation to actually fix the asylum problem that we have right now that the current government's hands are tied on.
Despite the fact that it was so similar to the last Republican bill. I should have added that down, but.
Ted?
I just, most of that is just absolutely risible. He loves himself more than anything, any other human being on the planet. Yeah, that's why he's facing
Wait, risible?
30 years in prison.
What is this word?
Because he wants to be president again.
Okay, so he said risible. That's absolutely risible. If you describe something as risible, you mean it is ridiculous and does not deserve. So to say that Trump is narcissistic is ridiculous? Does not deserve to be taken seriously? No, you refuse to engage on it because it's absolutely true and it's clear as day. That is the most uncontroversial statement in the world. If you really want to make this argument, Seb Gorka, you got to say that, yeah, he may be, you got to look at it. You got to do the flawed messenger thing. Yeah, he's into himself, but he's been so successful, and he's got all. I mean, this is bullshit, right? But there's a way that you could do this. Just saying that it's laughable to. Oh my gosh, to think that. Oh no, watch where he goes with this though. I think I kind of pause fucked him a little. Let's see where he goes with this because I think this is going to be even better.
Gone off. Back to his private life, running his business.
So if he was really narcissistic, if he was really only in it for Trump, right? Sebastian Gorka says that Trump would not run for president in 2024. He would go back to his fortune. He would go back to his businesses. Again, this is like selling the lie that Trump is a successful businessman. He is not. He's very much propped up on loans that he is not a good credit risk for, right? He's very much the puppet of the people that are propping his business up, right? But he's selling this lie that Trump is this is the essential lie of Trump, right? This is how Trump gets anywhere in his life at all, right? He was a somewhat successful real estate mover and shaker in the 80s for a while. And then he made some really bad investments and they blew up in his face, and his business turned from whatever he was doing in real estate to essentially branding, right? Because of the association of Trump with wealth, because of the scandalously shitty journalism in the United States during the 1980s that sort of focused on this millionaire playboy, this incredibly successful socialite. He was like the Paris Hilton of his day, right? But imagine Paris Hilton with a business degree that is seen as being incredibly successful and the model of wealth and the model of success and all that shit. These are lies about Donald Trump. Donald Trump may not even be a billionaire. Every time that Donald Trump has to put up or shut up, there's less in the coffers than Trump wants to represent it as, right? So in a lot of ways, Trump is the emperor with no clothes, but he wants to sell this idea that no, he would go back to his successful businesses. He would be an incredibly successful businessman. He would just rake in all this cash and he would never have to worry. If he didn't run for president, in other words, this is what Gorka's saying. If Trump didn't run for president again, there would be no prosecutions of him. That is bullshit, right? And if Destiny misses this, I'm going to lose even more respect for him. That is utter fucking bullshit. The only way that Trump will escape his many, many legal cases against him, right? Particularly the criminal ones, right? Is if he gets elected president again. If he can run out the clock on enough of the criminal cases that nothing bites him in the ass super hard, nothing interferes with him, running for president, which is kind of likely to happen, and then he wins, right? When he wins, he can, start to pardon people. He can do it. He's already done this, right? He pardoned Flynn. He pardoned. Did he pardon Bannon? I feel like he did. He basically he's corrupt. He and if he gets that executive privilege again, then he will use it to essentially make himself immune from any prosecution, right? Trump didn't get handled more severely than another person would have because of his political role in his role in U.S. politics, right? Trump was actually handled with kid gloves because of that. The procedures for justice when it comes to Trump and the crimes that he's accused of have been monumentally slow. And you've got people like Eileen Cannon basically you know, basically slow walking the procedures to the point where that trial is not even going to happen before the election, right? So he is relying, much like Benjamin Netanyahu is relying on prosecution of this war against the Palestinians in order to keep himself from from facing corruption charges in Israel, right? Trump is in the same way as far as all the charges against him. He is relying on, he needs to become president. That is not Trump not caring about himself. That is Trump trying to wriggle out of responsibility for fucking crimes that he's committed. And this guy's probably, you know, lived a very criminal lifestyle, and he's very much used his money and his influence to escape culpability for any of the things that he's done. This is the one time when, you know, potentially, like, were Trump not to have executive privilege, it looks like one of these charges, at least, right, would actually come down on the dude. But it's not going to happen if he gets elected president. Gorka is so full of shit here. And if Destiny does not call this out, I swear to God, I'll lose even more respect for him as a debater, as a debate lord.
But no, he actually said a few days ago, I'm prepared to go to jail and make that sacrifice any day because the Constitution is more important than my freedom. That sounds like a very selfish individual, absolutely.
Do you not think, though, I think it's a fair critique to say that Donald Trump is narcissistic, and so he would want to go back.
So again, this is a DeSantoid.
Because he feels that he was badly treated. The reason he didn't get reelected was the election was stolen, and he wants to show the world that it's a personal ambition project rather than...
But he's still buying into the idea that Trump is only facing these prosecutions because somehow he's the enemy of the current president, right? That Biden's somehow putting his thumb on the scale, just like you can put your thumb on the scale if you want us to, watch either Ethan versus Fresh and Fit, What If Alt Hist, Mooncat, Owen Morgan, right? If one of those sounds good to you, and it's especially if it's not winning in the poll right now, you can put your thumb on that. And right now we have 15 for What If Alt Hist, 5 for Mooncat, 6 for Owen Morgan's conspiracy video. It looks like Ethan Fresh and Fit is kind of losing out in the horse race, as it were. How is it doing, though, in terms of votes? Let's take a look at that. I'm trying to give you live up to the minute oh, look at that. $0 in terms of people putting their thumb on the scale, but in terms of the actual vote, what do the people want? In shorts, they want Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. Oh, geez, look at this. Look at this. Ethan versus Fresh and Fit is winning in regular, in non-shorts, right? So the choice of the people... Oh, how did the Twitch poll go? Let's take a look. I said Twitch poll. That's a funny thing. Whoa, Ethan versus Fresh and Fit won. What the fuck? Wait, can I see this? Can any of the mods see the poll? It looks like Ethan versus Fresh and Fit won. Wow. This is the popular choice, but it's not the choice of those with money. So keep on voting for it. Keep on voting for it. I'll try to weigh it. Or if you want to put your thumb on the scale to get another choice, then Omega Star with another gift membership, thus putting Owen Morgan Conspiracy up to $9. Wow, it's weird. It's weird, like the difference between what people gifting subs and donations and super chats want versus what people voting in chat. But I'll try to be fair in terms of weighing out. Yeah, Pedro, you just got a gift membership. You can thank Omega Star for that gift membership. So yeah, here we go. I'm already getting pissed off by this, right? Because like I want Destiny to win. All right, this is fucking Gorka. All right, I mean, like, oh God, it sounds so bad to say that, right? After how much I criticize Destiny, I want Destiny to win. But the argument that's going on between like, no, I don't think that Trump is the I don't want another Trump administration. Okay, in a lot of ways, Biden is his own worst enemy. The Democrats are their own worst enemy. It is their failure on issues like Israel-Palestine. Remember how Gorka brought up that incident in Harlem where a black kid somewhere says, "We love you, Mr. Trump," And he's trying to use that to symbolize that, you know, and there are polls that show that Biden's support amongst like the black community is somewhat eroding, right? But Gorka's trying to spin that as like, oh no, like black people love Trump. That's the real truth of the matter, right? Everybody loves Trump. And in reality, it is just that Biden is such a disappointment. The people that really don't like Trump are being given reasons to really not like Biden. And yeah, enabling a genocide is something that'll do that, right? And it's not going to make your voters flip over and vote for Trump, but it might make them stay home. It might make them say, like, I got no fucking opinion. It might make them support a third-party candidate. But that is very much on Biden and on the Democratic Party. They are their own worst enemies. And if Trump wins the election, don't fucking blame people that got their stomach turned by Biden's Palestine policy. Blame Biden. Blame the Democrats. It will be their fault. Anyway.
Cost of going to prison.
Well, some people want to sacrifice themselves so everyone can see how they've been badly treated because they're so obsessed with, you know, looking
Look,
right.
I'm glad we're so good at psychoanalyzing people from the outside.
Just saying. I like how it moved from me attacking Trump to him trying to defend Trump and then failing to defend Trump and then criticizing the analysis of Donald Trump. That was funny. Like, you notice the shift there? Like initially, like, well, I think Donald Trump loves America. Really? I think he's a self-absorbed narcissist. Well, I don't think that's entirely true. And he's like, well, it kind of is true. He's like, oh, now we're psychoanalyzing him? It's like, okay, dude.
Because they're so obsessed with, you know, looking
Look,
right.
I'm glad we're so good at psychoanalyzing people from the outside.
Just saying, that's what a lot of people would think.
But let's look at the facts.
People are saying, you got no guts. You can call Trump a narcissist, okay? Let's look at the facts. What the fuck are you talking about? This isn't.
He wouldn't be where he is today if he wasn't running it.
If he, no, okay, so there it is right there. He's saying that the charges against Trump would not be there were he not to run. I would say that if Trump had less influence politically, that there would potentially be more charges. They would have been filed earlier. And if he wasn't running, there would be no like executive privilege hanging over the heads of even the judges making these decisions, right? What is a judge going to do in a situation where they know that whatever decision that they make, whatever whatever they find, you know, as far as, you know, finding him guilty and then, you know, sentencing him to whatever is going to be something that Trump can get out of eventually. What are the judges going to do if they know that there's like literally not time for this trial to proceed, right? He's being handled with kid gloves because the establishment, including the judicial branch, is alternately afraid of him or beholden to him. Remember how much the Republicans like stymied Obama's nominations, not just for the Supreme Court, but for lower courts as well. And how much all of those vacancies were then filled by Trump, right? Trump has gotten an inordinate amount of influence on the judicial branch. And there's still judges willing to fucking indict that ham sandwich of a man.
Again. That's just, we know that.
Do you think these retards can even keep up with all your points in this conversations? These people literally live in...
Yeah, that's the problem. It's going over their head. Oh, here's the deal. Okay, Destiny, I don't think that Gorka is as smart as he makes himself out to be, right? But he's smarter than you. And that's saying something. We'll get into Gorka's supposed academic career, Dr. Sebastian Gorka and his dissertation. I've got all that stuff ready to pull up as well.
Than one-liners. I vote Trump because one little black boy says I love Trump. Have you thought about trying to respond in simpler and more poignant counters? I don't really want to play that game of doing the rhetorical response. Maybe what I could do is just remind the audience that, well, he didn't respond to this or that, so I'll assume I'm right, instead of erasing my notes, moving to the next thing. Maybe that would be...
Yeah, smarter than Destiny's not hard.
Effective, maybe.
This is an attempt to steal an election.
Actually, I should do that. Wait, rhetorical.
Yeah, Trump's not the only one involved in this debate that has displays signs of narcissism, I'll say.
What do we have? Strat. Because people don't usually respond to everything I say. That is true. They pick one thing and then go. off of on their own tangent.
Zara says Gorka's trick is smooth talking and practiced and refined propaganda. Yeah, and he's also benefiting from that perception that his British accent indicates culture and intelligence, when it's like that's just kind of something that Americans tend to attribute to that accent.
Whereas I try to respond to everything the other person says.
Before.
I started way behind in this debate, but Destiny's wearing like paisley, motherfucking paisley Western shirt. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, chat. I'm not like an expert on fashion, but it does seem like a strange choice to me as well. Destiny should have hid with Puff Daddy after the Finkelstein debate. His notes are horrifically disorganized. I didn't even take a look at those. Jules says the problem is all rich people should be treated like Trump. They get off. Well, I feel like even Trump's getting off on. I feel like there's more charges that could have been brought. Again, they could have been brought faster, and a lot of it has to do with his wealth and his influence. The fact that he has been treated by. But yeah, you're right when you're saying. I think what Jules is trying to say is that like some charges actually being brought. Some kind of accountability, and a lot of times with the wealthy. You just don't see that. You just don't see that, right? The ability to pay for an expensive legal team is the ability often to avoid accountability.
Vote is cast, whether it's the Fannie Willis corrupt prosecutor in Georgia, whether it's the person Letitia James or Alvin Bragg funded by.
Okay, so remember this corruption of Fannie Willis that he's talking about is the fact that she had a relationship at work. She had a work relationship. One in chat, if you have ever had a work relationship. Have you ever dated anybody from work? Sebastian Gorka thinks you're corrupt, right? Like she's working with somebody else on her team. They're both single, and they ended up like, they ended up in a relationship. That's what happened. That's not fucking corruption. That's not because like the thing that they're trying to assert is a conflict of interest, and you just can't tell me what the conflict of interest is. They're dating, right? So what's going to happen? What kind of corruption is going to happen based on Fannie Willis dating somebody on the team, right? How is that going to work, right? What's she going to do that's corrupt based on the fact that she's dating somebody that she's working with? Like how is that a conflict of interest? It isn't. You could say it's not very professional, but like. Okay, so what? The law is still the law, and Trump should be held accountable, regardless of who fucking Fannie Willis has a relationship with.
For us during their campaigns, because sadly we elect these people in America, and who campaigned on putting President Trump in prison. How perverse is that? And with regards to, he did it all for himself.
Your last debate with Omar, you went super hard.
Oh, geez. Yo, I don't want prosecutors campaigning on holding the powerful responsible for their criminal fucking acts. That's like the worst thing in the world. Can you imagine that? A prosecutor campaigning on holding the rich responsible? We can't have that. That's so un-American. The rich should be able to get away with anything and everything, and especially if they're politically connected like Trump.
Or were you feeling Gorka out? Did I really go super hard? I think I dropped 2 F.
GTA says, I don't want to see Douche-Dini. We're going to be done with him in a second, and if you want to help us choose what to go with next, you can vote first of all, right? Ethan versus Fresh and Fit winning in the regular stream. Let's see who's winning in the short stream. Also has won in the Twitch poll. So yeah, definitely the choice of the people so far, right? But I am giving you the ability to put your thumb on the scale. And people have $15 for What If Alt Hiss. They're winning so far. $9 for Owen Morgan Conspiracy Theory. But will it be enough? That's the question. Because What If Alt Hiss, as far as people's choice, is 20% on one poll. What If Alt Hiss is 24% on the other poll. I don't know why Twitch won't let me read. All I know is that Ethan and Fresh and Fit won the poll on Twitch. I can't tell who is coming in second, but yeah, it's kind of it's anyone's game, right? It's anyone's game at this point, because as far as the money poll goes. What a Fault Hiss is winning, followed by Owen Morgan's Conspiracy. Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. Nobody has put money towards that. Maybe because it's winning in the in the polls, and so people are assuming that that's just going to get that's just going to win automatically. I don't know, chat. It may or it may not. I'll have to figure out some way to weigh the donation poll versus the polls in the different chats.
Bombs. I don't think I went super hard in that debate, though. Or you're probably a newer fan.
Here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Pixelated Prophet, welcome.
So maybe it seemed like I went super hard. I don't think but also I was getting 2v1 really hard there. And this is a topic that I now have extensive information about. And it's a thing that, like...
That's a little late. You now have extensions. What the fuck? Why would you say that?
I don't really care what Omar's opinion of me is. And
oh, no, sorry. He's talking about the debate on breaking points. I'm sorry, chat. I missed that. Yeah. How much is the price of a vote is the question. Yeah. How much money is a vote worth? I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to figure maybe I should just regard like there's the money poll, and then there's the votes poll, and kind of do it like that. I don't know. You posted Destiny's note above? Oh, are you talking about his notes from his... This is kind of interesting here. Can I copy this? Copy link? Yeah. The notes from the debate, the notes that he took from the debate. Is that what you're posting?
if Ryan hates me, I don't think he would hate me personally. He seems to be pretty professional, but...
Trump in prison. How perverse is that? And with regards to, he did it all for himself and...
Wait, bacon?
Nothing for America or destroyed America.
Is there bacon in chat?
Do you have any idea...
It's bacon!
...how much energy costs?
You use the phrase, he's not even going to answer a lot. Do you think that's rhetorically effective? To me, it sometimes sounds like you're trying to drown out their answer, even though they won't actually answer. I don't know.
Oh, there they are.
I have to point it out. He's not going to answer my question. I think I have to. I think with Omar, I feel like it was effective, because I feel like a lot of people were saying that, like, oh, he didn't engage, but I don't know, who knows. I have to be able to point that out somehow, though. Like, you did not answer my question. But the problem is if I don't cut them off and if I wait, then they get to do a whole ramble where they're like doing damage to me. And then I was like, well, you didn't answer the question. And then they'll do a whole other ramble where they do damage to me. And then I'll say, we didn't answer. Like the problem with countering what they're saying with you didn't answer the question is that it gives them the opportunity to ramble more. And rambling is like your number one tool in these conversations because you're not actually engaging with what I'm saying critically. You're just like getting your talking points out. So I've got to be really careful, like not letting people ramble. That's why I don't ask people simple questions anymore, because when I do, it just lets them ramble a ton.
Destroyed America. Do you have any idea how much?
Yeah, I mean, essentially the tactic of the right is usually going to be to ramble, as Destiny said, in that they're not super invested in the words that are coming out of their mouth. What they're invested in is their posture, what they're saying and how they're acting, and even how they're looking. Even their like literal posture projects strength. There's a reason that he's wearing a red tie, right? Apart from just the fact that Trump always wears a red tie, but like everything about right-wing debate stylings, and I'm talking about both in terms of like how right-wing interlocutors will, sort of pose themselves, and how right-wing audiences will grok a debate as far as who won and who lost. A lot of it is who seems the most confident, and they could be confidently spouting utter bullshit, utter ignorance, and it still lands as a banger to a right-wing audience.
Energy costs went up under the Trump administration, just for average families.
The president doesn't influence energy costs that much.
He does when he shuts down fracking and all licenses for oil exploration on federal lands. Don't divert.
U.S. oil production is at an all-time high, so that's
absolutely not true.
It is.
Not true.
It is. We're energy independent right now.
Okay, you're making stuff up. Okay.
People
how much did energy go up? Do you know under Trump?
Are we counting the last year under COVID when the entire world was slowing down?
Over 4 years. How much did energy?
4 years. So he's not even answering Destiny's question. Destiny, you got to make him answer your question. You got to drive that shit home, right? He's actually got a point here, right? So like when we're talking about like the question that Sebastian Gorka is asking is like, what is the comparison of energy prices when Trump took office to when Trump left office? And Destiny correctly points out that Trump left office during during a pandemic, right? When energy costs, shot through the floor due to the fact that people were not traveling, we're not moving around, we're not going places nearly as much, right? And obviously a reaction to that from OPEC is going to be to raise prices when they get the chance to do that. Also, OPEC, probably has its own, agenda as far as, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't put it all to OPEC, right? There's other oil producing countries maybe not involved in OPEC as well, but essentially, it is consolidated, right? And so organizations like OPEC are able to massively influence the cost of energy. If they've been not getting much money for it, there's going to be incentive for them to raise those prices. If they don't like who's president of the United States, there's going to be a little bit of an incentive. If they prefer the Trump who goes to Saudi Arabia and touches the orb over Biden for whatever reason, then that might incentivize them to. Anyway, it is a complicated set of factors that determine energy prices, including things like the pandemic. So yeah, no, what's funny though is that they want to make an exception for COVID when it comes to Trump's record on like unemployment rates, on the economy, right? They want to call an exception there, like, well, you really can't hold him accountable, right? Because it's a weird, kind of black swan event that went on and affected things, right? And that's actually true. That's actually true, right? But they want to they want that to be ignored when it comes to oil prices.
Energy go up. Do you know?
I'm not sure.
4%. Do you know how much it's gone up in the last 3.5 years under Biden?
I'm not sure.
28%.
See, these are things that look, as much as I hate that debates often work on who has the command of pertinent facts, Destiny knows that they do. That's why Destiny tries to cram, all this Wikipedia factoid into his head, and this is a situation where I don't know that might have been something that you could have anticipated. But yeah, Gorka, spouting off these figures and Destiny not knowing, definitely is feeding into him looking weak. Everything about Destiny's presentation, right? Kind of shows that he's not as serious about this debate as Gorka. Look at this. Like, this is just not good. Like he was bragging about that, he was gushing about that synthetic shot, that by which I mean, right, that the video is dithered in a certain area to make it look like Gorka and Destiny are sitting right next to each other when they're not, right? He was gushing about that synthetic shot, but that synthetic shot is also going to cause you to be compared to Gorka. Your posture to be, I hate to draw a line. You know what I'm talking about, chat? The line meme? You know the whole thing where they like do a line down somebody's like posture, like where their spine should be, and they show like this person has upright posture and this person has like bent over posture. Therefore, this person is strong and this person's weak. I mean, that's silly shit, but it is part of how like a debate is analyzed.
Destroying America.
So, but that's also a global trend. Inflation,
but also
isn't
it's
just
a
the thing
function
that
of
affects.
what we created. When we were in the Trump administration, for the first time in our history, we were net exporters of energy. Think about what that does for the lifeblood.
It doesn't do as much as you would think, right? As a percentage, the United States is not going to be the predominant controlling force in the energy markets, right? Even with fracking.
I don't know what people get this. I don't know where they get this talking about from. I don't even know like I don't know where this idea that we're not producing energy or not producing oil or whatever like comes from. Like our exports are at like all-time highs right now. Our production is at all-time highs right now.
Let me pause this and see. Okay, so consumption, production, imports. This is just oil. This is just petrol, right? As far as energy prices, you do sort of have to, I do think that natural gas and other things figure in on this. So we're missing part of the picture, but what is he saying? Consumption, consumption is still like, yeah, is tracking upwards. Production. Oh yeah, imports. So yeah, here's production is yeah, like he says, at all-time high. Imports seems to be on a downward trend. Exports are definitely on an upward trend. And so net imports, which is like, I guess, net imports must be exports minus imports, is actually slightly negative. So yeah, there's more oil being exported than there is imported. I'm not an econ major by any measurement, but yeah, petroleum imports peaked in 2005. So like the concern of the United States being beholden to OPEC, being beholden to other countries, other oil producers is not is kind of overwrought at this point. What are we trying to look at here? Lexical says being in exile did a number on Gorka. Yeah. And also thank you for the member chat, and also thank you for the gifted membership to Ratboy Genius. Ratboy Genius, you just got weaseled. Also, Lexical, if you want to put your thumb on the scale and influence the vote, just like let me know which of these that you favor. Ethan versus Fresh and Fit, What If Alt Hist, Mooncat, EvoPsych, or Owen Morgan's conspiracy video, because we're gonna looks like we're gonna be doing some content after this content. We're gonna be doing a second topic, and you can help us choose what that is. Get weaseled. Get freaking weaseled. Venezuela has larger known reserves, but it is in harder rock areas. It's more expensive to extract. He looks like he's taking how to be an effective Nazi class. Putin was cramming a pipeline up that argument.
Like I just, our imports are at all-time lows right now. Like I don't know I don't even know what else to say. You're just objectively wrong. You're just wrong. I'm like arguing with a guy who's telling me that the sky is purple. I don't know what to say. I don't know how I can possibly counter. Well, I know what the counter is.
Well, here's the problem, right? The argument, the only way to kind of see this is to look at a graph, and you're in the midst of an interview. You're not gonna pull up a chart. Because he can make the claim that like Trump increased oil exploration, Trump at the expense of the environment, right? Which is a point that Destiny's not even going there. He was not even going to try to like fight this from an actual like left perspective, right? He's going to cede that ground. He's going to say that Biden is the better oil producer than Trump, because our the production is at an all-time high. It looks like the exports are at an all-time high. The net imports are at an all-time. Yeah, you've got exports crossing imports on the graph, meaning that we have a slightly negative, export versus import ratio, or import versus whatever, like more exports than imports. But he's just ceded ground, right? It's like Gorka says, let's talk about fucking oil production, and Destiny is like, yes, sir. No thought to like that there's more to energy and even energy prices than that. And that in general, like, there's a negative effect to lower energy prices, right? I mean, I don't know. This is not necessarily something that you want to bring up in a debate, but it's just like there's too much ground being ceded to to Gorka here, and it just makes it, he basically paints himself in a corner, and then he gets owned, right? And he's doing this to, I don't know, because his primary, what is the word that starts with P and it's like the thing that you want to happen first? My God, why can't I remember this word? Your, not prerogative, but priority. Yeah, his priority is winning the debate. His priority is not, doesn't have anything to do with things that he actually holds to be important. It's not actually connecting on a personal level or on a human level or anything else. It's literally just get that W, Destiny.
Or I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's priority. I don't know why I couldn't remember priority.
I understand now because I was too busy living in when he brought up the energy and shit, I started thinking like math and not math. I started thinking like factually. What I should have remembered is a long time ago, I think Obama was stalling in permits on drilling or fracking on federal land or something, which I don't even know if that comprises the majority of all the drilling or whatever. I don't think it does, or like new permits, basically. It wasn't stopping all drilling and fracking on federal land. It was like new permits or whatever. And I think Trump wanted to restart these or did, but I think Biden largely has as well. I don't think Biden stopped any of this. And the US today is like doing more like oil exporting than we ever have. Like, and our energy production is higher than it ever has been. It's just wrong. You're just wrong. You're factually incorrect.
We were net exporters of energy. Think about what that does for the...
Wait, we are, like, I mean, so Destiny's right on this point. He's just not driving it home like he should. Oh, Lexical says, I don't have a preference for the next topic, so we can just let chat decide. Ooh, that's a... Oh, yeah, let me just add that then. Let me just add that. We'll add Vox Populi, right? To just like, if you wanna boost the voice of the people, if you wanna boost the priority of the poll itself, right? You can also say Vox Populi after a donation, and I will add that to the money poll as well.
Lifeblood. An economy requires energy. I know it's a scary, evil thing for the left.
I feel like it's one of the few times you can ask for a source without sounding like an autist. No, well, I like having people to fact.
An economy requires energy, and we've got energy that's renewable, and we've got energy that's not renewable. We've got energy that adds more or less to the overall effects of climate change, right? It's just like, and we've also got other countries that are kicking our ass in renewable energy because of the shitty demagoguery around people's perception of the prices at the gas pump.
Checking the debate. That actually feels really good. What debate did I do where they did that? It wasn't with Emily and Ryan, right? Ryan said he was going to fact check me on a thing and then didn't say anything because he was wrong. I feel like I was in a debate recently where somebody was like fact checking. Maybe it was a little.
Slep says he's not connecting on a reading graphs level either.
On breaking points where Emily would come in and say something. Maybe.
But oil and gas is how you run an economy. It's how you get food to people. So when we became the first time ever a net exporter, or talk about the other aspects of the economy, we had the lowest unemployment for minorities in the United States.
That's not true anymore. This is
And he doesn't care about employment for minorities. He doesn't care. Come on, Gorka.
Old Trump talking point. But I'm pretty sure even minority and unemployment, that number that they love to hold on to so much, is better under Biden. But it's even lower than it should be, really. People think that like unemployment should be...
Oh God, get ready, chat. Buckle up.
Our unemployment is really low right now.
Since record keeping began, and the lowest unemployment...
People think that low unemployment is good. Our unemployment's really low right now.
...employment for women for 70 years. Look at what we have today. I mean, it's absolute... The fact that most...
Why is it that every time you debate these people with high levels of education, you destroy them? Does it blackpill you to...
That's what his chat thinks. His chat thinks that he is destroying Gorka. They watched what we watched, and they're seeing a different debate. Destiny is getting absolutely pile-drived by Gorka here.
towards intellectualism and higher education. Well, it's more, you just have to understand what this guy's doing. This guy is a political operative that worked for Trump, and he wants to get another job in the next Trump White House. So our education is not really relevant here. My guess, hopefully, listening to him speak and everything, my guess is going to be that if you pull him out of a hardcore political environment and give him stuff to analyze as an educated person, he probably could do a pretty decent job. But he's just got to repeat. He's like in a job interview right now for the next Trump White House. That's what he's doing, right? Can you now just ask, what did Trump do exactly to make energy only rise 4% instead of 20% under Biden, like legislation or policies? I think that comes up later, but...
Families in this nation cannot handle a $500 emergency. They don't have $500 worth of cash. That's why Harlem is shouting, "We love you, Trump." I don't know if you saw President Trump after he had to leave the court last week. He delivered pizzas to the firefighters in Manhattan.
Like, what is this? Jesus Christ. Well, fuck me. He gave pizzas to firefighters in Manhattan? Fuck me, I guess. Like,
it's really interesting to watch that video, not just of how he was received by those people who run into fires to save Americans. One of the firefighters actually audibly says in the background, "Save us, Mr. Trump." That doesn't happen if the man's selfish and if the economy...
Save us with pizza. That doesn't happen if the man's narcissistic. No one would ever say save us. If the one person's saying save us, it proves that the man is not narcissistic.
...is absolutely superb. It happens when you let in 8 million illegals in 3.5 years to crush...
It is not about the economy. It is about things like housing, which Biden's not doing a lot for right now. It is not the economy that is actually the problem here. It is like things like the consumer price index and the price of housing, which is being artificially inflated by an algorithm from software that your landlord is using to keep your fucking rent artificially high. And because 90% of landlords adopt this software and use this software, they are essentially price fixing. Now, chat, there is a court case right now to try to do something about this. It's been in the court since 2022. It's moving through, very slowly, right? But there is essentially collusion amongst landlords to make your fucking rent high. That's the problem, not the fucking economy. Destiny himself just said that we got incredibly low unemployment, right? And that look, as much as people want to blame Biden for the inflation, I feel like there's stuff that Biden could do to make the effects of the inflation lower, but these are not things that Gorka or Destiny would really accept, would really like. Destiny just said it before, sometimes the unemployment rate actually needs to go up. It's not healthy to have a super low unemployment rate. We want to have a certain, in other words, Destiny's buying into the, capitalist realism that a certain level of unemployment is desirable. Build more housing. I mean, that's part of it, Omnis. That's part of it. But also actually some fucking regulation when it comes to real estate, when it comes to things like look, you've got this collusion between landlords where they'd rather leave a unit unoccupied than to rent the unit for less than the fucking algorithm tells them to. And you've got people being thrown out on the fucking street right now because of that shit. And I don't know enough about policy to know what exactly Biden could do to affect that, but I do know that he could at the very least be talking about it, right? And if he starts going after the source of a lot of people's, financial woes right now, which is not the economy, but is their fucking landlord, he might actually start to see his polls go up again, right? Yeah, this is so frustrating. This is so frustrating.
The working man and woman in America.
Stephen, even as a fair observer, you would have to say, and feel free to come back on the point Seb made as well, but the immigration...
Wait, what is this?
Yesterday, Donald Trump staged another scam.
The music.
Yesterday, Donald Trump staged another scam pretending to deliver pizzas to firefighters in New York. It turns out he...
Okay, so this is Midas Touch. This is like a very liberal, very pro... Democratic Party, very pro-establishment Democrat kind of channel. here, but they're talking about this, what Gorka just mentioned, which was Donald Trump delivering pizzas to the firefighters in New York City. This is, they've got the video on this, right? Destiny's complaining about the music. The music is too emotional, I guess.
He actually re-delivered already delivered pizzas to the fire department. So you see at 5:34 p.m., 2 pizzas arrive. At 5:41 p.m., you see 6 more pizzas arrive. At 5:54 p.m., you see a staffer set aside 2...
Yeah, Omnis, to me, there's no point in claiming more knowledge than I actually have. That's not the point. That's not my selling point as a streamer, that I like know anything and everything, and it'd be silly for me to claim, you know, knowledge of areas in policy that I don't understand. But there are some things that are just that simple. And one of those things is that there is a reticence to use the regulatory power of the states on the Democratic Party, which is supposed to be the leftward party, which is supposed to be the party of workers, the party of people, the party of unions, etc., but has long since sold the fuck out. You go back to the 1980s and you can see the Democratic Party become afraid of its shadow after losing once to Reagan, again to Reagan, and then to Reagan's vice president. And they form this thing called the Third Way. You've got... I'm trying to remember the different like organizations, but essentially like Democrats who are like, you know what sucks? Running to the left, like caring about the workers, caring about people. We got to be more like the Republican Party because they're ascendant. If we can just be like slightly to the left, maybe on some social issues, more than like economic issues, than the Republican Party, then we can capture the donor money on the years that maybe the donating class thinks that the Republican Party might have gone too far on things like abortion, or you know, etc., right? The Democratic Party has been scared of its own shadow. You could almost look back to like the 60s, right? Like as far as, you know, when that started, but it definitely came to a crescendo in the 80s, and Obama, Hillary, Biden, they all represent this third way strain of Democrats. They all represent this surrender to neoliberalism on the part of the party that's supposed to, you know, I don't want to like fucking glaze up the Democratic Party, even like historically, even going back to like FDR and stuff. Obviously, you know, there's been times when the highest marginal rate of taxes was much higher, looking back, but the Democratic Party was always doing what it did to try to preserve capitalism rather than try to reform or overthrow capitalism, right? They're always getting called socialists, and the fact of the matter is they've always been capitalist. They've always been capitalist the whole fucking time. Let's see, what am I missing here? Thomas Jerome says there was a global issue there due to the Berlin Wall. Destiny hates immigration. Destiny and Biden have essentially given up on even supporting like asylum seekers, right? That's what we're talking about here for the most part. For every single unhoused person, there are 5 empty houses. Most housing stock is being bought by investors. Oh, the music in the video. Yeah. Is it copywritten? I guess we'll find out. I don't think that's what Destiny was bitching about. I think he just like thought the music was too sappy. Okay, so as much as chat, you know, liberal like establishment news outlets like Midas Touch irk me, I do have to admit that they are bringing something up important here. I think something that redounds to Destiny's argument that he's making, or an argument that he could be making against Gorka that he's not doing, just because, you know, this is his first encounter with what Gorka's talking about, right? When you're in a situation where somebody brings up Trump delivered pizza to the firefighters and the firefighters said, "Save us, Mr. Trump, save us," right? If Destiny doesn't know what he's talking about, and look, you can't know everything, and the right wing's always going to throw a lot of bullshit at you. But yeah, I mean, like this is a little too late here, even though I think that there is information that like, and you could have kind of guessed this. Like, did Trump deliver the pizza? Is that what happened? The firefighters ordered the pizza and Trump went down to the pizza place and said, "Excuse me, those pizzas that are for the firefighters, I'm going to go drive those over to them right now, if you don't mind, for free. Because I just want to give, or like, I don't know, or bought, like, right, when he says that, you assume that Trump bought pizzas for the firefighters, which, like, you know, obviously is not really like a hole in his pocket exactly. You know, it's not really hurting him to, you know, he's not really putting himself on a limb to buy fucking pizzas for firefighters, but I don't think he even did that, right? This is a photo op is what we're seeing right here. And it shouldn't be hard to call it out as a photo op. Even without knowing anything about this, you can tell that this is a photo op. You can tell that this is staged. You can tell that this is fucking politics. This is fucking optics. There's nothing real. There's no policy fucking in here. And that, like, fucking Trump. Well, anyway, I'm kind of pause fucking it, chat. Let's just see what happens. Destiny might be pause fucking it too. So
at 5:41 p.m.
Okay, so pizza gets there, right? This is the pizza actually being delivered, right? This is the pizza being delivered to the firefighters. You got 4 pizzas here. You got 2 pizzas being carried by this person.
You see 6 more pizzas arrive. At 5:54 p.m., you see...
Okay, wait.
So Donald Trump staged another scam pretending to deliver pizzas to firefighters in New York. It turns out he actually re-delivered already delivered pizzas to the...
And chat, if you've ever delivered pizza before, you kind of make a point of holding the pizza box like upright, right? You don't want to let it slide down because a lot of times like the pizza's already cut and it can end up as a mess. Right, if you let it dip down, anyway. Obviously, Donald Trump's never done any manual labor in his entire life, let alone delivered pizzas. So,
fire department. So you see at 5:34 p.m.
Okay, so 2 pizzas, 5:34.
At 5:41 p.m., you see 6 more pizzas arrive.
6 more pizzas.
At 5:54 p.m., you see a staffer set aside 2 pizzas. Then at 5:57 p.m., you see
So 2 pizzas. We're going to keep the firefighters from touching these pizzas.
A staffer walk 2 pizzas to Trump as Donald Trump.
So the pizzas were delivered. The pizzas were there. Now we're taking the pizzas, setting them aside, taking them out to Trump.
Arrives to the location. At 5:50.
And honestly, like, I don't think that this in and of itself should be like, it's not like this is some big expose on fucking look at what Trump did, right? This is what politicians do all the fucking time. This is a photo op. The point is that it means nothing. The point is not that like that Trump is somehow worse than other politicians. Like they all fucking do this, like, right?
8 p.m. Donald Trump arrives to the...
Trump somehow manages to do it worse a lot of times. Like, you know, he said that he was comping people's meals before and then not actually paid for their meals. Like, I mean, Trump sometimes does it in a scummy way that's not even necessary, but...
Location, and you see him accept the pizzas from the staffer and then re-deliver them to the firefighters. And you can see the way Donald Trump is even handling these pizzas, that if there is anything even in these boxes, these pizzas are...
Look at that.
Destroyed. The cheese is everywhere. It's a total mess. Then at 6:01 p.m., you see Donald Trump inspecting the pizzas. At 6:10 p.m., Trump leaves the cold pizza there and leaves the photo op.
So in other words, the pizza has been sitting there for at least 36 minutes. Like, we don't know if they're the first 2 pizzas to get there or if they're from the second 6 pizzas to get there. But regardless, that pizza is fucking garbage at this point, right? What did even... Anyway, I don't want to get too... This just makes Midas Touch look unhinged. I mean, GORKA'd's unhinged for bringing this up. I get the point that that this is not something that is like unheard of in politics. Trump's not the only one to do shit like this, right? So if you're trying to use this as a proof that Trump is a special kind of scumbag, I mean, there's a lot better arguments that you could be making, right? But the point is that GORKA is full of shit, and you shouldn't need this video. You shouldn't need this background to call him out on that. Like, you can call that a photo op, because it is. You know that any fucking politician that's delivering pizza to firefighters is doing so in a photo op. What are you going to do? Say Trump kissed a baby. He cared about the next generation. He kissed that baby. So he's the candidate of the future. Like, right? No, he's not. He's not. It's a thing that the presidents fucking do. It's a thing that candidates do, right? Kissing a baby does not fucking mean anything. Hillary Clinton had a beer with some working class people. No, she fucking didn't. She did a photo op. Come on. This is like the easiest thing in the world. You don't need to watch Midas Touch to know this shit, right? But I don't know. I don't know what Destiny's even kind of like.
Okay. I feel like the nice thing is just that the ex-president is handing us pizzas. Was the original...
There we go. Well, it is actually a nice act because the ex-president is handing pizzas. That's a nice thing. He's just buying into the political fucking shit show. He's just buying into the optics of American politics because he wants to be part of it. This is a guy that, like, you know, does canvassing to show that he really cares, to show like he's going to use his parasocial clout to bring people in, to bring his orbiters in, and then the fans of his orbiters, they are like, oh, I want to go canvassing with Lonerbox. I want to go canvassing with Not So Erudite. Let me go, and then like it's all just a fucking show.
Did Republicans or did Trump claim that he picked these pizzas up and hand delivered them? Was that the original claim? I don't care.
No, you'd think that at the very least, like Trump could, like at the very least, right? Like for this kind of photo op, Trump should be paying for the pizzas.
Yes.
Lonerbox is in the United States now. Does that mean no more streams?
There's no way they originally claimed that, right? I don't believe that. Why do people act like unemployment isn't a market that needs equilibrium in order to function properly?
Here we go. Destiny fucking hates working class people.
Really, every time I hear
let's go.
Unemployment, they act like it's meant to be a score in a game because nobody believes in equilibrium in any market. Unemployment should be zero. Minimum wage should be max money. Everything should be like people don't recognize.
You got to make some sacrifices for the greater good of the economy because capitalism operates on crises, and you need to accept these crises, and you need to accept that if you're somehow on the bottom side of that equation, that you're going to be the sacrifice for that crisis. You're going to be a sacrifice for a system that doesn't work, right? You're going to be the one who's out of a job, who's unable to, you know, support yourself, who maybe gets kicked out of your house, who maybe gets your rent raised at the same fucking time. And you got to be like, no, that's just capitalism. We don't want low unemployment. We don't want full employment. The government could totally do that. The government's done that before. We don't want like a universal basic income. We don't want, you know, WPA. We want capitalism to do its magic and make everybody rich, even though that never fucking happens. Even though it is a process of aggregation of wealth from those producing the value to those pocketing that value as wealth and using it to control a new generation of workers.
Every economic thing has two sides to it, right? Every trade has a buyer and a seller, basically. Probably, actually, definitionally. There's always a buyer and a seller in every, or a trader at least, in every transaction. So, but people don't like to think of that. They only see things as one-sided.
Yeah, but nobody considers the capitalist. God damn it. Nobody considers the landlord.
That's why you see the demonization of people that are on one side. And if the other guy is a demon, well, then, of course, on your side, it should be as low as possible. Rent should be as low as humanly possible, $1 each, because who's on the other side of that? Landlords? Basically Satan.
There we go. There we go.
Why would we care about what their takeaway is? What would be the point of making him show with pizza if not to make people think he was the one bringing the pizza to them? Isn't it just like a nice, fun thing? Like, oh, Donald Trump is like, oh, cute. He's like handing us a pizza. Like if I was outside a canvassing event and people delivered pizza, if I would like...
But look, the point, Destiny, is that Gorka was trying to use that as an own, and it's not. It's just something that politicians do. It's just a photo op, right? That's all that you need to say. You don't need to dissect the fucking, the pizza delivery with Midas Touch. You don't need anything else, right? You just need to say, this is an empty fucking gesture that politicians do all the time. You're talking about the goddamn uniparty, and you're acting like the fucking institution. You're acting like this is actually a sign of virtue by Donald Trump. The fact that he pretended to deliver pizzas, the fact that he took a photo op with firefighters means that he actually cares about the working class. Bullshit. 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 Whose taxes did Trump cut? Was it the fucking middle class? Like whose taxes in the Trump bill actually stayed down? It was the upper class. It was the people that Trump actually cares about, right? This is an easy win. This should be an easy win for you, my dude. If you weren't so bought into capitalist realism, if you were actually half the sock dim that you fucking claim to be, this should be an easy W. But it's not. It's not.
Pick up some boxes to bring it in and be like, oh, Destiny has pizza for us. Is the implication that, like, yes, I picked these up myself from the place?
Yeah, that's right, KL. We need capitalism to do its work.
Drove them down to you guys, like,
drive everybody out of house and home.
Do you feel like you'll never get a good representative for hire?
We can all be in the gig economy. We can all, be forced to purchase cars, which we then drive into the fucking ground to deliver food, to people and not get paid nearly enough for it.
Highly educated people in these spaces. I mean this respectfully in regards to the perception of the academics themselves, but most successful and educated people on a given subject probably won't be debating about it on TV shows or the internet, right? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, the people here are like politicians, or they're like audience captured more so than like a researcher will be. That is true. Yeah. But I mean, I blame academia for that. They should be more involved in these worlds.
And as a fair observer, you would have to say, and feel free to come back on the points Seb made as well, but the immigration issue, the illegal immigration issue, seems to be much, much worse under President Biden. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we're facing unique issues right now, yeah.
So the backstory on this is that Trump came to power in 2016 partially on the demonization of immigrants. Not that the Democrats were great on this policy either, but the whole build a wall, which he never actually did. Biden, when faced with plummeting polls, plummeting trust on the issue of immigration himself, when he refused to make the fucking argument, the easy argument that immigrants actually contribute to the economy, that immigrants actually add something to the country, rather than this idea of a zero-sum game where they're always taking, right? Or the implication that somehow they're voting in elections when they just want to be in the country, right? And violating election law is a great way. Violating any law is a great way to get yourself kicked out, right? But we're gonna pretend like immigrants don't actually commit crimes at lower levels than citizens. Because it's just too hard to argue against. So the Democrats have for a long time have failed to make a case, even a DACA kind of case, even like a compromise sort of case with the idea of like, okay, maybe the children of immigrants who are here through no action of their own, maybe they should be allowed a path to citizenship, right? We're not even doing that. We're not even doing what Obama did, right? We've absolutely given up on the issue. Biden has essentially decided he wants to build the wall that Trump never built. He wants to violate like international law in terms of turning away asylum seekers because, I don't know, he's losing on the issue. And Destiny's buying into it every bit as much. Because he at this point, he's just kind of wedded to the Democrats and Biden's policy. He's just, whatever it is, he's going to defend it, right?
Why would you want to re-elect a man who has allowed this many illegal immigrants in, despite the fact that I think it's fair to say the vast majority of Americans.
There we go. Biden loves illegal immigrants, and he loves the crime that they supposedly commit that you can't actually show statistics for, but instead you're going to show anecdotes, right? To imply that, that undocumented immigrants are somehow dangerous, even though like the actual statistics show that they are less likely to commit crime than citizens.
That this shouldn't be happening.
Watch him fucking fold. Watch this guy fold like a goddamn lawn chair.
I think that there's, when it comes to border stuff or immigration stuff, I think that most of the disagreement, I think for America, I think we generally agree on most things for what the immigration policy should look like. The problem is we have a very unique problem right now at the border relating to asylum seeking, and the federal government's hands are tied in terms of how you can deal with those people. So with the way that the law works right now, if you're an illegal immigrant and you come up to the border, you see that like the encounters have gone up dramatically. Well, so is the actual catch rate of people coming in. Like, not that many people are sneaking past the border guards. The reason why is because you don't have to actually sneak into the country anymore. You just have to show up between a port of entry, or maybe even at a port of entry now and go, hey, I'm here to seek asylum. And once you've done that, it's like a get out of jail free card, and you're basically, they have to take you in, they have to process you because of how the federal laws on the books are right now.
Wait, I need to check this out because I said or because I don't remember exactly. Can you seek asylum between ports of entry? Can you seek asylum between ports of entry? Actually, this might be my notes somewhere. Let me check real quick. Wait. Search. Port entry. Okay, asylum. Refugees and asylum seekers. Refugees need a well-founded fear of persecution due to race, membership, they apply for admission from outside of the U.S. This is for a refugee, but asylees, available persons already in the U.S. based on the same five protected grounds. For refugees, they can apply at a port of entry at the time they seek admission or within 1 year of arriving. Okay, so they can literally just come to, up to the normal border guard and say, hey, I want to seek asylum. Okay, yes, all right. Which is a huge problem, by the way, because then you have to process them as asylees.
And then because we don't have enough judges to actually go through all the cases, you're given basically a slip. You're saying, hey, please show up for your trial. And then you basically release them into the country. Some people will try to say that like Biden does catch and release, or we have like a catch and release law. But we don't really. It's like a combination of pretty complicated things on the books for how we deal with it.
Next says Destiny doesn't seem to argue or advocate for anything or anybody. It just seems like he just argues to argue. Yeah, he argues to win. It's his personal fucking project. It's a business. It's his lane, right? And if he can cede like 3/4 of the territory to come out with the optics that he wins the debate, which he's not going to come. Look, spoiler, he doesn't get that. He doesn't get that. He just looks weak. He just looks incredibly weak, right? Then he, you know, in his calculation, right, that's a better bet for him.
Asylum seekers. Now, Biden and the Democrats in Congress wanted to deal with this, but
Omnis, please don't miss the point about the Wikipedia thing, right? It's not about Wikipedia. It's about the depth of the engagement with the information. It's about the desire to be seen as a victorious debater that supersedes the desire to actually learn the subject matter, because you can win a debate without knowing what you're fucking talking about. If you do it like Destiny does, what you're doing is you're just taking factoids and essentially putting them in magazines, putting those magazines in the guns and just shooting at your opponent with that. And as long as you can change the subject when you don't know what you're talking about, turn it to a subject that you've got better talking points for, etc., then you're going to win, right? That's the problem. It's not about the Wikipedia. For somebody who doesn't know shit about a subject, Wikipedia is generally a great starting place. But if you don't know about a shit about a subject, and let's say it's like Israel-Palestine, then maybe you should try to learn something. Maybe you should try to understand something. Maybe you should read a Norm Finkelstein book instead of trying to perform on the same stage and get that optical W that you still didn't fucking get. You got clowned on. And all you can say is like, oh, Norm did some ad homs, therefore he wasn't engaging. Norm didn't fucking need to engage with you because your arguments aren't serious enough to take seriously, and there were plenty of other people in that debate, and you know, like, you just became a fucking lolcow, and you're making yourself more of a lolcow every day with this shit.
Trump was literally telling Republicans in Congress, do not touch the border issue. That's why the bipartisan bill that Republicans had largely approved of a few years earlier.
But no, Wikipedia is not evil, okay? Wikipedia has its place for people who are getting their feet on the ground as far as a issue that they don't understand at all. Wikipedia is a great starting place, right? But, you know, if you're somebody that is having to use that kind of an on-ramp, right? Look, if you need to use the Cliff Notes to understand the works of Herman Melville, you probably are not going to do great. You probably are not going to contribute a lot to a discussion of Moby Dick, right? You can sound like you know what you're talking about. You can fool, you know, some of your classmates, but you're not fooling the fucking teacher. You didn't read Moby Dick, All right, you not even like the part like because there's another strategy for Moby Dick where you skip through all the nautical shit, which maybe you could argue isn't the point of the book, right? For Melville, he cared a lot about that stuff, but you could there's parts of Moby Dick you could skip, right? But it's really obvious to any teacher when a student has only read the Cliff Notes, when a student has only read Wikipedia, right? And when you're trying to pass yourself off as an expert in a field that you barely have comprehension of, and you're just able to kind of repeat factoids about, you're able to repeat the Cliff Notes interpretations of the meaning of Melville's work, right? It's very easy to see. It's very easy to see. And the only way he's getting by on this is that his audience is even more ignorant than he is.
Completely shut down because Republicans don't want to close this issue. Again, in classic Trump fashion, which is putting Trump ahead of the country, we didn't do anything about the border because Trump was telling Republicans not to fix a particular issue because he wants to win re-election.
Okay, so here it is. Destiny thinks this is a great own. We got to use this. We're not going to spend any time actually talking about the issue of immigration. We're not going to spend any time talking about the issue of asylum or why it exists or anything like that. We're just going to cede all the territory and say, actually, yeah, immigration's really bad. Asylum seekers are very bad, right? Biden wanted to do something about them, but Trump wouldn't let them, which is true, but goddamn. Why? Look, if this is football, why are you playing? Why are you insisting on playing on your own 25-yard line? Why are you not even contending for like downfield advantage? And the truth of the matter is that he just wants to be seen as the like, oh my God, I'm trying to go with the football as the quarterback who got 30 yards, or as the like, right? It's self-centered. This whole enterprise for him is self-centered. This whole enterprise for him is his personal brand. So as much as he's going to criticize, and I don't even know how much he's making these criticisms, but the appropriate, the whole narcissism of Trump comes from very much the same phenomenon. He is the same kind of narcissist as Donald Trump.
An issue that Biden and the Democrats tried to solve.
I should remember the name of the Republican that drafted this bill. What was the name of the senator who was irritated? Does anybody remember? Name of senator drafted immigration bill. We saw him on CNN Express. Oh, was it Lankford? I should have remembered this name. I need to do better at remembering names.
Do you see what he's saying? I got to do better at remembering names. I got to be better at popping off with facts, right? I got to be the one that's able to, pull out the, the trivia, because that's winning a debate, according to Destiny. This is the West Wing version of debate, right? As opposed to like what I described earlier as the Republican philosophy, where you're trying to look strong and you're trying to speak with confidence, right? This is the this is a liberal equivalent of that, I guess.
I think he was pretty ass mad, because I think he was the main person that had drafted this bill up initially, right?
You're a real gentleman about this, and I know you're not trying to zing your colleagues, but it's your colleagues in your party, sir, who torpedoed this, who.
It's so funny that they're able to have a conversation about immigration without actually talking about the subject matter, without actually litigating, like whether, like, and Destiny used to do this. I swear to God, I've heard Destiny talk about immigration as a net positive, right? The wind changes, Biden folds, and Destiny folds right along with him.
Didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election, it's the single biggest issue during the election, don't resolve this, we'll resolve it next year. Quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then walked away. I get that. That's a decision everybody makes in it.
And this isn't even a conspiracy, right? Like, this is like openly stated. This isn't conspiratorial. It's just like, this is what was said. Like, Trump made the statements publicly. McConnell and other people have made the statements publicly. Like, this is all public. None of this is like, you don't need to do any digging or...
Yeah, this is Biden's three-dimensional chess. Right? Why take the issue that's giving you problems and just completely fold on it. Be more Trumpy than them. Ask the Republicans what they want in their bill. Give them exactly that. And then when Trump says, as he's going to, because he's a fucking narcissist and he wants that W, he wants this issue on the table. He wants people thinking about immigration. He wants to present he doesn't want Biden to be able to present the idea that this issue is solved. Biden has given you everything you wanted. It's so sad on so many levels. This is a massive failure of the entire United States political system on both sides. On both sides, the Republicans for demagoguing this issue, and the Democrats for folding to them.
It's like all public.
My issue is if we're pursuing everything, we very often end up with nothing. If we're pursuing someone coming later to fix it, later seems to never come. When we have a moment to fix things, we should fix as many things as we can then come back later and fix the rest.
That's on Donald Trump, Senator.
Again, he's got an office that he's running for. He's got a campaign that he's running. I'm already in.
And look, if you want to be super cynical about Biden's policy on asylum seeking and immigration, right? You could look at some of the polls that show Biden's lead amongst different demographics receding. And you could maybe hypothesize an idea that Biden, says if these groups are no longer, my constituency, or if this is not where I'm like making up ground in terms of the election, then I am no longer going to take them into consideration in my policy, right? You could get really fucking cynical. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't have the ability to read hearts and minds. I don't know what's in Biden's head. But there is always that possibility too.
Office, I've got a responsibility to be able to carry on this. I think everybody cares about the future of the country. President Trump has a bigger picture of a lot of other issues he's looking for. If we have a President Biden again, this never gets any better. And I think President Trump sees this as a moment that if this gets fixed, then maybe a few people don't vote. And then we have a whole host of other issues in the future. Again, he's got a task he's taken on respectful. I've also got a task I've got to do. I've got to actually get this fixed.
Got it. Senator,
This is politically masterminded response. My God, this guy was literally,
Yeah, I mean, he's tightrope walking.
Oh, fuck. Is it Ocean's 12 or was it an Ocean's 11? Breakdancing laser scene. It was Ocean's 12.
Right, with no...
Oh my God. So I'm guessing this is going to be somebody breakdancing through the lasers that are a security system in this art museum. But like, again, this is a copyrighted movie. Look, he probably gets away with this. If you show like a little bit of a film, it's okay. But we kind of get the point. And also, I wanted to use this as a chance to segue, right? I only really wanted to watch a little bit of Destiny's like appraisal and his community's appraisal of his performance in this debate before we go full on into the debate itself. And after the debate, chat, remember, we've got more content, right? And we've got, basically, I am juggling, 4 different polls. Let's check their status here, right? So as far as what we're going to cover next after Destiny, right now in shorts, Ethan versus Fresh and Fit is well on top, is kind of running away with it, right? So make sure to vote if you haven't already. If you've got an opinion, we've also got What If Alt Hiss Manifesto, which I need to read again, or I need to watch again, because it was such fucking epic cringe, right? We've got the Mooncat Evo Psych video. We've got Owen Morgan's conspiracy video. Owen Morgan from Telltale Conspiracy, that's, kind of a expert on cults and stuff like that. Let's take a look over here at the other poll. Ethan Klein and Fresh and Fit also running away with it. More than twice as many votes as anything else, right? In terms of the regular YouTube poll. So yeah, we got Ethan from H3 versus Fresh and Fit. That's kind of kicking some ass over here. And of course, over on Twitch, it already won. So that's doing really well. But how about when we look at the other poll up top of me? Oh shit, I meant to show you this, right? I didn't realize this, but actually, look at this. So there's the fourth poll. This is the money poll. This is where you can put your thumb on the scale to tell me what we're gonna watch. Tell everybody what we're gonna watch next. So we got Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. Nobody's put any money towards that. So as much as it's running away from with the other polls, it's absolutely eating shit in terms of the donation poll. We got What If Alt Hist coming out in front with $15. We got Mooncat with $5 behind the Evolutionary Psych. Let's put this down. Evo Psych video. We got Owen Morgan here at $9 holding up second place, and we got and somebody's put money towards Vox Populi. So I guess this money, you could also say, so if you donate, if you gift memberships, gift subs, remember when you do that, say which content that you want, and you can put your thumb on the scale. Or if you want to just reinforce the vote of the people, which is H3 versus Fresh and Fit right now. But if you want to just, donate and say, I want whatever the people want, you can say Vox Populi afterwards. So here we go. Let's go to Destiny versus... Let's go to the actual debate. So we'll try to find, is Trump really a man of the people? It's kind of where we were. Oh my God. We were moving so slow. We'll move faster now.
Right now, because he wants to be president again. He could have just gone off.
Okay, so there we see Gorka making the argument that Trump would not be under any sort of prosecution. Trump would not be under any sort of criminal scrutiny, except for the fact that he's running for president, when actually the opposite is true. One of the only ways that Trump will escape accountability is if he is elected president again. That is really why he's running. Gorka is absolutely full of shit, but Destiny isn't even able to make a very simple argument. Completely fails that, completely shits the bed on that.
Think about what that does for the lifeblood. An economy requires energy. I know it's a scary, evil thing for the left, but oil and gas is how you run an economy. It's how you get food to people. So when we became the first time ever a net exporter, or talk about the other aspects of the economy, we had the lowest unemployment for minorities in the United States since record keeping began, and the lowest unemployment for women for 70 years. Look at what we have today. I mean, it's absolute. The fact that most families in this nation cannot handle a $500 emergency. They don't have $500 worth of cash. That's why Harlem is shouting, "We love you, Trump." I don't know if you saw President Trump after he had to leave the court last week. He delivered pizzas to the firefighters in Manhattan. It's really interesting to watch that video, not just of how he was received by those people who run into fires to save Americans. One of the firefighters actually audibly says in the background, "Save us, Mr. Trump." That doesn't happen if the man's selfish and if the economy's absolutely superb. It happens when you let in 8 million illegals in 3.5 years to crush the working man and woman in America.
Stephen, even as a fair observer, you would have to say, and feel free to come back on the point Seb made as well, but the immigration issue, the illegal immigration issue, seems to be much, much worse under President Biden. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we're facing unique issues right now, yeah.
So why would you want to re-elect a man who has allowed this many illegal immigrants in, despite the fact that I think it's fair to say the vast majority of Americans agree that this shouldn't be happening?
I think that when it comes to border stuff or immigration stuff, I think that most of the disagreement, I think for America, I think we generally agree on most things for what the immigration policy should look like. The problem is we have a very unique problem right now at the border relating to asylum seeking, and the federal government's hands are tied in terms of how you can deal with those people. So with the way that the law works right now, if you're an illegal immigrant and you come up to the border, you see that like the encounters have gone up dramatically. Well, so was the actual catch rate of people coming in. Like, not that many people are sneaking past the border guards. The reason why is because you don't have to actually sneak into the country anymore. You just have to show up between a port of entry, or maybe even at a port of entry now, and go, "Hey, I'm here to seek asylum." And once you've done that, it's like a get out of jail free card, and you're basically, they have to take you in, they have to process you because of how the federal laws on the books are.
Is this recent? Because if so, Destiny is getting a lot of media appearances. I mean, I don't know if you want to count this as a media appearance. This is Triggernometry, right? They do have a decent setup, but this is not television. This is not even a YouTube channel that has over 1 million subscribers, right? I mean, it is him debating a former Trump official. But yeah, I mean, like he does he is like what does he have like? Yeah, I mean he's doing a lot of debates about a subject that he seems to not be actually interested in learning at a very deep level.
Right now, and then because we don't have enough judges to actually go through all the cases, you're given basically a slip. You're saying, hey, please show up for your trial, and then you basically release them into the country. Some people will try to say that like Biden does catch and release, or we have like a catch and release law. But we don't really. It's like a combination of pretty complicated things on the books for how we deal with asylum seekers. Now, Biden and the Democrats in Congress wanted to deal with this, but Trump was literally telling Republicans in Congress, do not touch the border issue. That's why the bipartisan bill that Republicans had largely approved of a few years earlier got completely shut down because Republicans don't want to close this issue. Again, in classic Trump fashion, which is putting Trump ahead of the country, we didn't do anything about the border because Trump was telling Republicans not to fix a particular issue because he wants to win re-election. That's an issue that Biden and the Democrats tried to solve, but we couldn't do it.
And look, I want to hear Seb's answer to that and other.
Wait, where are we at?
The things you're about to say, but just I can tell you, someone, look, I was born in the former Soviet Union. I don't live in America. I can promise you, this unique set of circumstances that you're talking about, like every other country in the world, pretty much except Western Europe, is able to have a border, right? You can't just turn up to the border of Russia or China and like walk in and then be like, oh, can I please? That's not how it works. It's not. Look, the idea that a country has.
Is there substantial immigration into Russia and China? I mean, I could imagine like people trying to immigrate into China from North Korea. I don't know, how that works, and trying to think of what countries bordering Russia would people want to move to Russia from? I don't know.
As a border has not been controversial for very long. This is a very new thing, and the fact that the number of people has skyrocketed since President Biden was elected, you can't put that on the Republicans.
Well, I'm not putting anything on the Republicans. What I'm saying is what I'm putting on them is the refusal to fix the actual issue, which is passing legislation to do it. And the last huge bipartisan bill that died in the House was supposed to increase the amount of judges we have to work through asylum seekers. It was supposed to change the standards that we would use to evaluate people claiming asylum. And it would have increased funding basically for every part of the
Wouldn't
border
it be
security.
easier to just erect a physical barrier that prevents people from going into this country, except...
I mean, ironically, if you really want to make this argument, you could say that Biden did just that. You could say that Trump failed to build the wall like he said he would, and that Biden is actually working to kind of complete that project. I don't think that's anything that I would flex in a debate. Of course, I'm not a Bidenite the way that Destiny is, but
at a port of entry.
No, it wouldn't do anything. This is the frustrating thing, because the issue is what I said. The issue, if you look at the vast majority of people that are coming in and you talk about things like catch and release, it's asylum seekers. These are laws on the books that have to change. You can go to a border right now as an illegal immigrant and just like, hey, I'm like claiming asylum. Can I come in?
It's nothing to do with laws.
And then that's the issue that you have when you're trying to deal with our current immigration issue, is the asylum seeking process. And you say that like, well, other countries have borders and they don't have to deal with this. When the Syrian refugee crisis happened, I'm sure you remember, because I think it was probably a big motivating factor for Brexit, even if it was in the background. There were tons of refugees that were streaming into Europe, and there was a huge crisis. You saw a lot of right-wing parties gain popularity because of how unhappy people were. In Sweden, you've still got residual issues relating to those immigrants. You had the AfD rising in popularity in Germany. You had Marine Le Pen becoming popular again in France.
I totally agree with you. But the problem is that all of those decisions...
The moderator is failing at being objective and neutral. Okay, so just to remind us where we're at, right? You're right, Metal. You are right. This is Triggernometry, right? Meaning that the branding of this channel is trigger the fucking libs. That is the platform that Destiny has chosen to engage Sebastian Gorka on. Now, like I said, is there a little bit of daylight between Gorka and the hosts of Triggernometry? We saw this Was this the? Oh, this is the Destiny. No. No, okay. Anyway, we saw them interview saw them interview Gorka earlier, and yeah, these two guys on Triggernometry, they love DeSantis. They want DeSantis. They don't want to deal with Trump's baggage. They rightly intuit that DeSantis is every bit as radical as Trump, if not more radical. And so they're backing DeSantis. Gorka obviously was an official twice under Trump, right? He was maybe fired, maybe resigned. We're not sure as the director of counterterrorism. But
letting those people in, they were political decisions. And that's why people are frustrated, because the decision to allow 1 million refugees into Germany was a political decision, after which Angela Merkel admitted that multiculturalism doesn't work. It's not like the countries failed to have a border. It's that politicians choose to create a situation where millions of people flood into the United States.
I agree, but that's the choice that Trump and the Republicans have made right now, when we've said, hey, we can change this with bipartisan.
And nobody's talking about the effect of United States foreign policy on Latin American countries that is actually the driving factor of this immigration.
Infrastructure, or with bipartisan immigration legislation.
And therefore the responsibility that the United States actually has to take in some of these asylum seekers, right? There's a reason that this is a human rights issue. There's a reason that asylum is, considered different, separate from immigration. And it is because of the humanitarian situation that arises from sort of the blowback of foreign policy decisions made by the United States, right? The United States has exerted a profound influence on its southern neighbors ever since they announced the Monroe Doctrine, and yet there's no willingness to accept responsibility for.
On the books, it wasn't on the books, it was a bill, it was ready to be passed, it would have addressed all of these issues, but Trump told Republicans, do not pass this bill, I need this as an election issue, and he didn't, even though this bill had, I wish I could remember the name of the...
KL says those right-wing parties were gaining already in 2010.
The Republican that had co-authored this, but this is like basically a Republican-authored bill that would have fixed...
The moderator actually did, well, we saw the moderator press Gorka on some things earlier, right? But notice Omni's what Gorka's being pressed on, right? Don't just keep count of it, right? For instance, Gorka's point that Hunter Biden is this great liability, this great sign of corruption in the Biden administration, and then calling Destiny's bringing up of the more flagrant infractions by Trump's kids, the actual corruption that's actually going on. He didn't even bring up the emoluments issues that I probably would have mentioned, right? And the moderator pushes back on that as if, oh, you're just trying to do both sides. You're just trying to do both sides. And granted, yeah, there's more pushback that needs to be done as far as the Hunter Biden thing, right? Hunter Biden is a troubled dude. Hunter Biden's life is a mess, all right? He's kind of a shit show. But it doesn't really redound on Biden. It doesn't imply any... They can't actually show you how Hunter Biden being such a shit show equates to Biden and his administration being corrupt through there being a conflict of interest. And you can definitely show a gazillion conflicts of interest when it comes to Trump. So as much as I think that Destiny's performance in this debate is very much his own fault, right? That he's missed so many opportunities. He's ceded so much ground. There's so much that he's doing in this debate wrong. Yeah, he is getting fucked with by the moderator a little bit as well. And like I said, the moderator doesn't exactly agree with Gorka. We saw them, sort of wrestle, fight it out as far as, whether DeSantis or Trump is the better vessel for the MAGA agenda. But, that's the That's the disagreement that they have between, it's a disagreement between Trump and DeSantis. It's not
problems.
I want to give you more time on the
Yeah.
other points.
I will say one also, just so
please,
one quick thing.
please. We're truly honored to be partnered with Monk Debates.
Okay, so they're gonna do their call to action. I'm gonna do my call to action. If you support the stream, if you want to see more content like this, if you're enjoying this content, think about supporting the stream. You can do it in a variety of ways. And today, your support for the stream actually equates to what we're going to cover after this as far as content, right? We've got 4 different options up here that you can you can vote for, but you can also donate to, and I'll try to weigh those out. I'll try to figure out a way to weigh the donations against the voice of the people. As far as that goes, yeah, you can help us out through super chats, through super stickers, through becoming a member yourself, or through donating memberships to others in the chat. And it all helps me be sustainable and be able to bring you this content day after day, week after week. Remember, it's only through the support of viewers like you, to quote a PBS, what do they call that? What do they call the PBS thing? You know what I'm talking about? I don't really watch TV. I haven't watched TV in years. PBS fundraiser, whatever the fuck that's called. You can also support me on Patreon. The link for that is down in the description. You can support me in a number of ways directly. Link is also in the description. We're also crowdfunding a better mic, a better place for Waluigi to sit. You can see this guy's posture. It could be better, and I think it would be better if he was sitting on an SM7B. We are 82 maybe % of the way there. So if you want to contribute to making the sound better and making Waluigi's perch slightly better, you can do so there. And again, I am very grateful to all the support that you give me. And even if all you can give me is thumb, even if all you can do is hit that like button, that's great too, right? Thumb gang makes this work.
The place where the world's leading thinkers debate the most pressing issues of our time. The next Monk debate is one I promise you will not want to miss. The motion is...
Okay, we're going to go right forward.
You heard my interjections about immigration, and I think that...
So let's see what else we got here. Is Trump just playing politics? Why wasn't the wall built? Okay, so Destiny brings up... So we're really... We're talking about immigration here for quite a while, it looks like. Trump needing to rely on good faith? Can Trump get things done? Ooh, I don't like the framing of this debate. Like, this is all Trump, 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 Trump. What do other nations respect more? So the idea of, like, this is one of Trump's selling points, right? When he wants to basically bring up something bad that's happened in the world, Russia invading Ukraine, although I'm not sure if he thinks that's a bad thing or not, right? Or whatever, he'll make the claim that this never would have happened under my presidency. Putin was afraid of me. Putin's not afraid of him. Putin owns his fucking ass. Putin owns his ass, right? But he wants to claim that Putin is afraid of him, that, Kim Jong-il, that any opponent of the United States foreign policy would be better behaved because they know that Trump's a real man, and Biden is just a cuck. So Trump's role in recent conflicts, how Biden would diffuse global tensions, how Trump would restore peace. Yeah, I don't know. This is not a great debate, is it?
Certainly from my perspective. But the one thing I have also heard, including from many Republicans.
Oh yeah, I should mention, if you're watching me on Shorts, right, you'd expect to find the like button right there and right there. Ignore me if you're watching me on regular, right? That's normally where the like button would be. But if you're watching me on Shorts, you're actually going to find the like button right here with ... These 3 dots right there. If you hit those, a menu will open up and you'll be able to like or dislike the stream. So, however you feel, you can give me feedback through that mechanism.
Who might be mutual friends of ours, or people who are high up in the Republican Party, is that Donald Trump is playing politics with these issues right now in order that he has a better chance of winning. Do you accept that?
No, I don't. Let's talk about this canard that the left wants to fix this. And they had legislation that a rhino, a fake conservative, sponsored in the Senate. The legislation stated that if you sign this into law, you will allow at least 5,000 illegals into America every 24 hours. Of course, we're going to say that's garbage, that's insanity. The idea that they, in good faith, want to fix this. Let's just look. In preparation for today, I called up the former Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, and I asked him, what is the situation like? Let's just talk about one statistic, because 8 million illegals, it's hard to even fathom. In the last 3.5 years, they have intercepted 47,000 felons at the border. These are criminals coming into America. That is a 99% increase over our 4 years in government. Let's just say 100% increase. Besides that, they found 160,000 felons, convicted felons, in America, including 4,700 murderers and 8,000 gang members, one of whom murdered a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student, Macon Riley.
I'm sorry. Like, I was going to be on your side, Destiny, if the person had not been attractive, but oh my gosh, they murdered an attractive person. That's it. Build the wall. I'm sorry. I'm getting my Trump hat. I'm getting my Trump hat now. Oh my God. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck kind of rhetoric is this?
Georgia, a man who murdered her after he was asylee.
I just wonder how is Destiny going to deal with this, right? Because they do bring up this particular case, right? This is what they're all about. They're all about anecdotes. They'll find a bloody fucking mess of a situation, and they'll be like, this is the effect of illegal immigrants on our country. They murdered a beautiful white woman. Just like...
into America by Joe Biden's system, was then arrested for endangerment of a minor in New York, and Alvin Bragg, the Democrat DA of New York, led him onto the street so he could murder this 22-year-old.
This is pure narrative.
Let's be clear. They create...
The one thing Destiny could do is try to fight back with, like, I don't know, reality. Again, the things to bring up are the fact that immigrants commit less crimes than citizens. It kind of makes sense that if you're in a country and you're undocumented, your status in the country is at risk, right? You're less likely to do something that's going to get you fucking kicked the fuck out, right? So it's pretty simple. I don't know.
Right. It's policy decisions. My parents were real refugees, real asylum seekers.
Your parents were Nazis, you fascist. And you are too. You got that. Let's look. Okay, we haven't even gone over any of this shit as far as Gorka. There's his dissertation. Sebastian Lucas Gorka, born October 22nd, 1970, is a British-Hungarian-American media host and commentator currently affiliated... See, I'm using Wikipedia. Because unfortunately, Wikipedia has got some stuff that Destiny in his research for this debate seems to have completely skipped over. In this case, I actually think that Destiny would have been better served having consulted Wikipedia. I don't know. At this point, he might be afraid that it's just like bad optics to bring up Wikipedia, but like it's just like all he did apparently, at least that he's mentioned, right, is like watch a speech that Gorka gave at Oxford. Gorka was born in the United Kingdom to Hungarian parents, lived in Hungary from 1992 to 2008. In 2012, became a naturalized American citizen. Gorka has written for a variety of publications is politically conservative, no shit, has ties to the alt-right. So that's Wikipedia right there. It's just, oh no, hate symbols. He rejects the terms and he rejects the term alt-right and condemned the alt-right calling it bogus, and it doesn't exist. The alt-right is a figment of your imagination. There is no alt-right. There are no Nazis at Charlottesville. Just good patriotic American citizens that want to see the statue of Robert E. Lee remain, the great American hero Robert E. Lee remain in place, right? A new label for nationalists and irredentist bigots. Oh, okay, so he is trying to shit on the alt-right and distance himself, despite the fact that he's apparently a member of a long-standing fascist organization from Hungary. All right, during his 7 months in the Trump administration, Gorka gave a series of combative interviews to the press in which he defends the administration's positions and on national security and foreign policy. Various national security scholars and academic and policy-making circles have characterized Gorka as fringe. Some critics have challenged his academic credentials, his views on Islam and radicalization, and his motives for identifying with the Order of Vitesse, the Vitesse-Rend, right? And support of the Magyar Garda paramilitary organization banned by the European Union. So chat, this is this order right here that he was, and look, that should probably be a hate symbol. It's not regarded as one, but we're talking about a fascist group founded in 1920 that were collaborators with the Nazis in World War II. Tried to stage some sort of rebellion in the after World War II, and then his dad, I think, was exiled to the UK, where he was born. All right, so awarded a state honor. It was awarded a state honor from 1920 to 1944, continues to be a semi-independent organization of chivalry under Captain General Vitesse Joseph Karoli von Habsburg, head of the Palatinal branch. So this became an issue when he was, I think, being confirmed as a Trump official. Right, membership in this organization is actually supposed to preclude one from getting citizenship in the United States. And somehow, because of his connections and because of the fact that the White House wanted him to work there, he got to skip over that. Gorka was born in London. Okay. Shortly after taking a position in the Trump administration in early 2017, Gorka drew criticism from multiple commentators in academia and politics who characterized him as a fringe figure in academic and policy-making circles. Right, so his credentials were that he is a doctor, I believe, of political science. He describes himself as a counterterrorism expert. Business Insider Politics editor Pamela Ingalls has described Gorka as being widely disdained within his own field, right? His own field of political science. Number of academics and policy makers question Gorka's knowledge on foreign policy issues, his academic credentials, and his professional behavior. Andrew Reynolds, a professor of political science at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, questioned the validity of Gorka's doctoral degree, noting discrepancies between how doctorates are normally awarded and how Gorka's was awarded. Reynolds said that the evaluation of the Destiny's community were wrong in two sides, right? They're both wrong in that Destiny got one over on Gorka. Destiny blew him out of the water. It's the exact opposite. This debate is a shit show. Destiny's getting his clock cleaned. Destiny's getting fucking wasted by this guy. But they're also wrong in saying that Gorka is this academic, right? He is, what was the phrase? Wholly disdained within his own field of academia, right? So they're this academic, this fucking brainiac, this PhD, in political science, right? Like, and Destiny just kicked his ass, right? And they're like wrong on both counts, right? According to Reynolds, at least 2 of the 3 referees had only a bachelor's of arts. Referees? Oh, they're talking about the dissertation, the PhD committee. Evaluation of each referee on Gorka's PhD committee was a page of generalized comments, completely at odds with detailed and substantive and methodological evaluations that I've seen at every PhD defense I've been on in the last 20 years. According to Reynolds, at least 2 of the referees had only bachelor's of arts degrees. That's kind of weird. And so this is for his PhD, right? One of the referees had published with Gorka previously, so in violation, so a bit of a conflict of interest maybe there, in violation of academic expectations. The reviewers have no personal or other form of interest in the success of the candidate's thesis. Georgetown University Associate Professor, this is where he worked as a professor, Daniel Nexon, reviewed Gorka's PhD thesis, describing it as inept and saying it does not deploy evidence that would satisfy the most basic methodological requirements for a PhD in the US. Nexon ran Gorka's thesis text through plagiarism software, finding that portions were repurposed. There's so much fucking ammunition that I don't think Destiny was even aware of, right? This guy is a fucking clown. The Journal of Terrorism and Political Violence had never used Gorka as a reviewer because, according to the associate editor, he is not considered a terrorism expert by academic. This was the counter-terrorism. Wait, what was his position again? Trump administration, appointed as deputy assistant to the president and strategist. Deputy assistant to the president and strategist in the Trump White House. He's a member of the White House team known as the Strategic Initiatives Group, which is set up by White House advisors Steve Bannon and Jared Kushner. Strategic Initiative Group never got off the ground, and Gorka failed to obtain a security clearance because of the Vitesse Ren shit. Necessary to work on national security issues. Questions were raised about Gorka's precise role and duties within so we don't even know what he did within the Trump administration, right? And he apparently washed out. So that was the first role that he held. In April 2017, Washington Examiner reported that Trump administration was planning to move Gorka to a role outside the White House. However, in May 2017, the Daily Beast reported that Trump and Bannon had intervened to retain Gorka in his position. On August 25th of 2017, Gorka's White House tenure ended. So January 2017 to August 2017, that is his first job at the Trump in the Trump White House. 1 week after Bannon's departure. So Trump gets rid of Bannon. Trump gets rid of Gorka, tries to, hold himself up as not being beholden to the fringe, to the alt-right, contingent within MAGA. And then in July 2020, the White House announced that Trump would appoint Gorka to a 14-member National Security Education Board. The board addresses the national need for experts in critical languages and regions by awarding scholarships and fellowships to students and grants to colleges and universities. Okay, so now this is a huge section in the Gorka wiki, and it's talking about the historical order of Vitesse. This is the reason that if we look at over here, this is his thesis. This is the thesis that everybody's like shitting on. Doctoral School of Applied Political Science, Sebastian L.V., right? These are letters that members of the Vitesse Rend put in between their first and last names. Actually, I think in Hungarian, you'd see the last name would be first, but regardless, right? This is translated, right? But yeah, this L and this lowercase v, this is the order of Vitesse. people who have worked with Gorka. Okay, so one thing that he doesn't have like a history of is being there's no proof that he himself is anti-Semitic. Democratic senators sent a letter to the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security requesting that DHS look into whether Gorka illegally procured his citizenship by omitting membership in the historic Vitesse Ren. This is supposed to preclude one from United States citizen. How ironic. Destiny, here's your nuke. Here's your nuke, buddy. This guy shouldn't have gotten into the United States. This guy shouldn't have never gotten citizenship, right? He's, from all extent, he is the illegal, right? I don't like to use that term, right? But that's how Gorka's, describing undocumented people. His documentation seems to have been fraudulent. He omitted his membership in this fucking extremist group that would have precluded him from getting citizenship, right? Anyway, he denies that he's a sworn member of the Vitesse Rend, even though there's like so many signs, again, chat, so many signs that that's not true. But there's like a huge nuke in Wikipedia just waiting for Destiny to take it and deploy it and nuke this motherfucker from orbit. Especially given that so much of the discussion is about immigration, right? This is so fucking easy. And Destiny completely just omitted this.
Because if my dad had gone back to the land of his birth as an escaped prisoner from a communist prison, he would have been shot on sight. You can't say 8 million political prisoners are coming across.
Look, the Soviet Union did a lot of fucked up shit, but shooting Nazis is not something I have a problem with.
The border into America. And let's just use the stats of the left. The United Nations, hardly a hard MAGA entity.
He's even bringing up his own background here. He's making it so easy.
Human Rights Watch, not exactly America First. What have these organizations stated about the deluge, the invasion of illegals across our border under Biden? Between 50 and 60% of the girls and the women are being raped or sexually assaulted by the coyotes, by the human traffickers. It is absolutely empirically a statement of fact that Joe Biden has become the largest human trafficker in human history. The party of...
Come on, sir.
No.
Come on. He's not...
Numerically.
Come on.
Numerically.
No, that's not what I'm disputing. I'm disputing the idea that he is a human trafficker.
Totally. His policies.
It's happening under his watch.
His decision. Let's talk about what he said.
No, hold on. But he's not a human trafficker.
He is.
That's ridiculous.
His policies...
Okay, so here's the moderator pushing back on Gorka in his claim that Joe Biden is like a human trafficker responsible for essay of people crossing the border.
Have made his government empirically. You can't argue with 12,000 illegals a day. 12,000!
To call someone a human trafficker implies they're doing it on purpose. Come on.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why. Because they are so bigoted and so racist. Remember, this is the Democrat Party, the party of the KKK, the party of the Jim Crow laws. This is the party that, whose activist murdered the first Republican president, Lincoln, the great emancipator. This is the DNA of the Democrats.
There we go. Joe Biden also responsible for Lincoln's assassination. What?
The Democrats are so fundamentally bigoted. They believe if we let in millions of illegals because they're brown-skinned, because they're black-skinned, when we amnesty them and give them naturalization and citizenship, they will vote for us because of their skin color. This is CRT at its core, critical race theory, and that's why they're doing it. This isn't an accident. You don't open the borders an accident. You know that. And this isn't because of humanitarian stuff. Let's talk about why it's happening technically and why he is the largest human trafficker.
Finish the point and I want to say something.
How do these people come into America? Do you know what CBP1 is, Stephen? CBP1 is the app that illegals download on their way to America. It's funded by you and me, American taxpayers. They're sitting in Mexico. They're sitting in the Dominican Republic. They're sitting in Afghanistan. And they download an app where they pre-clear themselves. You tick a box. I am Mickey Mouse and I'm an asylum seeker. When you cross the border, you say, hey, I'm registered, and you're let into America. That's deliberate, Konstantin. That's not accidental, that's deliberate. And these people aren't political refugees.
Okay. Why didn't you build a wall when you had the chance?
We tried to, and we were stymied consistently. You know what President Trump had to do? This is the insanity. The protestations from the establishment were hysterical. We had to repurpose DOD funds and say the border is actually a national security issue if you've got terrorists coming across the border. We had to repurpose national security funds to build the border and buy the steel to build the wall. That took us over a year. What does Joe Biden do? He comes into the administration, and the steel members that we had bought to secure the border, he sold them for scrap iron. That's why it's deliberate, and that's why he's a human trafficker.
The talking points are funny. I think it's really funny. I think if you're listening to this in video form, I think you should rewind because I think Seb accidentally gave away part of the plot. It's funny because you described that border bill and you said that it allows 5,000 illegal immigrants to come in a day. Minimum? Wrong. That was the maximum cap.
No.
One of the issues that we face. I did, sir. I did read it. Let me finish. I did read it. You should read it as well. No, I did read it. And it's funny because what you'd said later on was that we were seeing numbers sometimes in excess of 12,000 per day. The reason why that bill was so important. One of the things that would have been nice.
Why don't they ask him why Trump fired him? That's I would love to know the answer to that question, SM.
Actually placed a cap on the amount of people that were coming in and claiming asylum. That 5,000 per day would have said that once we hit this cap, we are not processing anybody else. You could have the most legitimate asylum claim in the world, and we would not allow you into this country, which was already about to be challenged by a ton of legal people around the United States. And I think there were international bodies as well, because whether or not you can cap asylum seekers is still an internationally debated topic. But
one thing that's not an internationally debated topic is the top of the hour ad break. It is universally recognized that at the top of every hour, there is a 5-minute ad break, a 3-minute ad break. I'm sorry. It feels like 5 minutes. It feels like longer than it is. It's an ad break that you don't necessarily have to see. If you've been watching on Twitch, you might have seen a lot of these ad breaks. But you can get out of the ad break you can get out of the ad break for free or $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub or by paying $5 to get yourself an ad break. You also get weasels. You also get the emotes, and on Twitch, the emotes are animated, right? So they're kind of like premium emotes. It costs more than a membership on YouTube, but you're getting a little bit more, and you're also getting out of the ad break. That's one thing that the membership on YouTube does not get for you, right? Is gets rid of those ads. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to people who are active in the chat.
That is what that legislation seeks to do. If you feel, again, so passionately about the border, why didn't we pass any bipartisan infrastructure or bipartisan immigration legislation? Why did Trump shut it down?
Because you have to have the other side acting in good faith.
You can say that, but you did. If you really truly believe that the other side is at fault, then it seems like you need a candidate besides Trump, because Trump wasn't able to get anything done when he was president. You just said it yourself that Trump had to repurpose DOD funds to do it. Trump had a larger margin in Congress. Trump had all three branches of government and accomplished less than Biden did when it came to legislation, when it came to the border, when it came to infrastructure, when it came to foreign policy.
So here's Destiny making the argument that Biden is better at bipartisanship in the MAGA era. Right? When bipartisanship means bipartisanship with MAGA, right? That's the argument that he's going to make, right? Is that Trump couldn't work together with the other party, or even entirely like hold together his own caucus to get these priorities, right? The priority being building the fucking wall, right? The priority being his racist immigration policy. Trump could not get that achieved and had to do things like dip into the defense budget for that.
when it came to almost every single aspect of running this country. And Trump was the
Destiny's using legality, whereas we're using morality.
And saying, I'm the business guy. I can bring people together. I can get these things done because I know how to get people to work together. And all I hear from people once Trump left office was, well, the deep state got me, and it was the other guys, and I couldn't do anything, and I had to take money from the DOD to do it, and I couldn't figure anything out, and blah, blah, blah. And now that he's out of office, supposedly running for America, despite the fact that what he's really running for is so that he can pardon himself from his crime.
Yes, thank you. Finally, Destiny. Finally bring that up. Finally bring that up. But are you going to make it stick? Or is this just a passing...
and be immune from hopefully state charges. What he's really running for, is to save himself, and that's why he didn't care about the border. That's why he tries to continue the border problems. He wasn't able to fix it when he was in office because he's more concerned with his reputation than actually bringing people together to get anything done. I don't understand how, even if you believe everything that you've said, that asylum seeking is an issue, that illegal immigration is an issue, even if you believe that these are issues that are brought by Democrats intentionally and they're destroying the country, which are all ridiculous claims, Donald Trump is not the guy to fix them because he already proved that he couldn't do it once.
All right, so we can go back and forth saying, I read this, I read that.
So there we go. There's the Destiny's argument, right? That apparently there was nothing wrong with what Trump wanted to do with immigration, but what was wrong is that he failed to do it. He wasn't a deal maker. He couldn't get his agenda passed, right? He had a larger majority than Biden did in, from 2017 to 2019, and he failed to pass his racist policies, and Biden's offering those racist policies as a compromise with the Republicans. So Biden's actually better at building the wall than Trump. That's what we're arguing. That's what we're doing here. Chat, did I accidentally go down a rabbit hole? Because it kind of feels like today this whole stream feels like a goddamn rabbit hole.
Look it up for yourselves. Everybody can do that, okay? I just want it to be common sense. Does anybody with a straight face have the capacity to say, yeah, the Democrats are strong on the border and immigration, and Trump isn't?
Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point. No matter how much Biden bends over backwards for Trump and the Republicans, is he going to get any credit? The answer is no. The answer is, even from a position, a cynical fucking triangulation, strategy by Biden to retain power. Even from that position, his tactics do not work. He's fucking up the bag. Even in this sense, right? Even in this sense, as a person that doesn't care, particularly what the policy is, right? And just wants to retain power. He's not even getting that. Nobody's giving him credit for it because nobody associates Biden with the wall, even if he's literally like offering to build it. Nobody associates Biden with Trump's policies that he announced in 2016, even if Biden is the one that actually makes good on those promises. Oh my God, this is so fucking ironic.
It beggars belief. It's risible.
That's
it's risible.
That's one of the weaker points.
It's risible once again.
I think a very strong point.
Laughable is essentially what he's saying.
Right at the end. And the one I'd like to hear you answer is...
Not to be confused with runcible, right? Which is the spoon. The spoon is runcible.
Trump, you say, didn't build...
Wait, is it pronounced rinsable? Is that pronounced rinsable too?
Because there was a lack of support from...
What am I quoting, Chad? Am I quoting the Owl and the Pussycat?
On the other side, they were not acting in good faith. Okay. Well, you think there's going to be more good faith after he gets elected, let's say, in 2024?
Right. I'm not sure it's the good faith that's the problem. He seems to paint President Trump...
No, you said this earlier.
No, but let me just unpack it in terms of what's possible and what isn't. I said this when I was in the White House. I said it after I left the White House. Donald Trump won the election despite the GOP, not thanks to the GOP. I mean, this is the oddity. I mean, this is what Americans forget, and I find it funny that I have to remind Americans who are born.
Okay, chat, this is about as much as I can take. And I did say that I intend to cover other stuff. Now, I got a little bit of a conundrum here, right? Because if I look at the poll on Twitch, I see Ethan H3 versus Fresh and Fit, right? That's the runaway winner on Twitch. If I look at the poll on Shorts, runaway winner by almost twice as much as anything else, Ethan versus Fresh and Fit, right? I go over here and I look at the poll Again, yeah, by more than twice as much as anything else. Everything else is tied for second, right? Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. And I have one poll where Ethan versus Fresh and Fit is actually placing last, right? And that is the donors, the donors primary, right? That is the that is people that have donated to the stream and also put their thumb on the scale. But the question is, are their thumbs powerful enough? Because we do have $3 going towards Vox Populi, $3 essentially backing up the other 3 polls in which Fresh and Fit is winning. But yeah, the runaway favorite in this poll by more than twice as much as anything else is What If Alt Hist. The question is, what do we do with this? Here, let me just bring these up, like, right, to show you exactly what we're talking about. Wait, somebody put this one in my Discord. Let's see what we got here. Stream suggestions. Oh, there's a good stream suggestion from the anti-corporatist. Cicadas.
I don't know if y'all can hear this, but these cicadas are going nuts.
They really are.
Dude, they're flying all over these frickin' trees. There's so many of them. Oh my God. I don't know if y'all can hear this, but these cicadas are going nuts. You can see them too. They're flying all over these frickin' trees. There's so many of them. Oh my God. I don't know if y'all can hear this.
That's some serious cicada action there, AC. Wait, somebody sent me... I'm trying to find it. There we go. It's right here. It's this one. So this is the this is Ethan versus Fresh and Fit. This is you know, like when we last saw Ethan, I don't know, was he shitting on Frogan? Is that what was happening? Was he defending the indefensible? I don't know. Ethan's really been up and down, right? We've seen him go after Vosh pretty effectively. We've also seen him with some just really cringe takes on you know, Israel Palestine. So, but yeah, he's taking on Fresh and Fit here.
Might help too. There you go. All the best.
And actually really kind of exposing them, right? These guys are straight up Nazis. Let's see, let's get it right to the place where Debate with Fresh and Fit is right there.
Thank you guys. Love y'all. All right.
All right. I am admitting them to the room right now.
So we got that. Yeah, they're bringing in Fresh and Fit on Off the Rails, right? We got that possibility. Now we only got an hour to do whatever content this is. Let me also bring up What If Alt Hist. Probably type it as one word would be better. Alt Hist manifesto. Now this is the this one is the winner of the of people you know, donating, right? Manifesto for the New Right. This is the one where he says Billy Joel is America or something like that. All right, this is an incel making a manifesto for the New Right. And it's super cringe. It's super cringe. It's like it's weird shit. You will enjoy it. Wait, why? Okay. Let's see what else is even in contention, right? Those are the two that won Yeah, it looks like nothing else is even close. So we'll have to break. Should we do a tiebreaker? Should we do a tiebreaker poll really quick, chat? What do you think? We could end these polls and then do start poll tiebreaker. Ethan H3 versus Fresh and Fit. These are the guys that with the, you know, Fresh and Fetus versus what if alt hist incel manifesto. God, that sounds bad. It makes it sound like the shooter's manifesto. We're not watching a shooter's tiebreaker. What's next? And then start poll. Okay, then we start a poll over here. And again, chat, if you want to put your thumb on the scale, those donations are still open. If you wanna use your superior thumb to try to tiebreaker. What is next? What should I cover next? Okay. Ethan H3 versus Fresh and Fit versus what is this called? What if alt hist incel manifesto? Here we go, start poll. All right, there we go. There we go. And we'll give it a little bit longer to decide, because I feel like, I don't know. Like Ethan versus Fresh and Fit ran away with the Vox Populi vote of the masses, absolutely kicked ass. But then as far as people gifting memberships to other people, as far as people donating through super chats, it was what if alt hist. So I'm gonna say that's a tie, because I'm spineless, I guess. No, because like I don't know. Metal says Trump probably fired Gorka because Melania was finding common ground with him, both being from Eastern Europe. America doesn't act in good faith. We, when we immigrate to Mexico or any other country for that matter. I don't know what that means, Trey. What are you talking about? Femzoi, man? I'm not sure what that is. I think my dog ate a cicada. Is that okay? It's a crunchy bug. So yeah, right now, what if I'm seeing what if alt history here? Should I do it on Twitch as well? Let's do it on Twitch. And again, chat, if you wanna chime in with your dollars, right? They might have inordinate value in this poll. /poll. Poll has 2 L's. So otherwise, we're talking about the other kind of poll, and that's a website that I don't want to think about right now. Tiebreaker. Ethan H3 versus Fresh and Fit, and what if alt hist incel manifesto? Oh my god. Just have to put manifesto. we go. And give that 10 minutes on a Twitch poll. I said Twitch poll. Oh my god, I'm fucking myself up here. Cicadas are packed with nutrients. Are they actually good? Like, they seem like they'd be a little too crunchy, right? Like, I feel like, okay, assuming that the inside of the cicada is delicious, as you know, evidenced by the fact that dogs eat them. What about the outside of the cicada? Isn't that like too... Isn't that too much? Isn't that like too, it's too, what am I saying? It's like, it's too hard, right? Is it too hard? Yo, Ethan Fresh and Fit kicking ass in one poll. What are the rest of, oh, what if Alt Hist winning in the shorts poll? What if Alt Hist winning in the Twitch? And remember, in the Twitch poll, you can put the thumb on your on the scale. I shouldn't have done this, but like you can also vote with oh no, chat. People are just gonna win it with it's not the coming incel revolution, right? That's not the one that we're gonna be going over. This is one. It's called Manifesto for the New Right, right? This is his manifesto, but he is an incel and he is making a manifesto. And I do want to know what you think about this. Yeah, somebody's getting great value out of their somebody's getting great value out of their Twitch channel points right now. Wait, oh my god, Ethan is running away with the poll on the main channel. Chat, since this is so close, whatever wins, I'm going to try to watch the other thing at some other point. So just so you know, tomorrow we've got a deep dive into the Majority Report versus Anna Kasparian, or should I say Anna Kasparian and Jesse Singal versus the Majority Report. You might have seen a little bit of this today on the on the Vanguard. I'm gonna try to drill down into this and see what all is there, right? Because there's some tea about to be spilled. Channel points, Jules. You can use channel points to vote. So if anybody is in the chat and you're like, you could get into a channel point war, right? Because I think a lot of you have tons of channel. The Twitch poll is basically meaningless though, because I opened it up to channel points, right? So five channel points. It ends in 6 minutes, but my nose is twitching. And remember, if you don't like how these polls are going, so like I feel like I got to get better at covering like the horse race between this. Oh god, it's close on shorts. I should probably put something on while we wait. What do you want? Coping and seething? But yeah, we'll be covering TYT versus I'm sorry, like Anna Kasparian talking shit about TYT once again tomorrow. And then on Friday, we will be watching Demon Mama's reaction to the Keffels. The Keffels expose. At least that's what's on the agenda for now. Oh god, I didn't even see this. This is a new North Star radio video.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers
like you, just like...
Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/NorthstarRadio.
To keep the regime alive. Also, a lot of the atrocities anticipated at the outset of this war have mostly failed to materialize, at least so far. Does that mean Saddam Hussein is not in control?
The most trusted name in news.
Do you think New York State should recognize gay marriage?
No.
No. Okay.
Now for a story that made us say, seriously? The Occupy Wall Street protest entered its third week today. What started as less than a dozen college students camping out in a park near the New York Stock Exchange is now hundreds of protesters, and it's spread to other cities. But what are they protesting? Nobody seems to know.
Oh boy.
So this is called the hidden death of left media, left-wing news in America.
My feeling has always been.
And in parentheses, it never. Oh, I get it. It never existed. So we're going back to the past to see what like supposed left-wing media, CNN, MSNBC, these vaunted bastions of liberalism, these vaunted bastions of left political thought. What are they really? What were they doing during the war on terrorism?
And you probably know this about me. You've probably seen the program.
I watched the show. Yes.
You watched the show a couple times. Is that I believe that you helped the administration take us to like the most devastating mistake in foreign policy that we've made in like 100 years.
Okay, so the poll ends in 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes to vote. You can vote with your dollar. You can vote with.
Mujahideen, a brave.
You can vote with your votes. You can vote with your channel points.
With their dick.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Protect Bernie Sanders!
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Protect Ilhan Omar!
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous.
I've seen this compilation of "This is extremely dangerous to our democracy." I don't actually know what they were talking about. Like, what was extremely dangerous to our Occupy? Were they talking about Occupy? Were they saying Occupy was extremely dangerous to our democracy?
This is extremely dangerous.
Wait, no.
Johnny Harris.
And I remembered that my full-time job is to do journalism.
In 14th century England, in an era plagued by the Black Death and Great Famine, a new word was gaining prominence, a special word used to describe fresh information making its way to the public for the very first time. News. For the longest time, news was distributed in the form of newspaper, thanks to the printing press. Soon the invention of motion pictures.
You got 1 minute left, chat. 1 minute left for you to vote.
Initially as a silent film. Then radio was popularized and became the #1 way breaking news was distributed amongst the public. But then, on an inconspicuous spring day in 1940, NBC decided to simulcast their nightly radio newscast with a new experimental type of media. Television.
30 seconds left.
The television airing of Lowell Thomas's newscast was only seen by a fraction of America.
Chad, it's looking like What If Alt Hist.
The television news broadcast.
You want fresh and fit. It's your time to jump in there. Put your thumb on that scale. You have very...
of the American media environment.
Stand by for the opening night of the National Television Service. Hello there, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and children. This emblem that you've just seen is tonight the symbol of a historic occasion, the opening of the national television service.
From the studios of TV8, Ray Wilson and Bob Regan present the award-winning TV8 Newsreel. Mel Knepp brings you another special report. Lyle Bond reports on the world of sports. Doug Oliver presents the weather word. Harold Keane...
The weather word? Was this the first news? Like...
The lighter side. I'll be back with these other special features on the CBS.
Is that Walter Cronkite?
This portion of the news is brought to you by Safeco Insurance, your finest, most complete roof of plan protection.
Good evening. These are the world headlines at this hour. Right, China.
Okay, here's the real headline. What if Alt Hist Manifesto wins on Twitch? Ethan versus Fresh and Fit wins on the regular stream. What if Alt Hist Manifesto wins on Shorts? So that's what we're watching, right? I'll try to get back to the Ethan versus Fresh and Fit because it is actually a very good debate. Obviously, I've got, you know, some issues with Ethan and his takes as of late, but I did see that debate, and it is a good debate, and it does expose Fresh and Fit pretty. Wait, did I even? Oh my God! There we go. It's this, and then. All right, it's time. It's time to see why Billy Joel is America.
This is a project I've had for 2.5 years, and I didn't really know what to do with it for the longest time. Ever since I was a child, I've had an idea that our society doesn't really believe in anything. Our culture feels empty. As an Orthodox theologian once said, modern society is divided between...
It's so funny, because chat, if you're not orthopilled, if you're not some kind of dissident right weirdo, it's just like, as an Orthodox theologian once said, let's quote a theologian. Let's quote a theologian. What does the theologian say?
A majority who try to numb itself to its meaninglessness, and the few who realize it and then go insane. As a teenager, I realized adults really had no idea what they were doing. Our entire society's worldview was a cardboard box meant to blot out the insanity of the actual world, and now we're in a rainstorm that's melting away the cardboard. But
remember, chat, we didn't start the fire.
Most people prefer to hide inside the box, even though they're...
We didn't start the cardboard. We didn't start the rainstorm.
Since they lack the courage to go outside and do anything.
You gotta get out of your cardboard box.
We are a society of people who go through the motions without ever thinking why. We hate those who question this, since we don't have a good answer. This is also why our society is suicidally depressed. If you watch my channel, you'll see me talk about all the issues we have as a culture. As a person on the digital right who is part of the discourse and developments happening in real time, I can see that we live in a historic moment now. The right is forming...
He's like, I'm kind of a big deal on the right.
A new ideology today, and I see that I'm like one of 5 people who could steer this process to be something better. I made this manifesto in this video since
I wonder who the other 5 people. One's gotta be Nick, one's gotta be Bap.
I wanted to release my ideas on both how to deal with these issues and also give my best ideas for...
Thank you for subscribing, Little Exotic.
...principles that the right or whatever new ideological coalition in a...
Yeah, you didn't need a weather word to know which way the wind blows.
...the not left is going to do. My goal here...
Okay, we're not going to reread like his freaking screed. He does this, right? He delivers a screed, but somehow the screed isn't enough. And he puts this on, he like types up a thing to put in the background, right? So that like I'll pause it and read like this crap. But I'm not gonna read this crap because I've already read it.
To make a mess.
Did you miss Sebastian? You were here for Sebastian?
Men are willing to die for as the world gets darker. Whether or not I succeed is yet to be seen.
Yeah, you missed Sebastian. We're on to Rudyard. Rudyard and Friends. Falling down the rabbit hole with Rudyard and Friends. The dissident right has a new manifesto.
Clear with recent
something like that.
Current in-group is deeply affecting AI for the worse.
The new in-group is... This is...
In contrast, the Boltzmann network emerges a beacon of innovation.
That's the problem with woke people. They're too popular.
In decentralized AI by using crypto and blockchain to transform data.
So yeah, this is what he's advertising.
Security, transparency.
Whatever the fuck this is.
Scalability. Overcoming the limitations of centralized AI, where privacy and capacity constraints prevail, Boltzmann offers a groundbreaking alternative. Its decentralized web of computing power ensures unlimited scalability, robust data protection, and true transparency. Boltzmann's pioneering encryption will be the future of AI infrastructure for industries like finance and healthcare, while its transparent architecture offers a clear view into a secure, efficient future for individuals.
Anyway, back to the video.
Part
yes.
1, God is evolution.
Here we go.
God is evolution.
That's how we're going to start off. God is evolution.
That is the underlying principle which drives this thesis. I'm going to start with the simplified version and then go backwards to explain it.
Why is he calling it a thesis?
This is an ideology which I would like both atheists and the religion.
Look, a thesis can be like something that you write as like a capstone project on your degree, or a thesis could also be like the common thread through your through an essay. I wonder which one he means.
Just to be able to understand,
or if he just thinks thesis sounds smart.
Frameworks that are palatable to them. My perspective is that I'd like to build all this up from easily recognizable assumptions that normal people could agree on. I know the word God triggers a lot of people due to connotations with
so we're going to build a cosmology for normies. Is that what we got?
Previous religions. Instead, I'm just going to use the word providence to signify what I mean by God. There is clearly an order to the universe. There are natural laws that operate across the universe and existence. Things like gravity, Darwinistic competition, duality, the mixing of the sexes, or entropy. We take these underlying rules.
Wait. Is the mixing of the sexes entropy, or is it like are we saying the mixing of the sexes, aka entropy? Or are we saying like, or yeah, we're building a religion on rock and roll.
For granted in our society, yet we don't think about why they exist or not. The universe.
Yeah, why does the queen capture the pawn and the like?
Is a game.
We don't think of like, why is the knight restricted to moving in such and such a pattern, whereas the rook can move in straight lines and the bishop moves in Why is that, right? Why can the king only move one place at a time?
In which there are clear.
And what kind of weird chess move to show? Like obviously, like the king is probably wait. I'm trying to think. Does the king put himself in check? I can't see the rest of the chessboard, but I'm assuming that that person just gave their queen away. I don't know.
Immutable rules, yet we ignore them. People are rewarded for following those rules or not. Religion has been an attempt to quantify those rules in simpler ways that can be transmitted to people. We can agree that principles like hard work, humility, bravery, intellectual honesty, or love are good. Furthermore,
wait, is intellectual honesty being called love here, or is this like something that can substitute for love? What? Intellectual honesty or love? What the fuck is bro talking about? What is bro yapping about?
Order rewards them. The societies which follow those principles succeed and continue to propagate, and those who do not collapse. This is the history-long process of the rise and fall of empires, or decadence. The exact form these principles take,
oh my god,
between different societies, and that's fine. Different religions.
Is the rise and fall of empires decadence? Is that what? I don't understand how he's using the word or.
Exist.
It's got to be, right? That's what he's saying. The rise and fall of empires, aka decadence. What?
Different context.
What?
As they need an individual message tailored to that people. This is simple.
We gotta make this go fast.
People will have different internal decorations inside their homes, which serve the same purpose of beautifying the home, but are also individually good for that person. We assume something must be uniform to be true, but in the same way different societies have different kinds of government tailored to their society, it's also true for religion. The Jews were obsessed with ritual taboos since they needed a strong vetting process to get around the constant external threats their society had. The Aztecs and many other ancient peoples did human sacrifice, since it created a psychological process to symbolize the sacrifice their societies would would have to make to survive. Different cultures play different roles for the conditions they evolved under. The thing is that all of these organisms, and
this is from Crusader Kings,
are fundamentally organisms, are pitted in permanent Darwinistic competition with the other. Their role is to figure out what rules to follow, and if they do so correctly, they will succeed and propagate. The West Europeans figured out the scientific method, which happens to relate to objective reality very well, which then let them conquer the world. The Mesopotamians discovered agriculture, which again changed world history. We are born knowing nothing or very little, and different societies act out certain principles to see if it works. Those who follow the correct principles best outcompete those who don't.
Okay, so this is what he means. Okay. This is what he means by God is evolution.
Challenged by providence against everyone else playing the game. The thing is that the game is constantly changing, and so it's absurdly difficult to figure out how to win this time. The chariot is what got the Indo-Aryans to conquer the known world, but their descendants after—
Oh, here we go with the Aryans. Here we go with the Indo-Europeans.
To learn statecraft to keep their societies going.
So this guy's on the ortho-bro side of things?
Did very well for the ancient Greeks until their enemies learned to combine cavalry with archers, which should counteract it. In a million ways, each era tries out a hypothesis, pushes it to its natural limitations to see how it works, and then tries something else, and if it fails, it—
Wait, is it the era that does it or the culture?
When Plato—
I thought he was saying the culture.
Natural archetypes.
Yeah, this is what a fault hissed.
This is the sort of thing he was describing. There is an abstract moral concept of greatness, and the closer a society acts to the standard of greatness, the more it succeeds. There is the duality of the masculine and the feminine, and when you look for romantic partners, we look for the ideal of our opposition rather than any real man or woman, and we see how real men or women fit up to this ideal. For some reason, water with heat or cold will change from liquid to air or solid. These abstract principles exist in a non-material form as effectively ideas, and all material—
For some reason? Like, I think we understand the reason—
to these abstract principles. We completely ignore this and take it for granted, but how can you have a totally materialist worldview and acknowledge these ideals control reality? Like a board game, there are pieces on the board, but those pieces must follow the rules of the game in order for the system to work.
Like, temperature literally describes the average, the average speed of like, you know, molecules inside a body. Like,
you can't see those rules as material things, yet they control the game. Another factor here is that ideas take on their own life. For example, look at communism. Karl Marx invented communism as an idea. At that point, it became a living thing.
Again, Karl Marx didn't invent communism.
In Marx's head, it was a fantasy, but then as it took over nations, the logical contradictions built into communism affected entire civilization.
Unknown, this is not deep.
You could see an idea take on—
It's just incoherent.
Of itself, infecting and driving the minds of millions. It struggled as an idea for its own survival. This is why most societies over human history believed in the spirit world. The ancient Greeks would explain this through saying a god or demon possessed the minds of millions, making Stalin or Mao happen. From psychology, we have different sub-personalities which struggle for control of them.
What?
Religion is an attempt to instill good spirits or mindsets inside of yourself. This relates to the idea Carl Jung had of the collective subconscious. If you don't like the idea—
Oh god, now we're in Carl Jung. This is like, we're basically playing Persona.
Just view these as psychological forces. The universe is incredibly mutable. It keeps changing at—
Just view them as personas. Just view them as your stand. I don't know.
Infinite amount of ways. It's a constantly twirling hurricane. It's impossible to stop and see everything.
You are like a hurricane.
This makes it intensely beautiful and profound. It always offers you more and keeps on challenging you, like the most beautiful and incredible work of art. It keeps on surprising you. Once you think you've cracked it, it throws something else at you. The collapse of all the greatest empires were brought about by the very same factors that made them great. As Aristotle said, and as the genre of tragedy was trying to portray, one's greatest strength will be turned into weakness.
Wait, where have I seen that eyeball before?
A strong state in China or religion in India were those societies' greatest strengths, but also the factors that drove them to stagnation. All rise and turn and then go into decline in natural cycle. The universe is a living, breathing process which follows natural cycles, with infinite crashing together at the same moment, creating a beautiful, wonderful mess that is our reality. It's unbelievably incredible that we have the privilege of living with it. The universe is a feedback loop which responds to itself. It's not a sterile machine. You can argue whether or not life is conscious or alive, but it's definitely a responsive system. A disease which is too successful will burn itself out by killing everyone, like a great empire will be killed by its own success. Poverty can create grit which allows you to be successful, while wealth for too long brings moral degeneracy which leads back to poverty. A tsunami creates a crash—
What? Oh my god, wealth is what brings the moral degeneracy.
Wave which knocks into the shore, displacing the pressure. The world simultaneously pushes—
Wait, that's a weird thing for him to say, considering his, like, political alignment.
Equilibrium, as we'll explain later in this video. Alan Watts said, imagine if you were God. The thing with an omnipotent God is that he can do anything. The problem is that if you can do anything, you really can do nothing. Thus, the only thing God could do to avoid boredom—
Who is Samuel Jackson? Who isn't Samuel Jackson?
Is to do everything, since only by doing everything would he not be bored. The answer for why reality exists, and this works for even atheists, is why wouldn't it? Why not? Why not have a brilliant world that's infinitely large and interesting? A decade ago, the modern world felt boring, but now it feels a bit too exciting. Our lives are to struggle. If that were to be the case—
Wait, a decade ago it felt boring?
What would the world look like? It would appear as if every single generation there was a new crisis. There would be an equilibrium that would constantly push us back towards struggle. Once you got a lot of food, people would breed until you hit scarcity. Once society gets too safe, it falls to degeneracy, so that people have to struggle again. Natural equilibrium pushes—
Oh my god, this is like the hard men build, like— Wait, what is it? The whole like hard times build strong men build easy times build weak men. Is that's that thing?
Towards struggle every generation.
Like this is supposed to be profound.
History, once people's lives aren't
This is supposed to be profound.
hard enough, they lose meaning. As you can see with decadence, or more abstractly, the Mouse Utopia experiment. This is why I said
this is Winceworthy variant.
Through struggle to improve. Every era is a challenge by God or the natural order. Both assess us by objective measurements to see who wins and then reward those who follow their codes. If you look over evolution, although there are dark ages, backsliding, cruelty, and more, you see evolution has guided us towards higher and more advanced levels. We're not amphibians living in salty tidal pools anymore, or Iron Age tribes living in villages less than 100 people. Providence makes sure that each generation is a struggle, but also that...
Okay, so just in case you don't believe in God, we can substitute providence, which means the will of God. So it's like, it's okay if you don't believe in God, just believe in the will of the thing that you don't believe in. That's his answer, right? You know, it's forever. If the atheists can get this too, apparently.
There's no progress, since life has to be pushed back towards survival for the system to work. But the
a decade ago, was he a child? Yeah, he would have been like 12 years old, right?
The system keeps growing. History is a spiral or double helix, like DNA, in which, as I've said many times before, the spiral turns in on itself and grows more complicated. But you can see the same patterns repeating again and again, although every era of history is still different and unique. The ancient mystery schools believed all of this was God's plan in reproducing himself.
At least he's not using AI slides. He's using stock art. He's using stock footage and stock pictures.
To think about it, as you look over evolution, the power of life
art, I guess,
as does life's mental abilities or level of consciousness. Providence wants to guide us to higher, more godly levels of advancement to be more like him.
Yeah, there we go. DNA equals history. But we got to get to
in pre-modern philosophy.
We got to get to Billy Joel equals America.
Some life forms
sing us a song. You're the piano man.
All of reality is a reflection of God somehow. There are a couple principles I'd like to work through before I continue. This manifesto is far shorter than I wanted it to be, so I've had to simplify things, but there are several things you must understand about the world or underlying rules, like the laws of physics, which explain things. The first being duality. All things to exist must create their opposite. As the first law of physics is, all things must have equivalent counter reactions. Man must have women. Love must have hate. War, peace, day, night, good or evil.
This is a very light reading of Lao Tzu.
The duality, something doesn't exist. Before day, there wasn't night, merely void. We took having breathable air for granted before we went into space. People ask why God would make a world with cruelty. The thing is that there must be an equal force to drag us down for good to fight against. The devil exists since there must be balance here. Keep in mind the universe is designed to be interesting and difficult. Good must fight evil to grow stronger. To explain this in non-religious terms, there is entropy. Entropy—
Chat, this guy's gotta play SMT.
The force of natural chaos. The example from physics is that when you break a ceramic plate, you can't put it back together. You couldn't put the Roman Empire—
Is that true?
Back together after it fell, although Justinian tried. From the Big Bang—
Wait, is this true about ceramics? You can't put it back together? I mean, like, it'd probably be better to build a new one, make a new one, but...
has been a gradual breakdown from the original unity. Physicists believe that the world has been getting more chaotic since the dawn of time. We see this—
We took air for granted since when? Since the Matrix? Is that air? You think that's air you're breathing? Haha, you took it for granted.
Anything that isn't maintained, whether a nation, house, physical health, or a human relationship, will fall apart without effort. Everything collapses in entropy without effort against it. The irony is that the duality to entropy is that you've gradually seen
What about evil? It just hangs around?
And growth in complexity over—
Didn't the Japanese use gold? Were those ceramics? Yeah, I think that's such a weird thing for him to say. That's such a, like, I was just kind of like, it sounds random to me, but yeah, if there's literally like a tradition of fixing ceramics, then it's kind of just, he's owning himself.
The universe's history occurring at the exact same time. Planets and suns have formed.
Entropy is universe, or the union between men and women, depending on which part of the video you're watching.
Life, civilizations—
Yeah, the glue is fake news, exactly.
Philosophy.
You can't glue it back.
Grow in power at the same
Yeah,
time.
glue is not real. Glue is an illusion of your mind. It's the Matrix.
Every reaction has
The Matrix.
This is good and evil, God and Satan. Satan is symbolically that which pushes for entropy, and God that which pushes for—
Yo, God is Newton, and Satan is, I don't know, like Schrodinger?
And growth. This is a process integral to the universe itself, which existed for billions of years before humans, but which human life fits inside the archetype. Alongside this, people can put out higher or lower frequencies. Communism is an ideology which propounded low frequencies as it created disorder and failed. Communist societies consumed all the social institutions of their previous societies, leading to chaos. Liberalism pushed order, albeit ironically indirectly, resulting in more advancement. Individuals can do this as well. A good principal in a school will result in the students thriving and learning more, creating a compounding spiral to improve those students' lives in general, who improve others, while an evil principal will have the opposite effect. fact. We all choose whether we serve order or entropy. We can gradually build the outside world in our image, as for example, a society structures its architecture or political systems based off its subconscious. We are all constantly projecting our
Yeah, I guess this is just like communism is a dragon of chaos.
The outside world. We are all like radio towers who project ourselves across the universe.
We're all like Billy Joel. Yo!
In that they spread their essence around the world. So
wait, let me see. Wait.
Life to the outside world. We are all like radio towers who project ourselves across the universe. America as a country, or Billy Joel, have been very successful projectors in that they
America as a country, or Billy Joel, have been very successful projectors.
Spread their essence around the world so that it changes others.
That's what I think about when I think of American cultural hegemony, is Billy Joel. The way you know like how if you listen to music or you go anywhere where people are listening to music, it's like always Billy Joel. You go to step in the club, they're playing Billy Joel. You get in a Uber, it's Billy Joel. Like, right, you know how Billy Joel is just like the dominant form of musical culture? Yeah, America's kind of like that.
Individuals, we're an accumulation of that alongside everything else that's projecting around us. Our world is created by these different ripples spreading outwards. All things want to propagate their ripple as much as possible. An easiest example of this is
that sounds like homeopathy,
sun, which propels energy around the universe, which in turn has allowed the creation of life, all built upon the sun's projections. All things exist within the great chain of being, from higher to lower forms. The higher forms are realer than the lower forms. They all exist together as all things are connected into a universal whole. There are cells in our body which exist to serve us, but these cells also have their own existence. We as humans are cells inside our nations or cultures. Those are...
Oh god, here comes the part that's like the first time getting stoned as a freshman in college.
Cells in Earth's biosphere, which is a cell to the solar system, and then
yeah, the Earth is kind of like a cell too, man. Yeah.
If Earth died, it would cancel all the nations of humans. Thus, Earth...
The atmosphere is kind of like the phospholipid bilayer. Yeah, totally
is realer. We have to recognize our place inside of this. Depression and suicide comes from separation, from studies, and just from...
Wait, was that a bukkake image? What was that? Like the person looked like covered in sperm.
We found that people feel happiest when they know they belong, when they have communities, when they have beauty around them, have a value system that tells them what their place is and where they belong. Most religions exist to...
Yeah, you need to be put in your place to be happy. That's
remove the barrier between people and the universe, to feel at one with everything else. Once you realize you're part of a web of existence, you can stop worrying, since you know even if you die, you belong to something greater. In fact, we're made up of...
Wait, it looked... Oh my god, it looked like... What is this? Oh my god, chat.
The Consciousness Project. We don't have much control over the things that happen to us in our lives in a lot of cases. We do to a certain degree, but you could be born a slave. Your nation exists next to a much larger neighbor.
We go to a random thumbnail where I'm standing with two canceled people in a kitchen.
Who can conquer you without you being able to possibly defeat them. If you're a peasant in Uganda, you're not going to become a venture capital mogul, and expecting you to do so is just insane. Furthermore, if someone is born in a position of immense privilege, like wealth or power, it's not right for us to judge them for something that came about from the chance of their birth. And even being born in those bizarre conditions, they should know what is right. This is something our society actually does struggle with, which shocks me since when I was younger, and I'm 22, so I'm still really young, we took completely for granted, which I thought was a stable assumption. That being said, our society has created an artificial racial caste system in which your moral level, hiring or social advancement is determined from birth based...
Did he get really high while reading the Bible? He got really high while something.
How oppressed your racial or sexual caste is.
Oh god. It's intersectional.
I can't believe we did this.
What is he saying about intersectionality?
Has created an artificial racial caste system.
Oh, he thinks intersectionality is a artificial racial caste system. There was no hierarchical system until intersectionality proposed that actually the more oppressed you... Oh wait, but where did that... Oh my god. Where did the oppression come from? Who did the oppression? I feel like the goose chasing the dude around, right? I feel like where did the oppression come from? That intersectional feminism turned into this reverse hierarchy that you're proposing, right? Like, oh my god, this guy.
In which your moral level, hiring or social advancement is determined from birth based off how...
What if all his has gotten so much worse over the years?
Oppress your racial or...
What was he like at first?
Caste is. I can't believe we did this, since I think, if polled, the vast majority of the Western world can agree that this isn't what any of us wanted, but a small group of radicals pushed it and gained dominance. This leads to the second point.
That's right. You know how intersectional feminism is dominant in culture? You know how all of society is arranged according to intersectionality? Oh wait, it's not. It's totally not. What are you talking about, bro?
to avoid two things at all costs, those being responsibility and powerlessness. Although this happens subconsciously and is very hard to avoid, our goal is to try to develop a system by which people stop stressing about that which they have no power over, while also taking responsibility for that which they can. If you look at the history of humanity as an attempt to abdicate responsibility or avoid powerlessness in a myriad of ways, you realize that there is a very dark side of our human condition, one that is preventable.
What's he going to talk about next? Like the dominance of shoegaze on our musical culture?
That being said,
it's just so random.
For their birth, not their actions. The thing is that you can perfectly correlate the wealth of a society with how much it values individual responsibility. When you look at the success of Western civilization, the
thing is, he doesn't even feel the need to do the Ben Shapiro thing and explain how he thinks that, like, you know, that intersectional feminism represents an inverted hierarchy, and that it's you know, that it creates in reverse the problem that it seeks to solve, right? He doesn't even go there because it's like so. He's sort of grown up in a world where Ben Shapiro was like accepted as like this self-evident truth, and right, he just goes right to the, you know, like the why do we put together intersectionality? This is really fucked up. You know, all this oppression that comes from intersectionality. You know how like people are, you know, the people that are more people that are more marginalized. You know how they have like inordinate power over the rest of us.
Reason for it is that the West...
He's just accepted this shit already.
In previous societies, you were part of a clan which dominated your whole life, determining your work, who you were married to, and take your money when you succeeded. What capital...
Oh my god, JRGS, are you here to defend what if alt hist? Please, make your point.
Is the creation of a system by which someone was assessed...
I feel like that comment is very low effort.
For their personal level of productivity. The state in turn...
Wait, you want me to give a counter argument to this? Can you give a counter argument to Slivy Toves and Mome Rats? Do you have a counter argument to like the Jabberwocky? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Is off individual productivity, sublimating it to the group. Once you see the left as a move to abdicate responsibility, everything else makes sense. When you see how the left's goal is to be responsible for nothing by having the state take care of you for your entire life. If anyone succeeds, they're bad and should be torn down by society. You can never be judged for failing. This is the great evil of the left, in that it tears down the great out of envy. Our goal here is to make a society where people don't feel stress for things which they can't control. They are trained from childhood to do this, to make it part of their automatic subconscious. There are multiple ways of doing this, but EMDR and cognitive behavioral therapy are both methods that can
just threw in EMDR chat. This is like a psychological technique of eye movement desensitization. I don't know what the R stands for, but it's just like it's a modality in therapy. That's all it is, right? Apparently this is the kind of therapy he does, and he just was gonna throw that in. Oh yeah, by the way, EMDR is fucking the shit, man.
Wire the subconscious, and I think society should use these liberally alongside other psychological methods.
JRGS, do you know what EMDR is?
My goal is to create a society where people are constantly improving their subconscious and developing them with groups. Perhaps using psychedelics like ayahuasca, the hemisync methods developed by...
What do you think about his concept of EMDR being something that everyone should do?
Roe Institute or anything.
That's literally the most interesting or useful thing he said this far.
That works, that can help get us in touch with our subconscious or the spirit world, whatever you want to call it, so that we can share our discoveries to learn more about ourselves and the world.
No, JRGS, I am not in fact being ableist to what if alt hist. Thanks for playing though.
Put a focus upon the human experience and what the subjective...
I don't think that his intelligence is like really the issue here.
Of life is as a...
I wouldn't put up a video to just be like, look at how unintelligent this person is. Ha 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 ha. My intelligence is like, what the fuck would that be?
The modern world feels very...
Is that what you're used to?
Empty and cold. We live in a giant machine whose sole purpose is to extract human effort for greater productivity. What we stand for is a society which puts the human soul and spirit at the center. A society which prioritizes beauty, the soul, tradition, the divine, and the other deep, profound things that we're willing to die for. The construction of these factory mass-produced homes...
I guess I don't know enough about his ideology. Like, right, I know that he's an ortho bro. I know that he's, like, you know, like a kind of a traditionalist. I don't really know much beyond that. Like, what is his... take on capitalism, for instance,
or this crappy modern art are both sins against...
He definitely doesn't like intersectionality,
soul, which I will not abide by. The thing is that the development of the soul of our society is a shared process that I want us to all work on. So the final aim is something I myself might understand.
That's Jackson Pollock. Where did
soul and spirit at the center?
Sorry.
Objective experience of life is as a person. The modern world feels very empty and cold. We live
empty and cold modern world.
A machine whose sole purpose is to
giant machine
human effort for
the Matrix
productivity. What we stand for is a society which puts the humans,
which kind of sounds like a complaint about capitalism, but I don't know what this guy's you know,
soul and spirit at the center. A society which prioritizes beauty, the soul, tradition, the divine, and the other deep, profound things that we're willing to die for. The construction.
Okay, soul's good. Beauty good.
Mass-produced homes or this crappy.
Okay. So there's a crappy market. Yeah, Jackson Pollock. I mean,
against the soul.
No, not a lot of people are gonna sit there and be like, "Yo, no, Jackson Pollock though."
Which I will not abide by. The thing is that the development of the soul.
Like, that was the peak of art right there. Is Jackson Pollock splatter painting your way to success?
Our society is a shared process that I want us to all work on. So the final aim is something I myself might not understand. We also aim to put individual responsibility at the aim of society. Over history, the twin tyrannies of culture and government have torn the individual down. In most societies, the individual exists to...
See, he thinks he's saying something profound by criticizing Jackson Pollock, but you're just talking about like an artist that was popular for a moment and who people have kind of like universally revile.
Serve the sense of the society. Irrational and stupid superstitions grow, while the forces of envy and ignorance tear down greatness. In this message, everything that we determine is not under our control is not our responsibility. Every single process in society should be someone's responsibility so that no one can slack. This also...
Yo, no slack. This is where I dipped out on the last watching. I was like, this guy wants to take my slack away. I'm not okay with that. I don't want him taking away my slack. I need my slack.
Or removal of organizations which are not based upon individual responsibility, like bureaucracies. Everything should be made to compete with everything else for survival. Organizations that don't do this always grow, bloat, become leeches on society that try to consume the organizations that are competitive. Furthermore, as much of society as possible should be based upon reciprocal relationships done for mutual benefit, rather than forcing people to do things through physical strength or motivating them through false lies. The dominant value here is honor. Honor is a value which results in people maintaining their responsibilities. If a man does not do his duty, he is dishonored and socially shamed. Honor is a value lost in our society. It's a strong value, unlike the passive kindness that we...
Wait, that was AI, wasn't it?
Prioritize instead. A kind man tolerates evil since he is too weak to do other...
Oh shit, where are we at?
Strong values.
Oh no, chat! Chat, I'm gonna have to dip out.
It's a hard and difficult value, which allows you to hold yourself and others to abstract standards.
This is so bad.
Nice or kind, but very few are virtuous, and they will maintain their values when it's not direct.
We're gonna have to at least end the YouTube stream. Everybody go in the short stream.
Consciousness. The thing is that since we can't control our circumstances, what we do is make a...
Everybody go in the short stream.
More holy, kind, honest, brave, or creative. We can expand the level of consciousness of our society so that we can all face all...
We're killing the YouTube stream. It's happening now.
Wealthier or more comfortable, they also get weaker.
Can somebody